My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. Notice: intellectual property theft is particularly egregious and equally unlawful where the sole inventor and creator of the intellectual property is the targeted individual. Erica Lorraine Spencer, subject to the unconstitutional and inhumane government system of gang stalking, otherwise referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices, because of which the intellectual property created by the targeted individual, who is, in fact, Erica Lorraine Spencer, as the intellectual property also proves, serves to establish via evidence and expose the existence of criminal surveillance and thus an inherent threat posed by the U.S. government and the civilian population sharing engagement in the unlawful system. Such evidence, that includes all of the content created by Erica Lorraine Spencer, images, videos, audio, etc., belongs solely and entirely to Erica Lorraine Spencer only and is necessarily published online in order to protect her life, safety, and liberty as the targeted individual, who is also the intellectual property owner, no less protected from theft procured through targeting by a public entity. Theft of any intellectual property belonging to Erica Lorraine Spencer, which is necessarily committed while she, being both creator and inventor, remains oppressed by the public entity via criminal surveillance, is a criminal and inhumane means of infringement under all circumstances and not protected nor enforceable pursuant to any invalid or fraudulent acts of copyright, trademarks, patents, etc., including as it pertains to any ideas associated with or generated from the intellectual property or the intellectual property owner, Erica Lorraine Spencer, whether creative, business, or otherwise, nor does the intellectual property owner consent to any such means of infringement and theft. Sex offender, license plate 6 BFD 343. I can't really see the rest of that one. Stalking at what is the intersection of Euclid and E Street, where the entity is stalking with the fake sun. So at nightfall, stalking with impossible light activity is the equal pattern of conduct. License 9HFZ102. Okay, sharing in sexual assault and battery as an entity. Stalking at an intersection. This isn't traffic. This is surveillance in the middle of the night. A bunch of demons maintaining light activity, just like they are the pathetic demon-possessed gang stalkers at a gas station maintaining presence in the path. Because that's how important I am to Satan. That's how important, that's how much I am to a bunch of people who are already dead. And they have the audacity to call themselves making fun of other people or sitting up. When you're doing that, you're sitting up worshiping, you're giving all manner of compliments, you're giving all manner of adulation to someone that you are on the surface supposedly making fun of. This could not be any more twisted than those who are literally servants of Satan, and they don't even recognize their own mental illness, their own psychosis, their own delusion. It's pathetic. It is absolutely pathetic. If somebody is such a loser, why would you be sitting up watching them and stalking them? Why is it that you're copying off of their ideas? Why are you following them everywhere? Why are you obsessed with their genitalia? Why, when they speak to you, you're not so disgusted that you just banish away from their presence? Because that's what I would do. I don't even want to catch the cooties and the air around you. You wouldn't even catch me in the same zip code. But that's how I deal with people that are actually disgusting. I don't stalk them at all. I wouldn't dare give you the privilege. I don't worship anybody. But those are demons, I want to be clear, that are lying to themselves. They're lying to themselves. They target those that are exceptional. That's what's wrong with them. And they are all lying to themselves. All of them. In the same way that they're all under a fake sun, they're all sitting around living their lives like they're normal people, like they're not criminals, like they're not obsessed in stalking. That's relevant, that's directly indicative of the delusion that they are living every day. Their whole lives are fake. These are people that hate themselves, and they go around taking their hatred out on themselves, on other people, engaging in gang stalking. And it's sanctioned by the government as well. But anyway, this is getting to the entity that's entirely pathetic. A bunch of demons that are stalking, and that's the reality. That's a fact. That is a fact. And it's a fact that they're hostile toward as well, which is, again, a problem that resides with that demon. This is P.O.C. All right, it is, by the way, it's Friday, October 10, 2025, and I do want to note what is obvious and what any sane and healthy person who would never even be engaged in gang stalking, so you wouldn't even need this disclaimer. But I need to clarify because I'm dealing with and have been surrounded by in my entire life and still am subject to what are delusional people who have in any way participated in or enabled, facilitated gang stalking me. If you are familiar with my vagina, and I have never engaged in what is any sort of provision of your ability to have any access or knowledge of my vagina, if you're routinely engaged in keeping me under surveillance in any private space, if you were stalking me under any circumstances, if I've identified you in any way with regard to the entity that is targeting me, with regard to an entity that is demon possessed, if I have under any circumstances already stated explicitly, which even the demons know, who will never be in my personal presence, who will never be accepted in my life, I don't have to speak to you to forgive you. And that has nothing even to do with you. And I've stated it before, there is an ongoing pending federal case. There is also real-time, ongoing, ceaseless threat to my life and safety. And there's under no circumstances that anybody under any of those aforementioned circumstances are ever having anything to do with my future life endeavors. I want to make that clear because the demon possessed that are still gang stalking are, number one, under some sort of delusion that there's going to be a negotiation, a conversation that's occurring outside of the court, like you're going to be trusted in the first place. And you could even tell your imbecilic co-defendants to stop gang stalking. I'm not even going to converse. I'm not even going to entertain it. Number one. Number two, you have demons that have engaged in what, if you've had sex with people that I'm related to, you've had sex with people that I no longer associate with, you've had sex with people with regard to some means of targeting me in some sick manner. Let me put it this way. You have any sort of life-threatening illness, such as HIV. You already know that you're blocked, and it's not happening. And so I have to publicly state this because of the circumstances which are a threat to my life and safety, and with regard to an impending federal case. You are not a friend, and you are not a future friend. You are not a partner. You are not a colleague. This is something that the entity has engaged in, and I have prosecuted, and it remains the case even while you're engaging in that which you should have been doing from the outset, not after the fact when you realize that your witchcraft isn't working, and now you're scared and thinking that you can unilaterally change your position from enemy, co-conspirator of murder, to somehow some sort of partner. You're delusional, and you're still a demon. So that's a universal statement. There will be no forcing me to do anything. You can't force me to do anything, by the way. I will be doing nothing against my will. I will be doing nothing that's contradictory to what it is that I want to do, with who I want to do it with, with whom I desire to do it with. And that is including every aspect of my life, and that includes those that are defendants in an impending case. Those who are on what is the role that ever having to do with anything targeting me. There will be no future relationship.
I don't care what some tarot card readers are picking up regarding what demons are sitting up fantasizing about. It's not going to happen. I am not going to be linking up with any demon, and they are all demons. Still engaging in witchcraft. You're trying to use love spells to try to force me against my will. You're an unrepentant psychopath, and there will be no future endeavors with you. In addition to the fact that you were part of this criminal pattern of conduct in the first place. If you were already a part of it, you can count on the fact that there will be no future. I said it before, but these are demons that are very much psychopathic. And that's why it has to be stated, and it's going to be stated publicly. It's not going to happen. You excluded yourself from my life, and now you've made yourself a defendant in a federal case. We're not going to be jumping on both sides. Oh, now we're going to be friends. We're going to know. That's not going to happen. And me forgiving you is going without question. You are not worth compromising my relationship with Christ Jesus. You're not that important. I have my right mind. I'm at peace. I'm good. All right. This is an entity that is completely out of its mind and tried to falsely depict me as being the one in that condition. I wake up every day thankful is what I wanted to say, but I guess I'll say helpful. I wake up every day helpful to those that are listening and learning, that are actually innocent. The Lord knows who you are. The Lord knows who you are, those who have actually been targeted. And hopefully this is something that you learn. And even those that need to repent, those who are on the trail to destruction, hopefully you repent before time is too late. But I just want to be clear, there will be no reconciliation. That is not nowhere in my Bible. It's not required at all. Under any circumstances, neither should it be. I'm going to give everyone the same advice. And unless you know Christ Jesus, and I mean you know him as your Lord and Savior, and you know in your particular life that the Lord is leading you to reconcile with someone that has tried to take your life, someone that has shown that they cannot be trusted, that they would do anything in order to harm you, that they don't have any boundaries with regard to the extent to which they'll go for money or for other people's opinions, like this superficial things, for things that aren't even real. It's not even real clout. It's not your clout when it's not even your content. So what is it that you're making yourself look as though you're the one it's like that level of superficiality, and somebody will take your life even for that. That is somebody that you cannot trust. You cannot blink in front of that person. I would never advise you to reconcile with that person. You forgive and you go on with your life, because that's something that's required with Christ Jesus. We must forgive because we are unworthy of forgiveness from him. And he's forgiven us. He died for our sins. That doesn't mean that I'm not disgusted. That doesn't mean that it's not outrageous. That doesn't mean any of that. But I am at peace. I am completely at peace, meaning, and I'm not a delusional psychopath like demons. Oh, I'm at peace. They're at peace while they're in absolute sin, okay? They're at peace while they're delusional, totally disconnected from the reality of the sin that they're living in. I'm not talking as that type of person that has no fear of God. I am at peace with regard to what the Lord God has told me to do, being as compliant and as obedient to what his will is, and making sure that even in my moments of being a human being, that I'm doing what it is that he's required me to do. I don't care about whether you like how I do it or not. I'm not concerned about that. My concern is how I stand before the Lord God. He's the one that is judging my heart. Okay. He's the one that is aware of my intentions. And I want to document Foothill Transit going out of its way, gang stalking on Euclid Avenue at 12:50 a.m. Foothill Transit doesn't have any bus stops. In San Bernardino County. This is an idiot that's so pathetic. They're very, very, it's a spirit. So that's just, I've documented that so many times. That's a spirit. But nonetheless, there is, I just want to make it abundantly clear, because trying to spiritually attack me, trying to fight me in a vision. Listen, first of all, you did not win that. That's spiritually. So you're not going to win while I'm asleep either. But I want to be clear, even were this the case, do you understand I'm waking up with free will? Your witchcraft, it's not going to happen, Satan. It is just not going to happen. And the fact that those of you who are listening to the sound of my voice, you're not capable of appreciating my full capacity and all authority to say no, period. That's why you are not going. You're not invited. You're not going to hitch a ride. You're not going to steal a ride. You're not going to force your way onto the back of my wagon to go where you're not going. And you're not going based on what it is that you've done. And that's not because you're not forgiven. It's because I don't have to reconcile with you. And I choose not. Anybody that ever had anything to do with this, I don't want any person like that in my life. Satan is being totally uprooted out. Is blocked in Jesus' name. And you're not creeping in by any vessel that he's already used. You've already been used by him. Praise God, if you come to a place there where you come to know Christ Jesus as your Lord and Savior, you are not coming back into my life. I just want to make sure that that's clear. All right, this is an entity that's engaged in ongoing desperate endeavors, including by gang stalking me. And this is how psychopathic and delusional an entity is, that you are going to, by abuse, force me to do something like let you back in my life. So gang stalking me was supposed to get you favor with me. Gang stalking me was supposed to make me fall in love with you. Gang stalking was because you thought your love spell was going to steal my free will, making you a rapist, right? Making you a kidnapper, doing something that I would not do of my own say. Well, praise God that your witchcraft doesn't work on me, right? No, you're unfit. You're not going where I'm going. You are out. The time that you had in my life, it's expired. And this represents the grand departure from being in my presence, and that's forever. May God bless, okay? But I want to make sure that this is publicly known because there is an impending case. And I've also made it known before a court. It's legally relevant everything. The entity is targeting my entire life. And I want to make it clear with regard to what is an impending case, with regard to what is an ongoing unlawful threat that I remain subject to, there is nobody that has anything to do with this criminal pattern of conduct that is doing anything other than posing an ongoing unlawful threat. You're not coming around me as a friend. You're not coming around me as anything other than a gang stalker acting in furtherance of the conspiracy to commit murder. Period. I hope that that's clear because I stated it before. This is a warning. I'm going to prosecute you. This is P.O.C. It's currently 12:53 a.m. on what is Friday, October 10, 2025. This is to let all the demons and the ghouls know I'm totally unfazed and unbothered. Second of all, you're not going. And third of all, I'm going to enjoy prosecuting your vessels in federal court. And aside from that, I have every reason to be thankful to the Lord God. I wake up with gratitude and a peaceful heart. I really do. I really do. For the ability to engage in what is enforcing my rights and doing so, even in this process, rehabilitating my name that you tried to muddy. I'm going to prosecute you for that. There's no need for me to hold a grudge. There's no need for me to not forgive. The Lord God himself is going to avenge me. He's the one who's my defense. He's the one who's going to rehabilitate my reputation and my identity and who I am. He's the one that's handling it. It's all good. To be honest with you, it's all good, and you're not going. God bless. This is P.O.C. It is 6:22 a.m. and the entity that is a sex offender is engaging in sexual violence, is engaging in stalking, and is engaging in what is harassment and terrorism. They're doing so on behalf of the government. And you need to understand that this is the same entity that commits murder on behalf of the government. This is the same entity that commits kidnapping on behalf of the government. It's the state that's engaging in stalking me in the middle of the night, sitting across the street. License 7 Charlie, George Paul 544, is engaging in stalking with the Ontario Police that I'm capturing in images at what is 6:14 a.m. flying over the storefront. The entity engaging what is stalking, molesting. This is a sexual offense also. This is merely one of that entire entity that's obsessed with me, that is stalking me. This is the population of demons. This is not traffic at 6 in the morning. This is surveillance with regard to the obsession of touching my body, the obsession of stalking, the demon that is stalking on the side of the road with this license represents the demons that are stalking me and monitoring my vagina in the bathroom, represents the demons that are sitting around engaging in surveillance in the library, the demons that are following from place to place, okay? The entities engaging in sexual assault and battery. The entities engaged in what is the terrorizing, ongoing, offense of what is stalking somebody, include the government stalking you while you're sleeping. and the entity creating what is the economic circumstance of sleeping outside as well. And that was in furtherance of murder, which is criminal conduct committed by the government that sends stalkers to keep you under surveillance. That's why the government's being disbanded, the demons that are stalking in helicopter, okay? Being shut down, the demons that are stalking with commercial planes. All right, the demons that are being shut down with regard to driving around and stalking in fire trucks, you don't have anything else to do, you won't have anything to do. This is domestic terrorism that's going to be removed altogether from the problem that is the city of Ontario. The entities engaging in this conduct and doing so in the morning on behalf of the state. That is, again, a sex offender going by license plate 7 Charlie George Paul 544, stalking in the path, maintaining a vehicle on the opposite side of the road, which is nothing other than method of indicating presence. The entity is doing the same thing with regard to any form of presence. You're communicating a threat based on the type of presence. You want to leave a police vehicle there. I've documented the clowns doing that. You're going to be prosecuted. That department's being shut down. You think that it's funny. Think that it's funny when you're being disbanded and the world is looking at that on the dark web. Keep that same energy when you're being humiliated worldwide. The entity is engaging in this sort of conduct, and it's legally analyzed as you would analyze any stalker's behavior that is threatening to the person that they are targeting. And it's the government that's engaging in stalking. It's the government that's practicing demonic behavior. It's the government that's conspiring murder. And that's why at 6:14 in the morning, the entity is stalking by helicopter. And you have a predator that's maintaining presence close to me, while demons are pacing incessantly. And that includes businesses. Chevron, the entity is engaging in what is a method of presence by going to the gas station, which is criminal presence. Starbucks, the entity is engaging in what is presence, criminal presence, while going to the Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue. This is P.O.C. It's currently 6:25 a.m. All right, Chevron and ARCO engaging in sexual assault and battery and harassment as the entity is being documented for gang stalking. The entity is doing so on behalf of the government. So that's, again, the government that's engaging in sexual violence, that's criminally stalking, doing so in furtherance of a crime, conspiracy to commit murder, and then also is speaking as the state and representing companies that are going to be prosecuted for such criminal offenses. 9MDP023. And the Chevron and ARCO employees are also documented. This is all relevant. The entirety of the pattern of conduct is relevant for deportation, by the way. But it is relevant to deportation 27071V1, 5UCV060. Stalking in the path at Chevron. These are psychopaths just sitting at gas stalls stalking. 7NBS657. And graffiti protective coatings, quote, "Get the F out of here," end quote. This is the audible activity of somebody that is stalking me in the name of a company going to that extreme means to keep me under surveillance, and then is again exhibiting that severe mental illness, not only by the elements of monitoring that the demons are maintaining, not only by virtue of a whole government utilizing a population of psychopaths like those that operate graffiti protective coatings vehicles, but that you're hostile while you are going to be documented and prosecuted for stalking in furtherance of murder. And that's what is a stalker's statement while they are conspiring with a government that intends to get away with murdering you and controlling the narrative afterwards. That's the unlawful threat. Graffiti protective coatings is speaking as the state, just like the demon overnight stalking at the ARCO gas station with the entity, doing so under the fake moon. The entity is doing so in the name of Balbir, okay, whose status in this country is based on whether she's a natural-born citizen or not, because gang stalking immigrants are being deported. And she's speaking as the state that's telling me to get the F out of here while you are stalking. And you are stalking on the job in the specific environment on behalf of the state that has no legitimate interest to engage in criminal surveillance and furtherance of murder, moreover, nor to engage in what is maliciously targeting someone through your business, through your employment with that business, through your location, your placement at that business, while you're collecting a paycheck. Gang stalking, in other words, while you are there maliciously targeting someone in a way that's supposed to falsely depict their character by stating things such as you are both stalking and you're working at that venue where you're stalking. All right, that's relevant to deportation. Deportation actually is required as a matter of law. It is currently 6:45 a.m. This is P.O.C. Leonida Builders, INC, engaging in surveillance in the middle of the parking lot while they're speaking as a state, cussing at me while they're being documented, gang stalking. That's a terrorizing threat, and the entity is doing so with Leonida Builders stalking in the path, engaging in surveillance. And again, the pattern of conduct, once I walk near them as they get in the path, like the entity does with planes, like the entity is engaging in with a helicopter, the pacing, movement in the path in engineer light amongst the demons that are lined up in traffic on Euclid Avenue, for example, which is under the malicious guise of just a buildup at the red light. It's light activity and crossing the path. And as Leonida are engaged in surveillance, that's when the vehicle is moved with regard to monitoring. This is demonic behavior. The entities engaging in surveillance, they're doing so while the fake sun is shining, while the demons are having a field day being documented, engaging in terrorism, for which an airport is going to be shut down historically in the United States for domestic terrorism. They're doing so while they're sitting around and the people of the state are pacing at the gas station, molesting and speaking as the state to be prosecuted. Leonida Builders, Inc. is monitoring and under both circumstances. All the elements remain. 9 FEE 184. It's 6:49 a.m. License plate, demon, stalking in the path with light, 1544464. That's Ontario Montclair School District. Gang stalking, driving a school bus. Gang stalking, holding a fair event for children. That's what they claim at the Ontario Town Square, where the same fake sun stalking by the state is underway. That's the same psychopaths that are driving school buses having access to your children, and you need to be on alert about that. It's P.O.C. It's 6:49 a.m. All right, the entity maintaining loud rumbling. Securitas is gang stalking. It's a Caucasian male with the red auburn hair. He's crossing the path on camera. The entity is stalking by planes in doing so. Okay, that's just an engineered environment. It's very demonic. The entity is engaging in what is harassment and doing so, maintaining a harassing environment like that. You'll see Securitas crossing path. You will see the plane in the sky, the state that he is monitoring with, that company is monitoring with. And remember, I'll keep it professional. The third party that is engaging in criminal summoning on September 28th, that's Securitas, that's gang stalking with the state. The state that is stalking me all night long in helicopters, he's going to prison. That's the exact example that you are referring to when the people of the state are being prosecuted. Okay? They're engaging in what is targeting under the malicious guise of what is exposed as public corruption. When you're targeting, everything that you're doing is serving that targeting system. And you're a bunch of demons while you do it. You're demons. It sounds like a loud Tyrannosaurus Rex, just loud rumbling through the sky. That's audible noise while the security guard's walking in front of you, while the plane is flying over you in relevant position. Those are demons who are pacing. They're monitoring. They're sharks pacing all around you. Monitoring. All right? That's harassment and terrorism by the government. Okay? And doing so everywhere through everyone at all times. That's terrorism. This is P.O.C. It's 6:53 a.m. at the Ontario Town Square is where that environment stalks me, follows me to maintain criminal surveillance by a population, every business, every person. And that's how it's going to be prosecuted as well, because that's exactly what it is. It's 6:53 a.m. at Ontario Town Square, 224 North Euclid Avenue, P.O.C. Is the city of Ontario that is stalking and speaking via graffiti protective coatings. All right, this is Southwest Airlines, another corrupt company, and Engineer Light. There's no sunrise and sunset that's going to create light on Herradura de Oro. That's Engineer Light while they are stalking in the path with regard to monitoring. Demons like Jason Isaac Fields are not going to have any personal connection with me. He is responsible for the ongoing targeting by the Ontario Board and the Ontario Executive Team. In the city of Ontario, demons stalking, pacing around me with light as I'm capturing, as I have a population of demons sitting around wearing costumes, stalking me everywhere. Sitting around in methods of stalking everywhere. That's Wells Fargo. That's the Ontario International Square. That's Securitas. That's the City of Ontario. That's Southwest Airlines. That's Ronald Leverage, Julia Gu, Jim Bowman, Kurt Hagman, and Alan D. WAPNER. The entity has the fake sun setting here at 6. The entity has the fake sun rising, because this is supposed to be some sort of sunlight. This is the entity that's engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring. And the entity is doing so, I want to be clear, while demons like Jason Isaac Fields are indeed a part of the same demonic entity, no demon is going where I'm going. We're not friends. We're not reconciling. I do not fraternize with demons. Upon exposing you as the enemy that you are, you're being prosecuted. You're being permanently separated from me. This is P.O.C. And stalking is not any sort of means whereby you have, first of all, repented, let alone that's proof to you that you're not going. This is P.O.C. It is currently 7:07 a.m. License 6 Apple Larry David 607. (71519) Yolanda 3. excuse me, that's license 21519 Yolanda 3. Starbucks, located at 507 North Euclid Avenue, Ontario, California. Gang stalking, monitoring me at this venue. And this is where the people of the state are engaging in monitoring at that venue as well. License 7 Nancy Mary Henry 295. 9 Thomas Igloo Henry 520 ARCO at 434 North Euclid Avenue. The people of the state, same criminal pattern of conduct, corrupt business, as the state is engaging in monitoring, and that's the employee. License 09979 Edward 4. This is Chevron at 506 North Euclid Avenue, same corrupt business, monitoring in concert with the gang stalking patrons, which includes the corrupt business, the third-party graffiti protective coatings. The employee at Chevron at 506 North Euclid Avenue in Ontario, California is license 9E Frank Henry 194. License 8 Henry 0 Yolanda 493. License plate 6 David. You can scratch that one. It's uploaded to the Google Drive, but it's not legible. I'm not going to read it potentially improperly. License plate 8 Zebra Sam 214. 8 Edward Jaguar Charlie 792. 7 Nancy Bob Sam 657.
'There is City of Ontario light. This is the fake sun. And you're mindful of the fact that the fake sun that is present at 7:44 in the morning is still present, shining on me through the entrance of what is the OVITT Family Community Library. That's audible noise and engineered light. That's just like the analogous conduct of stalking with planes. This is stalking and engineered light by a company engaging in facilitation with a bunch of demons engaging in surveillance. Okay? This is P.O.C. The sun's not going to be at the same location. That's OVITT Family Community Library, and those are demons that are pacing all around. And the entity has the fake sun aimed on me through the library at 215 E.C. Street at 6:02 p.m. This is the pattern of conduct. This is where the City of Ontario is engaging what is exposed as public corruption, while every company in California is engaged in monitoring, which is pursuant to stalking, and you will be prosecuted for stalking and the malicious and corrupt ways that the state of California is exhibited. And it's exposing what is public corruption, unprecedented public corruption. It's pursuant to monitoring on devices, monitoring on the internet, and monitoring that is committed by a government that's engaging in what is removal of all individual bases individual protections, privacy of speech, etc., by the people of the state who are in the shoes of the government. And it is also in furtherance of murder, and this is the prosecution for domestic terrorism and psychological torture. It is 7:45 a.m. at 224 North Euclid Avenue. This is P.O.C. Those are demon-possessed Jehovah's Witnesses, just so that you know, and that's not a contradiction. Not a contradiction at all. It's the same spirit. P.O.C.
All right, demons, in fact, this is Satan going under the guise of being Jehovah's Witnesses, because Christ is not represented by any Jehovah's Witnesses, and certainly not by any demon-possessed gang stalking, so-called Jehovah's Witness. While the people of the state are gang stalking under the guise of handing out Jehovah's Witness pamphlets, I'm being molested, accosted with impossible light activity, which you already know is a fact, and this is letting you know about that demonic, deceptive spirit that is acting through any and every means, and it's also letting you know about the lie behind those that are preaching about Christ not being God under the false religion of Jehovah's Witnesses, who are demon-possessed gang stalkers. The same demons engaging in surveillance are present behind these demons that are engaging in what is the criminal pattern of conduct under the guise of handing out the lies of the devil. ARCO 211. They're engaging in sexual assault and battery, and I'm going to prosecute them with their Jehovah's Witness pamphlets. License 4U IL 713. The entities engaging in what is molesting me with impossible light activity. Why? Because they're monitoring on the internet and they know what I'm doing while I'm sitting at the brick wall where the fake sun is over me. That's also speaking to proof of knowledge. It's also speaking to the fact of no matter what someone claims that they are, what they believe, and how you should be thinking that they are speaking the truth of representing Christ because they state that they hold Bible studies, but you're looking at them demonstrate the demon-possessed pattern of conduct. Satan is lying to you. Okay, and Satan is right in your face. License 8 VXF 855, engage in sexual assault and battery. 9 MHN 922, sexual assault and battery. 9 MZK 741, sexual assault and battery. And the demons are gang stalking with the city of Ontario. There you go, that's P.O.C. Those are demons monitoring together. The demons of the Ontario International Airport, demons that are stalking with engineer light, doing so under a fake sun, and that's the P.O.C. JW.org, that is the delivery of the message on behalf of Satan, and they're also criminals. All right, you couldn't have a better way of making a distinction between the truth and the lie. These are demons, and this impunity is relevant to what is, again, the entity doing the exact same thing with the Ontario Police Department standing there, handing out the message of the devil while engaging in what is public corruption. That's Satan, okay? Engaging in that conduct under the fake sun, those are demons. And the Caucasian male with the mustache, he's engaging in terrorism with the city of Ontario as well, systematically engaged in surveillance, that's federal prison, engaging in what is federal stalking on a routine basis, and that stalker knows that he's being documented, that's federal prison. Terrorists are not going to threaten American citizens in the way in which he is, in the way in which I'm documenting. Those that are systematically engaging in it, it's federal prison. And you will recognize it in the documentation. They're doing so when I was at Starbucks. Those demons on assignment at that venue, systematically engaging in stalking, you're going to prison. Those that are engaging in gang stalking at the OVITT Family Community Library, they're systematically engaged in targeting, you're going to federal prison for that. The entities engaging in that at the Ontario Town Square, systematically coming in and routinely engaging in surveillance with the government and furtherance of murder, you're going to federal prison for that. The entity's doing the same thing at what is the Economy Inn, at every venue, in other words, that I'm documenting. And what's happening at the venue where you're being gang stalked where you live, Alvarado Gardens is the prime example. Everybody in that apartment complex is going to prison. You think the Jehovah's Witnesses are an exception? Those are puppets of Satan. And they just engage in what is domestic terrorism while the entity flies over by a plane right in front of my face, standing there with a statuesque appearance. Okay, unmoved by demonic behaviors that they are engaging in. You think it's different because Satan is wearing some sort of pamphlet on his chest talking about Jehovah's Witnesses? They don't even believe that Christ is God. They're lying. And they're demons engaging in the pattern of conduct. This is not just criminal activity, ladies and gentlemen. It is demonic activity. Those are demons that are telling you a lie regarding a false religion. Religion does not justify you before Christ. Your religion is filthy rags before him. He came and died on the cross, and he, being the true and only God, I want to be clear, and those demons are engaging in sexual assault and battery, monitoring me while they are stalking in the path under the exact same fake sun at the exact same specific environment. Does the evidence change because Jehovah's Witnesses are the demons of choice when the fake sun is here rising and setting at the same address? No, it will not be different in federal court. It will not be different in federal court at all. Just want to be clear on that. This is the P.O.C., the Ontario International Airport gang stalking with those that are touting a false religion. This is P.O.C. It is currently, by the way, 8:09 a.m. Wells Fargo engaging in sexual assault and battery. The downtown luxury apartments at Sarah's Regis Group engaging in sexual assault and battery. The OVITT Family Community Library, demons stalking at the entrance with their hazard lights on. That's the entity participating in the pattern of conduct. Ronald Leverage, Julia Gu, Kurt Hagman, Jim Bowman, and Alan D. Wapner are in the Ontario Executive Board. Those are terrorists that are going to be prosecuted for what is the perpetual sex offense. They are systematically engaging in what is the that which is incalculable, the sexual violence committed by a government. That's a terrorist. And that airport is being shut down, and they are sharing in sexual violence while they're stalking using commercial planes. Stalking over here where you're engaging what is gang stalking with it. They can have a lying choir singing about and even saying the name of Jesus, nothing other than audible activity. They're a bunch of demons that are singing probably off tune as well. It's the pattern of conduct. Don't be deceived by Satan. And as I've shown you, it's not even persuasive at all. It's not even persuasive. But this is the P.O.C., however. The entities engaging in what is molesting me with impossible light because they know what it is that I'm doing on my communication devices. They're monitoring, and so are demons calling themselves Jehovah's Witnesses, wanting to lead you straight to hell where they're going if they don't repent. Okay? It is currently, by the way, 8:10 a.m. This is P.O.C.
He's gonna answer me about you.
I don't need to call. I
I
called
can call
him,
him.
when
He
I
couldn't.
called
He
him,
was sick.
he was
Erica.
unavailable, and I don't have any need to speak with him right now. I surmise you represent the interests of all of those that
I
would.
represent myself.
Okay.
I am your brother. I am not only your brother, but I also recognize you as my sister in Christ. This is not even. It's not even about. Man, I can't even tell you the depth of the grasp of what all this means to me, because it's about you, but it affects me. But it affects you more than it affects me. But you don't see it that way. You don't think anything is awry or amiss other than.
Oh no, there's a very big problem. I have no business in this economic state, and this is also.
None of us do.
Not. What do you mean? Are you sleeping outside?
None of us do.
Are you sleeping outside?
The economic state that you're talking about, this is maybe a consequence of it, but we're all in the same economic state.
No, we are not all in the same economic state. We are not all being defamed by calling behavioral health and stating that has everything to do with what is the problem here. I need you to stay focused on the issue. It is economics. It directly affects my money when I'm being defamed. Yes, it does.
Erica, you were working in that city for them people. Nobody was affecting your job there.
Oh, that's not
but
true.
You.
That's not true. And that's why I document and make sure I cover my tracks when people make unfounded statements talking about behavioral health. That's not true. And this is what I want to state. I'm talking about what you're stating, and what you're also stating about what is another situation that on its surface may appear to you, or you would like to contend that it has nothing to do with what happened with you and Tracy and Pete.
No, I'm not talking about us.
But
I'm talking about you.
I am.
That job that you had, that was well after that time period that you're talking about. But you were fine.
I was fine.
I don't know what changed. I don't know what changed, but you just walked away from all of that.
Nothing changed. But I documented why I was forced to walk away.
Why?
And that has an economic status. If you're ignorant about it, then you'll learn about it in court.
No. This is
a
very direct question. You said you walked away from that situation.
You will learn about it in court. Now, it has a lot to do with what you're stating that you felt like you needed to do in 2019.
But 2019 and 2024 are 2 different, or 5 years.
You needed to call behavioral health. And you needed to, they had to have the police. That's why the police needed to be there.
I'm talking to you.
I'm talking to you. I'm just reciting what you stated. And I just want to let you know, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to state it again. We are, as far as a court hearing is concerned, on 2 different sides of the table,
I heard
sir.
what you said all
Okay. Now, it remains relevant for you to state that you don't understand why I'm in this circumstance and you're worried about me, and you need not be worried about me.
Well, God did tell me that. He said don't worry about nothing.
I don't know about any of that, but I know that you need not be worried about me. You should worry about what it is that's going to happen in a court case that you apparently don't know anything about.
I'm not worried about that either.
Okay.
I give all that to God.
That's good. I just want to be clear.
I'm trying to give this situation to God too, but it's just very difficult for me because you don't understand or you don't see what I see. And I don't expect you to, because I'm looking through my lens, not through yours. But I love you. I'm always going to be your brother. I'm here for you. I want to help you as best I can, but I can't do for you what you have to do for
I don't
yourself.
need you to do anything for me.
I know you don't need me to do anything.
I'm a grown adult woman,
I understand.
Yeah. And I'm doing what I need to do right now, believe it or not. That's why there's going to be a court case, because I've done exactly what I need to do.
So you're not hungry?
If I'm hungry, I will get some food to eat.
I will take you.
I don't need to go anywhere with you. It's okay. Is there anything else? You want to tell Leroy I said hello?
You want to tell him
I don't need to. I said hello on his answering machine.
Yeah,
and
he tried to call you back with that number.
Yeah, that number doesn't work.
Yeah,
that you don't ever assume that somebody that's available to you today will be available to you tomorrow. That's the lesson behind that. With regard to my calling him,
how profound that statement was.
I know. I've been saying it since I was a teenager, and that's wisdom from the Lord. Now, what I will say is that I called him, and Tracy is the one that's telling me at the top of her lungs with pride, oh, I know that you called your dad and he didn't answer your phone call. He doesn't want to talk to you. Now, that was a shocker to me because I didn't even know that Leroy was talking to Tracy like that.
He doesn't.
Let alone conveying to her.
He doesn't.
When,
he talks to me.
Well, he let me know through that. For my mother, who supposedly doesn't even talk to my father, for her to be relaying that message to me about my dad, that I didn't call her, I called him. So why is she able to tell me about my dad? That's enough said. It's enough said.
Because he told me that he was trying to reach you, and I asked her for the number, and she asked me, was he able to reach you? And I said, no, the number didn't work. So that's why she knows that.
Okay.
I'm trying to call him right now so you can answer. He's been hit. It's over.
That's unfortunate, but I'm not going to speak.
It's okay. You don't have to.
Okay.
Hey, Dad. How you doing? It's Derek. I'm actually sitting here with Erica, talking to her. Just trying to see if I can get you on the phone. But, yeah, I don't know. Call me back. I guess we'll give me an opportunity. Love you, Dad. Bye. You know, as Mom is getting older, the more I read this word, I've been praying back to God and asking Him to give me discernment, wisdom, and direction on how to proceed on a day-to-day basis. I recognize that our parents are our parents. We don't get to choose. Our family life has been in disarray, dysfunction our entire lives. But God has always kept us. We weren't always aware. We definitely was not. I did not feel.
So this is where I find your position in this situation. You and I both were children. That's true. And anything that you've engaged in by choice as an adult remains your decision.
Yeah, I'm not.
But I
I'm
will
not,
state
I'm not.
that we are both children who were under the tutelage, under the control and guardianship of Tracy. So with regard to what it is that you may be engaged in or whatever you might be led to have done, it was under that influence. I'll state that. But as a grown adult man now, you've made a series of decisions that you will stand on by yourself, and Tracy has nothing to do with it.
Oh yeah, I'm fully aware of that.
Okay.
I don't know what decisions that you're talking about, but every decision
They will
I've
become
made,
relevant.
I know
They'll
everything.
become. It's decisions like calling the police and lying on my character, stating that behavioral health has any sort of need to come, engaging in summoning under any
Let me ask you a
circumstances.
question. Let me ask you one question. Have you ever considered? Just let me finish. Have you ever considered that if someone says, you know, I need help, I'm talking about me. Have you ever considered if someone says I need help but I don't recognize it, that doesn't mean that I don't need help?
Say that again. If you said you...
Have you ever considered if someone told me you need help but I don't recognize that I need help?
Right.
Kind of like how you used to tell me that I was lost when I was younger, but I did not recognize that. But that doesn't mean I still didn't need it.
Right. Not,
Have you ever
except for
considered that?
salvation isn't the same thing as summoning.
Hold on. I'm just asking you. Have you ever considered
Yeah.
that?
You can be lost and not know,
Okay,
or
well,
not even
I'm
be
talking
concerned
about me in that circumstance, but in this circumstance,
This is criminal summoning.
in this circumstance,
Same exact
I
P.O.C.
asked
8:48 a.m.
I asked Dad. I said, I tried to get Dad to come out here. His wife took him to San Francisco.
What solution
Anyway,
is that going to be?
the solution was that me, Dad, Mom, you, and I guess at that point, because Pete was already coming, it would have been all of us trying to talk to you and explain to you.
Talk to me about what?
Explain to you that Erica, we understand that you feel the way you feel.
About what?
About your circumstances, your life, what's going on in front of you, what you see in front of you right now. But something is wrong, and I don't expect you to take my word for it or to believe me, because
It's not a matter of believing you. It's a matter of it being audible activity in the specific environment, and it is defamatory in substance. Not only that, it is relevant to what is disregard of very clear facts and circumstances that you're also not addressing.
So the very
you
clear
are
facts
relying...
and circumstances that I did not know and did not address was one that...
But you're making statements... No,
Let me
you
finish.
hold on. I did let you finish.
I'm not done,
Now,
though.
I'm going to respond to
I'm
what
not
you
done.
just
Let
stated.
me make
I
my
was
last
just
statement
speaking...
then.
No,
Let me
because
make
I
my
let
last
you
statement.
speak, and now I'm responding. And then you would respond after I'm done
Okay,
speaking.
go ahead.
So you made a statement right now that it is, whether I agree with it or not, or whether I understand as though I'm in some
I was talking about me.
I know exactly what you're talking about, and I'm going to respond to that, because what it is that you're disregarding when you make these unfounded statements, which have an impact, they have a legal substance. with regard to what is entirely unfounded and lacking any sort of support, other than what it is that
You
you
know that
claim.
we're not under the law anymore,
What,
right?
other than
We are
what it
under
is that
grace now.
you're still interfering.
But
Let
you,
me
but
speak.
you do know that we're not under the law
Let me
anymore,
speak.
right?
I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking about scripture or you're talking about the law?
I'm talking about scripture.
Okay, well, I'm talking about the law.
The law that matters.
I'm talking about the law.
The law that matters.
No, in court, the law is going to matter.
In court.
Okay?
But
yes.
whose court
So like I
whose
stated,
courtroom
and you're
do we
still
all go to?
interfering. I'm going to go ahead and be quiet until you want to let me speak, because I let you speak. Okay?
Right.
You made a statement about what is you and everyone's need, the whole family's need. Roy, Pete, Tommy Allen Banks, Tracy Banks. Everybody's coming together. Leroy wants to come together and address me and my issue. My issue that with regard to wanting to help me. And the mysterious question is, when did this need for help arise?
That is a very good question.
Okay,
But
and so
what I was
like
going to say
I'm
was...
still speaking, so like I'm stating, you are disregarding facts and circumstances in making that unfounded statement.
We're not in court.
And because you, but we will be.
We're
and
not.
because you are engaging in what is making a statement with the rest of these family members that you are in agreement with regarding me, that also does not make it true. And it is equally lacking in substance and support and evidence. Because you call the police and say that a health check is needed does not make that the factual circumstance.
Nobody
But that's what
police to
happened.
say a health
And what
check
happened
is needed.
before I moved out of Tracy's apartment should be directly relevant and should be alerting you, not causing you to jump against me on the opposite side of what is clearly, if you're stating Tracy Banks doesn't tell you everything, so why would you jump on her side and say, oh, I need behavioral health assistance?
I'm not on anyone's side but
Well, that's
yours.
what you're stating when you're
That's not
stating,
what I'm
I don't.
stating. That's
Why
what
would you
you're
be
taking.
calling behavioral health? We did not have a conversation. Well, there was nothing. Have I ever sat
Erica,
and started
I'm
foaming
sitting
at
right
the
here in
mouth?
front of
I
you.
know, and I'm speaking
But
with you.
you're loud.
No, I'm not. I'm speaking with you very clearly.
No, but I can hear you clearly.
Yeah.
But you don't have to. I'm
not
here.
yelling.
You are.
No, I'm not.
Okay, but that
you
doesn't
are
matter.
You are
The-
repeatedly speaking over me, so I have to enunciate and make sure that I'm speaking very clearly. Everything that I'm stating needs to be understood very clearly, okay? Because we very well not have an opportunity to have this discussion and perhaps gain some clarity. So when you're making decisions after not talking to me, I'm the one that you care about and you're concerned about, but there's no conversation, and you are just surprisingly, no, there was no conversation.
Before you left.
You are
Before you
continuously.
left Upland.
When you have a response,
hold on, let me finish. Before you moved out of that apartment, I talked to you. Remember,
you came in, you were
I told
helping
you.
Tracy.
No. I wasn't there physically yet. I'm talking about I talked to you on the phone because I
You
didn't
were
know
also
what was
there on
happening.
the day of
Yeah,
move-out.
I'm not talking about that.
You just talked about Upland.
I'm telling you, we spoke prior to that date because I did not know what was happening. Mom told me something. I called you, and you really didn't tell me anything. You were just like, brother, do I look like I wouldn't pay the rent? And I'm like, Erica, that's not what I'm asking.
Exactly. That was an argument between Tracy and I.
Right. I'm asking you a question because I don't understand, but I couldn't get that clarity from you then. But that was the first
That was
time.
very clear
Hold
that
on,
I
hold
was
on.
accused of not paying the rent.
That-
It was
I
real
wasn't-
simple.
Listen.
Yeah.
Hold on, you just told me I'm interrupting. What you're thinking about is not what I'm thinking about. What I'm saying to you is I called to see what was going on with you. And in that conversation with you, all I got back from you was anger and confusion, which did not give me any answer, but I had to leave it alone because I'm not there. This is between you and Mom. The thing that I did not know and I did not recognize until later in life, and more specifically around this time period, is I didn't realize, because I thought that we were older, because I had these conversations with our grandmother and our aunts, I thought that because we were older, if there was ever anything that would happen as far as like mental health, it would have happened when we were young. And they told me the same thing, like, oh, Eric, you've been through enough. If you were going to go through that.
I'm not going to entertain this nonsense.
But what I didn't know is it's hereditary. I didn't know that.
I don't receive that curse, and it's absolutely unfounded. Like I said, you're going off of what some conversation that didn't include me. Everybody's meeting at the quote-unquote family unit and discussing. You said Tommy, Allen Banks. You said Leroy wanted to come around, and Tracy.
I said that was the goal to try to help you, but that's not what happened.
Yeah, and you're assuming that there is some sort of need of help, whereas that's in your opinion, and we'll be discussing that in court.
But
the fact that you find that to be a need,
told me,
the fact that you find the need to summon the police and refer to behavioral health is defamatory in the first place. There is no need for help. You need help, to be honest with you.
We all do.
No, you need help. We're not in the same boat. And I'm going to be clear, you're also going to need legal assistance. I'm going to be very clear with you.
Well, you're my attorney.
You are engaged. No, I'm not.
Yes,
We're
you
on
are.
two different sides of the table.
You're my
And I'm
attorney.
not representing your interests.
Actually,
You are an adversary in court,
you've been my
and you're
attorney
making
my
a series
entire
of
life.
you're making a series of statements that are going to be used against you. I'm going to let you know right now.
You've been my
So
attorney
that's
my
also
entire
not
life.
a matter of
I
what
got
is
client
a
attorney
behavioral.
privilege. You can't prosecute me with
I'm not
fraud.
joking.
I'm not
so
either.
you're being funny right now.
I'm
you
not
are,
either.
and I'm dead serious.
I have.
So
You've
I
been
just
my
want to be
attorney
clear.
my entire
No,
life.
it's very
What are you
serious
talking
what you
about?
just stated. After moving out of Tracy, away from Tracy, out of my own apartment, that should have been cause for my brother, who's not looking for a way to just defame my character and blame me for
Do you
something
not
I'm
remember what you
guilty
said
of.
to us that day? You told us, this is what you told us that day. If everything would have gone the way that you wanted it to go, we would never see you. You would have disappeared, went and been off, married some white man or whoever you was talking about, and we wouldn't see you because you were ashamed of us. I had
In
never
Upland?
heard you spoke like that
In
before.
Upland?
That's what you told me. I had never heard you
where
speak
were
like
we
yes,
when I
this
said
was
that?
in Upland. The day that you moved out and you just walked down the street and I never saw you again.
That's a lie.
The day
I
that
stayed
you
in
the
the
day
apartment
no, I
after
didn't
Tracy
well, I
left,
didn't
and you
I
weren't
didn't know
there.
that.
You were helping her move out.
I didn't know that.
Didn't even happen.
But I'm saying the last time I saw
That's
you,
not even true.
The last
You
time
were there.
I saw
You were
that
trying
day,
to. You're lying because
the
you were
last time
trying
I
to
saw
speak.
you
I'm
that
gonna
day
listen.
when
Go ahead and lie.
The last time I saw
ahead
you
and
that
lie.
day when you left, you were carrying something to your car, which you parked somewhere down an alley, and I didn't see you again after that.
That's
for
a lie.
while.
You were in the apartment and you were trying to speak to me, and I was not speaking to
I'm
you.
talking about the last time
You're
I saw you
saying that I
before
made
you
a
left.
statement and I did not speak to you that day. The last day when I was moving out of the apartment on June 1st, 2018. And you're stating that I said that statement and no, I didn't. You were trying to talk to me. Erica, you kept saying my name and you and your girlfriend, whoever she was, were there, and I wasn't speaking to either one of you. I was in my bathroom, closed the door, and I locked it, and I was not speaking to you. I did not make any statement. You were there helping Tracy move out. You knew exactly the circumstance of me moving away and her moving out as well, and you're still claiming that after you called behavioral health and you didn't know where I was at, after I, as a grown adult, doesn't owe you or Tracy any sort of explanation about where I'm at as an adult, and you're engaging in what is putting out some sort of missing persons report for a grown person who doesn't owe you any information, and you're engaging in what is claiming then that you need to summon behavioral health to help me regarding what is absolutely nothing that needs to be helped. I can move away for no reason. I can move away for a reason. But it should have been known, since we're such a close-knit family, that there was something wrong when I moved away from Tracy Banks. And I moved out of that apartment and you helped her and
Erica,
you knew
I'm
that we were
sitting
moving
right
out.
here. You can talk to me.
Because you're making inflammatory statements.
I'm sitting right here.
You're sitting here and you're being disingenuous. And I stated before, I looked you dead in your eyes. I said, you know the truth and God knows that you know the truth.
I don't know what
you
truth
will
that
be
you
in
speak
court
of.
and you're going to be
I do not
forced
know what
to
truth you
divulge
speak
that
of.
truth. So
I
that's
don't
fine.
know what truth you speak
That's
of.
fine. I would play dumb if I were you as well. But it's going to be in court. I just want to be clear. This is something that is happening pursuant to the ongoing pattern of conduct. It's currently 8:57 a.m. The fake sun is remaining. The people of the state are still monitoring. The substance of this ongoing audible activity is defamatory, and it is also relevant to what is the entity that's engaging in defamation with regard to the people of the state whose name you know. Okay, this is ongoing monitoring, and this is the same entity that is acting through the same exact city of Ontario, all functions, all levels of government. And while you're documenting that pattern of conduct, see you later, Eric Corey Spencer. You have a good day. All right, this is P.O.C. This is an entity that's communicating an unlawful threat to your life and safety. I don't need any assistance getting any food or anything like that, nor have I ever needed your assistance to do that. Okay? Have a good day. This is the entity that's engaging in that pattern of conduct in a specific environment, and this is doing so as the state. Just like Tracy Banks showing up at the library, she's monitoring. Just like Eric Spencer showing up at the Ontario Town Square, being told, oh, I thought you were at the library. This is not the library. And the entity is engaged in a very precise means of what is identifying me, while the entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct. And the entity, I just want to be clear, under the fake sun, is who is Eric Corey Spencer. This is the third party that is denying defaming my character in any way, denying perjuring himself. That's going on the record, just like Tracy Banks denying knowledge of Jason Isaac Fields, denying having a sexual relationship with him, denying, or in doing so, you're denying that you engaged in conspiring against me under any circumstances. These are statements that are going to be used against the entity in court. This is the entity that's, again, monitoring while doing so, while making what are defamatory statements, while coming, sitting next to me and shedding tears. You are still engaging in the pattern of conduct. And while you're documenting the government, like I stated before, it will never be any basis to defame any target individual. And the entity, Eric Spencer, Tracy Banks, Tommy Allen Banks, and Leroy Lomaxis Spencer certainly have no basis to defame my character like they have with regard to targeting me with the state of California. Okay, Leroy Lomax Spencer's and any mental illnesses that Tracy Banks, Tommy Ellen Banks, Eric Corey Spencer, and all of them suffer from has nothing to do with Erica Lorraine Spencer. And it also has nothing to do with the hard evidence of targeting by the state, like the entity stalking by helicopter all night. What does that have to do with somebody making up information that is unsupported, lacking any history or substance regarding manufactured mental illness when you're engaging in kidnapping and criminal defamation, which is what Eric Spencer has been engaged in? Okay, this is the P.O.C. I just want to be clear, this is the entity failing at what is reaching out to me when this is a future defendant in a federal case. All right, targeting with the state. So I'm going to get this entity's license plate. I made it very clear. The entity is feigning ignorance. They're monitoring, and they're monitoring on the internet. The city of Ontario is targeting as I'm uploading evidence. The entity is monitoring on the internet. These third party, this is Eric Corey Spencer. This is a third party license, 9SNY941. He is monitoring with the state, and he is doing so with regard to what is clearly identified. No longer is he in a position of acting and feigning as though he's a loving brother concerned with my best interests. He is now clearly identified as what is an adversary in a court, in an impending court hearing, and I will be prosecuting him for engaging in kidnapping and criminal summoning, just like the people of the state do at Economy Inn, just like the people of the state do at what is OVITT Family Community Library, just like Tracy Banks did on May 29, 2025. This is the third party. Pay attention, listen to his admission regarding there has never been any information, any history whatsoever regarding prescriptions, regarding mental illness, and you're throwing that out there with regard to what was a kidnapping by the same department that's stalking me all night long in helicopter. You've already lost with regard to your intent to target me when that same agency is supposed to be the one whereby you're trying to establish mental illness, and they're also engaged in targeting me. So if someone is mentally ill, why are you harassing them with helicopters day and night? How is that helping their so-called mental illness state? All right, the entity is engaged in what is a failed effort at criminal defamation because the demons that sought to target me and criminally defame me with the people of the state who are also incriminated by that method of targeting, they engaged in what is the lack of self-control, and they overplayed their hand. Okay, and that malice is why they're going to prison, and it includes Eric Spencer, who you hear engaging in what is gang stalking me under the guise of trying to seek for some pity from me. There is no pity for any defendant. And as you heard me stating, we are adversaries with regard to a court case. All right, this is an entity that has spoken to me nothing about any court hearings that they've been a part of. You hear him stating that he has not engaged in perjuring himself. He hasn't made any defamatory statements regarding my character. But again, it is his position that it's not defamation. Regarding, so he finds it with regard to monitoring me as well with the government. That was a public conversation. Everybody's monitoring. The entity has the fake son. The entity is engaging in criminal summoning, and he is threatening my life in my presence, while also at the same time wanting to shed tears while he is maliciously targeting. That's an unlawful threat. The people of the state, this is understanding how federal law is going to operate. Those who are in your family, those who are in your social circle, those who are systematically targeting you. For example, you go to Bible study every Wednesday and Saturday night, and they are systematically monitoring you. They're going to prison. Okay, this is how the government is targeting you, and they will still use that group of Bible study attendees to defame your character. And when they all get around and they say that you're mentally ill, that's all that the entity relies on. They engage in what is kidnapping via health checks, criminal defamation by corrupt agencies who are also at the same time stalking and monitoring you, psychologically torturing you, and then you have a federal prosecution for gang stalking. This is the entity that's engaging in that, and they have done it with regard to what is theft, with regard to what is not counting on the fact that witchcraft wasn't going to cause me to fall dead. I'm healthy, alive, and well, and I'm also going to prosecute a case, and the defendant is going to be Eric Corey Spencer, okay, formally protected with regard to my knowledge and skill set and abilities, but he is identified as a clear adversary, someone that does not mean me well, and he will be suffering the penalties like any other defendant that I will be prosecuting as the state of California. Okay, this was a desperate ploy right now, just like Tracy Banks arriving yesterday and bringing food, a desperate ploy by those who have engaged in targeting. Remember, Tracy Banks is the one that kicked me out of her apartment and lied in doing so. Eric Corey Spencer on the one hand stating, oh, you're my sister and I love you, but we did call the police and behavioral health because you needed help. I needed help with what? And this is something that, again, not getting a clear answer. And once I begin going through what is relevant context, you don't just get to jump to a conclusion and forget the context. He keeps interfering. Pay attention to that. Because when I'm moving out from my apartment in Upland, California, and it's on the record, it's on YouTube, they're going to prison. I'm not talking about anything that's unsupported by evidence. The Upland Police Department are gang stalking. Just like the body of evidence shows, the city of Upland is still gang stalking. But the city of Upland is gang stalking in May of 2018. When I'm summoning the police because because Tracy Banks is attacking me, while this same family unit that cares so much about me is getting around, and they are the ones that are declaring that I need help, when Tracy Banks is the one that's monitoring. She's the one that's engaging in what is keeping me under surveillance inside of my apartment. That's the people of the state living with me in my home. That's the government that I didn't consent to, keeping me under surveillance where I live. Doing so in my apartment. My devices are being monitored. My devices and my internet use, everything that I'm looking at, she's looking at it as well. Putting a screen share on my laptop, I documented this, and as I remove, what I find is software that I didn't put on my laptop. All of a sudden my laptop is locked up and I can't use it anymore. As soon as I found that software and tried to delete it, immediately I was enabled to use my MacBook, which is relevant to ongoing suspicious conduct that I was subject to inside of my own home, my castle in Upland, California, on top of being physically attacked by Tracy Banks, who's making false allegations regarding things that are totally uncharacteristic of me. Not only do I pay all of my bills, I've never been evicted from an apartment, and she's stating in 2018, when I am beginning to pay attention to her very abnormal behavior and conduct, and she's also a demon monitoring, knowing that I'm spiritually discerning what is a wicked spirit in my home. And she's aware of this, and this is a demon that calls herself jumping ahead of me. Now, pay attention to what I'm doing right now. I'm speaking about what's spiritually happening, and I'm also talking about what is factually happening regarding her behavior. But this is a demon that knows that I'm sniffing spiritually around. I'm sniffing, and I'm discerning something is awry. While I am not outwardly making any allegations yet, and I'm just paying attention, wow, my mom is falsely accusing me of things, and then calling my brother, gossiping to my family about me, lying about things that I would never do and I've never done. I've been paying the rent in my apartment, not making my mom pay the rent. I'm paying all the bills. And I don't have a problem doing that. Like, I don't have a problem paying all the bills, and she was supposedly fired from her job. Oh, don't worry about it, Mom. I make more than enough money. I'll pay the rent and I'll pay your bills until I found it to be something that she was abusing. Okay, so, okay, I'm going to need you to pay rent, especially while I'm subject to systematic harassment as a practicing attorney in Los Angeles. It's an entity that you already know, Los Angeles, is gang stalking me. And they were doing it in the workplace, harassing me systematically. So this is directly creating an economic impact alone, by the way, for which the entity is going to compensate as well. But I just want to be clear, the entity is engaging in this conduct, and Eric Corey Spencer is stating, oh, he doesn't know what's happening. He knows exactly what happened. He was there helping Tracy move out. He's a demon in there talking to me on the day, on June 1st, 2018, trying to speak with me, and I was not talking to him because I'm aware of what it is that they are and what I was subject to. They were gang stalking, they were targeting me, had a group of strangers congregated around the apartment day and night. Okay, this is a very threatening environment. The people of the state that are gang stalking now, they were monitoring me in my apartment in Upland, California, and I documented what is criminal summoning by Upland Police Officer Nakamura and Turner arriving, and the fake sun is over my head in Upland. How was that when the fake sun is rising and setting in at Ontario Town Square, by the way, on Euclid Avenue, all right, when you're comparing the P.O.C. In May of 2025, where's the fake sun? It's over Tracy Banks' apartment. That is not the natural environment. If it's over what is Redwood Apartments, where Officer Nakamura and Turner are in my presence, pursuant to the pattern of conduct, you can hear in that video that I'm capturing in May of 2025, the entity is stalking by helicopter. You can hear it. The entity has a fake sun over my head. You can see it. And their engineered light is in my apartment on the ceiling. You can see that as well. This is the P.O.C. before I documented and coined it the P.O.C. You can review my evidence, and the entity's been targeting demons, including Eric Spencer, in that apartment, knowing exactly what happened because he was there when I was not speaking to him, and he's lying, talking about some statement that was never made. I didn't even address him on the first, and I didn't address Tracy Banks either. We moved and separated on bad terms. That's why I called the police in May, because she attacked me. And you can look that up on YouTube, where I'm showing you the emails and the police report number, and I have raw scratches on my chest where Tracy Banks, a demon, clawed me. And I mean clawed, drew blood, scratched my chest. It's on the internet. We didn't, and this is the entity that's, again, as a tight-knit, loving, concerned family. They're getting together talking about, I need help. That's the entity that's criminally defaming you. And I've already established every other aspect of the criminal pattern of conduct, from the Ontario police to the so-called behavioral health to the so-called people of the state, in the specific environment where this malicious demon, going by the name of Eric Corey Spencer, nothing other than the entity whose name I know, who's going to prison. He's going to federal prison. And this is also a desperate ploy. The entity, again, unprepared for what is a federal prosecution for that which they have summoned upon themselves, because he has never been confronted with what is the attorney that's going to prosecute him in federal court. He's never met that version of myself. And that's every statement that he's made, I'm going to use it against him. I'm going to use it against the entity, because they've already made statements that are sitting on the record. Just like Tracy Banks did in her apartment, everything that she said, don't forget about what she said, because when that demon's just running off with the mouth, remember, she's thinking that I'm going to be dead in 2 months. She's thinking that I'm just going to die of asphyxiation in my sleep. She's thinking that all this voodoo that she's doing and this voodoo doll is going to cause me to just stop breathing. And guess what? It didn't happen. That's why she made all those foolish statements, never counting on the fact that it was going to be used against her. Also, the evidence of the city of Ontario targeting me with her, never going to be used against her, because she thought she was going to step into my skin and take over my body of evidence. None of that's happening. And the entity is prosecuting itself while Eric Spencer and Tracy Banks engage in criminal summoning with the Ontario Police Department, engaging in what is committing what is kidnapping as an entity seeking to criminally defame, all right, in order to, with a secret conservatorship that Tracy Banks maintains. All right, this is Eric Spencer stating nothing, and you can see where he's going. He's going to feign ignorance. Oh, I don't know. She didn't tell me. This is all that he's going to do. I guarantee he's going to. I don't know. Tracy didn't tell me. You know, you do whatever. You get your day in court. He's going to prison. He's going to federal prison. This is an entity that's engaging in that, and coming into my presence is an unlawful threat to my life. The government has no person that has any right to be in my presence, not even the demons working inside of Wells Fargo. Do you understand that? The entity is monitoring. So now you're being confronted with the pattern of conduct. The entity is doing so with knowledge of the fact that I stated very clearly, I'm going to prosecute you. And they are, again, in clear defiance of that, coming right into my presence via Eric Corey Spencer, sitting right next to me, and I'm documenting it because I'm going to prosecute, and the entity is engaging in that pattern of conduct with regard to what is communicating a threat, while you're sitting there even shedding tears, disingenuous tears under the fake sun, disingenuous tears and conversation, which is audible activity, in the specific environment, while the same exact city of Ontario is gang stalking. Okay, that is a third-party license of Eric Spencer that I read again, engaging in targeting me with Tracy Banks, engaging in kidnapping on more than one occasion, engaging in criminal defamation. This is the entity that's maintaining a fraudulent marriage to me on paper. Oh, but yet I need help. I need mental assistance. Don't forget how they're engaging what is marrying me on paper, so that they can have what is ties to me financially, while they're seeking to establish through a fake conservatorship, so that they can establish mental illness through demons like San Bernardino County License 1589945, gang stalking, doing so under the fake sun, just like they are at the Ramada by Wyndham, under the fake sun, just with the Ontario Police stalking by helicopter, just like they are when they are gang stalking in Chino, California, under the fake sun, engaging in surveillance, and that same agency engaging in what is criminal defamation. I want to be clear, they're going to prison. Those that are present engaging in kidnapping with the Ontario Police, be prepared to go to federal prison. There is a large pool of defendants who are going to prison for kidnapping with the Ontario Police with regard to this failed sacrifice, which relied on defaming my character so that they can steal my money and property, so that they can falsely depict my character and discard what is the substantive evidence of targeting and surveillance in the United States and targeting myself. But I want to point out some logic to you. First of all, there is this. The entity has failed. You're not defaming when you have evidence of somebody stalking you, and then the stalker's like, I'm not stalking. They're crazy. All you're going to do is show your pictures and your video of that stalker stalking you, and you're going to get a prosecution. So the entity is engaging in, and that's relevant to malice, but the entity is engaging in, so this is the entity's tactic, and the entity is doing it because the entity surmises that because of its position, because of numerosity, that it's going to overpower and outweigh and supersede, and none of that is the case. In fact, you're going to be prosecuted even more profusely because you are engaging in gang stalking, which is committed in furtherance of murder, having a motive to steal from me, steal my creations, all right, steal my property, steal my identity. Okay, how much money has Eric Corey Spencer already received from money and property that belongs to me? This is an entity that's engaging in, these are the relevant facts when the entity is, through Eric Corey Spencer, coming in my presence, having no shelter whatsoever, communicating a very serious unlawful threat. And San Bernardino County is going to be prosecuted. San Bernardino County's gang stalking on the roads and the highways. San Bernardino County's gang stalking at the 1627 East Holt Boulevard TAD office. San Bernardino County is gang stalking at the Fontana Lewis Library. This is the entity that's engaging in targeting with the Ontario Police Department kidnapping by virtue of presence, and that's supposed to tag on, oh, mental illness because behavioral health is there. That's criminal defamation. That's what the entity is doing, trying to weave in mental illness into the narrative when they are targeting under all circumstances. The stalker claiming that you're mentally ill. When they're stalking you, you document the stalker, and then you're going to prosecute for the malice of that psychopath. That's not somebody that doesn't know that that's somebody that is stalking you, and they have the audacity, lacking any evidence and proof, that you are mentally ill. If I'm not mentally ill, if you're stalking, it's mutually exclusive. And this is the entity that's engaging in that. Again, San Bernardino County is monitoring with Wells Fargo at 240 North Euclid Avenue under the fake sun, which is still here after 6 p.m., shining, stalking, and alignment to me inside of the OVITT Family Community Library, where Eric Corey Spencer is present, engaging and targeting me and thinking that shedding tears is going to change the future prospects of prison, and it's not. Okay? This is P.O.C. Alrighty, this is the entity that's engaging in what is stalking. Pay attention. P.O.C. Crossing path. And this is what Eric Corey Spencer is engaging in while he's here shedding tears, disingenuous regarding audible activity, while he is monitoring with the people of the state, doing so with the state actor. I want to be clear, the entity, as it's referred to, arrives in crossing path. That's San Bernardino County, on the record, gang stalking on the roads and the highways in Chino, California, doing so while I'm on Route 83. The entity gang stalking with the Ontario Police Department via helicopter at 12:51 in the afternoon at Ramada by Wyndham. This is evidence that you're going to refer to because the entity is going to federal prison for criminal defamation upon kidnapping, needing to defame my character in doing so. And while that same agency is engaged in, or that same state actor is engaged in state targeting, this is the entity that's going to be shut down. It's not behavioral health. They're engaged in kidnapping and psychological torture. San Bernardino County represents the same corrupt entity. License 1589945 is San Bernardino County. Let me show you that logo. And I want to be clear, engaging in what is presence is the communication of what is a threat and ongoing psychological torture. Don't forget, San Bernardino County commits kidnapping at the OVITT Family Community Library, where the sun in a natural environment would not be present, first of all, at what is 9:16 a.m. and it's still over me over there, east of this address, at 10:29 a.m., where the Ontario Police Department are kidnapping with that same agency. Okay, Officer Guerrero, who's going to prison, Officer Watson, who's going to prison. That gang of demons at the entry are under the fake sun, the same fake sun that's through this window of this library at 6:02 p.m., still shining in alignment to me, just like this, while I'm sitting inside of that library. San Bernardino County is engaged in targeting, and this is not establishing mental illness while you're stalking at San Bernardino County as an agency. This is the entity that's engaged in targeting, and this is what Eric Spencer is engaged in this morning. Disingenuous. That's relevant to the malice, the threat posed by gang stalking family members and friends. You're going to prison. This is how domestic terrorists are going to be targeted. This is P.O.C. It's currently 9:17 a.m. The entity is keeping the fake sun at 9:16 a.m. Don't forget, when I am in an entirely different city. The Ontario Police Department in the city of Ontario, however, is in Ontario. But this is not over the Ontario Police Department. We're San Bernardino County, that's gang stalking with the Ontario Police Department, are monitoring. The sun would also, like the evidence shows, would still not be at the same Ontario town square, which it is, where the city of Ontario, and showing by evidence the San Bernardino County is engaged in gang stalking, okay? The entity is engaging in this, and the fake sun is over me in an entirely different city at 9:16 a.m. This is where an entity is engaging in stalking in planes, and did so via Eric Corey Spencer. Everything that he stated is documented via podcast, and it's audible activity. You're going to federal prison. This is P.O.C. All right, this is P.O.C. The entity, like I stated, Eric Corey Spencer is the same entity, and he's been engaged in maliciously targeting me with Tracy Banks. Tracy Banks has shown her true colors, not only amongst other people, not only with the federal government, but with regard to what I documented while being in her presence and subject to this pattern of conduct at Woodside Senior Apartments. And also at my apartment in Upland, California, which is on the record. You can look it up yourself. You can go to my website at thisisthepoc.wordpress.com in May of 2018. And it's not the entire month, so you will see pretty much the only date that's available in May of 2018, what I documented with regard to the Upland Police Department engaging in criminal monitoring pursuant to criminal summoning. As I am calling the police on Tracy, the police are still subject to a federal prosecution for criminal summoning. They're not law enforcement, they're engaged in monitoring, and this is the threat with regard to the people of the state that are threatening American citizens, engaging in criminal summoning of what are gang members who commit murder when you call the police for your protection, and they're not there to protect you. They're not engaging in protection, and they're not engaged in law enforcement. The Ontario police have shown you what the police in California and what police departments, law enforcement in this country are engaged in, and it's criminal surveillance, targeting American citizens, and they are also the Nephilim. The entity, speaking through Eric Corey Spencer, is far, far insufficient with regard to any sort of legitimate basis of establishing any sort of, first of all, ignorance. While you didn't mean to defame, oh, I don't even want to use that. He doesn't want to go toward that term, defamation. But why are we talking about behavioral health? And it's unfounded with regard to us moving out. We're such, on the one hand, a tight-knit family, but on the other hand, I moved out from our mom. I moved away from her. So us being a tight-knit family, that doesn't mean calling all of a sudden outsiders when we haven't even had a conversation. But what is there to converse about? In reality, this is the P.O.C., but what is there to converse about even in their alternate reality when they would like to try to establish a narrative where they're both innocent and they were just calling the police because they were trying to help the police that are gang stalking. But the entity is engaging through Eric Spencer, stating that we needed to get you help when Tracy Banks is attacking me, when I am moving out of the apartment after she's attacking me, when I'm calling the police and she is psychotic, burying herself in her room to avoid being arrested for attacking me. And the police allow that to happen because they're not going to make an arrest under any circumstances anyway. They come and kidnap me when the entity lies about me harassing them. They come and kidnap me when the entity lies about molesting children. This is the entity that Eric Corey Spencer is a part of. He committed kidnapping with the Ontario police. He's going to federal prison. They have what are no tools with regard to coming around me and avoiding a federal prosecution. It doesn't exist. The government's engaging in surveillance through everyone and everywhere. And moreover, Eric Corey Spencer is the closest that they can come to with regard to thinking, oh man, who can we get to go talk to her? And it's nobody. No one. Absolutely no one. This is why everybody's already been cut off. And the entity would like to use what is self-preservation and protection in a federal prosecution pursuant to facts and evidence as what is nothing other than calumny, hearsay, regarding unsupported, unsubstantiated defamation. Oh, she's mentally ill and that's why she's not talking to us. And we're concerned about a grown adult who doesn't have to tell you anything about where I'm going and what I'm doing. And it doesn't give you a basis to put out any sort of concern about me. I'm a grown woman and I've been nurturing Eric Corey Spencer and taking care of him as his older sister. He doesn't do anything for me. He's the younger sibling. He's the one that I was looking out for, and he knows that. And the Lord God knows. The Lord God knows himself. But there's going to be a federal prosecution, a reckoning. But the Lord God also knows, and that's why the entity is going to be subject to this level of judgment, okay? It is currently, by the way, when you're hearing Brightview engaging in audible activity, that video speaking to the fake son, this is the malice behind what is Eric Corey Spencer's disingenuous method of audible activity creation, monitoring his sister, his so-called quote-unquote sister. Okay, that's the entity that's conspiring your murder. You need to understand that Satan will cloak himself in any and everyone. And like Scripture says, who the Lord God himself said, who is my mother and brother, but he who does the will of my Father. That is a wake-up call to wake up. That's a wake-up call. Do not be ignorant of the devices of the enemy. Those closest to you, in your household is what the Bible says. Those will be the one to betray you. In your own household. Look up. Do not be caught off guard. Do not be caught off guard. Do not be caught unprepared. Okay? This is an entity that is engaging in nothing other than what are desperate attacks. And you look absolutely foolish trying to defame someone like me. With my, and I'm not bragging, but I'm just going to be clear, someone with my level of integrity, with my level of ability, with the full body of evidence, and you're still repeating those utterances, that's because the entity is desperate, and they also know there is no way to go back on the things that you've already said. They're on the record. There's no going back. There is no going back. And the entity is very foolish. I'm documenting them stalking me all night long, and then the next morning you're going to have Eric Corey Spencer sit next to me. He's going to federal prison, ladies and gentlemen. This is the entity that's gang stalking you by your family. This is establishing precedent. Gang stalking family members, gang stalking friends, gang stalking colleagues. You're going to prison. Alrighty, as soon as I say this is P.O.C, Southwest Airlines, that's gang stalking the Ontario International Airport, gang stalking the entire time with Eric Corey Spencer. That is Tracy Banks, Tommy Allen Banks, Leroy Lomaxis Spencer, those who are targeting, by the way, across state lines all the way in West Virginia, okay? Monitoring me when I'm in Los Angeles via communication devices, using the cell phones. Eric Spencer and Leroy Lomaxis Spencer are monitoring. They're engaged in federal stalking with the state of California, and they're doing so. And the moment that I say P.O.C, that the entity is monitoring to, that conversation with Eric Corey Spencer was a malicious guise of the pattern of conduct. And the moment that I say P.O.C, the same demonic pattern of conduct, and this is the entity that, again, it's exposed itself. This is very pathetic, and it's embarrassing with regard to what the demons have done, with regard to their failed plot, with regard to the malice. And the demons are also embarrassed by their level of targeting someone, because the question is, why would you do all that? They're embarrassed by that. I just want to be clear on that. So you're talking about what is the P.O.C. Eric Corey Spencer is a part of the ceaseless pattern of conduct, and with knowledge, not ignorant. No one is ignorant under the fake sun. He's living in Oakland, California. There's a fake sun in Oakland, California, not just a fake sun. The entity is maintaining what is a light source over me while I'm being targeted. And the fact that I'm sure it's not dark every day in Oakland, California. The entity, it was when I was out there and I was being monitored in Oakland, California, the entity was a bright, sunny day, okay? The entity is maintaining a fake sun that is not the sky, that's not over anywhere in Sacramento, in Riverside, California, over Alvarado Gardens in LA, over the United States Supreme Court, over the California Supreme Court, and sitting over the Ontario Town Square all day long, where Southwest Airlines is gang stalking, the Ontario International Airport is gang stalking with Eric Corey Spencer, who came to this venue, and your own co-defendants, they betray you while they provide evidence against you, and the malice with which you target your own flesh and blood. Those are the demons that are engaging in gang stalking, the Nephilim. This is P.O.C. It is currently 9:25 a.m. (7MBF 494) 7Z13092 64406 Edward 4. And they are indeed monitoring. As I document their license plate, the entity engaged in the predictable pattern of conduct of stalking with planes, which Wells Fargo is participating in, facilitating. License 6MMU324, license 14552G3, license 8ATF963, license 6LSK166. Remember when I'm at Wells Fargo on Sunday morning at 11 after going to the city, the multiple cities, and the fake sun is over me at 11 o'clock in the morning? And it is over me as I'm arriving in the morning at 7. 8WVW771. That's the pattern of conduct. Wells Fargo is going to be prosecuted like every other corrupt business. A massive means of criminal facilitation is what corrupt businesses are engaging in, while the state practices surveillance, gang stalking. And it's a practice because it's demonic activity. That's why, in other words, that's why I describe it in those terms, because it's demonic activity. License 9UIA128. Amazon Prime, gang stalking in operation of a communication device holding a package is a prop. The same P.O.C. License plate. This third party's license 8GKU514. It's 9:44 a.m. The fake sun's over me at the Montclair Transit Center, where I'm documenting the California Department of Rehabilitation and, the documentation of the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, and they're gang stalking at the Metrolink, not the Montclair Transit Center, pardon me, while I am capturing video of that at approximately 9:54 a.m. I'm capturing video at 10 a.m. as I'm aboard the bus. That fake sun leaves Montclair over me while I'm aboard Omnitrans, but Route 83 is driving back and forth every hour. And there's no sun that's moving in the windows of those buses. But when I'm on Route 83, both at 7 in the morning when I leave and go to different cities and return during the 11 a.m., that fake sun on the same Route 83 into the city of Chino and from the city of Upland, where the entities engaged in targeting. Okay, doing so as corrupt businesses as well, including Omnitrans, which is engaged in business on the roads and the highways. That's interstate commerce. That's state surveillance. That's demonic activity. That is malice. Okay, it's 9:45 a.m. This is at the Ontario Town Square. This is P.O.C. Stalking. There you go. Hovering. Hovering. And I just documented all the license plates at Wells Fargo. And then as I uploaded all those demons' license plate I documented, they go and pace around, driving out of the parking lot. And the entity is, again, monitoring evidence, and it is over. And as the entity is monitoring evidence regarding the fact knowledge that it's over, the entity engages in more conduct, manifesting the end, 9PXA737, stalking with an airport, in furtherance of murder. And so is Wells Fargo, the city of Ontario, maintaining light around the perimeter. All right, this is the entity. You already saw the fake 9 a.m., just like you saw the fake moon over me on this same street last night. And what happened moments later? The next video, the fake moon is gone. The fake sun is still right here. You already know what's going on as I walk here to the OVITT Family Community Library. The fake sun moves east to sit over this entrance until the end of the day, where at 6 p.m. it's aiming through the same entrance into directly into what is my location where I'm sitting at the computer, where a bunch of demons are stalking. And they use planes and helicopters. That's how vital, that's how invested the entity is in accomplishing murder, doing so through systematic and unabated program of psychological torture, where the Ontario International Airport is going to be removed. It's going to be shut down for engaging in what is facilitation of public violence. That's what this is. Stalking, federal stalking by demons with a corrupt body of government. P.O.C. It's 9:57 a.m. I want to be clear. It is over for the government that's been engaged in terrorism, and the entity has manifested that end, that conclusive and decisive end. That's going to be a matter of what is publicly televised as well. P.O.C. License 7641-204, 9RQM. These are demons that are pacing. 9RQM 686. POC 76412D4. POC. All right, there's an entity again. Another one. There's no takeoff hovering 280 North Limit Apartments. And there's no sun that is rising and shining at this address. And it's also not published on the Ontario International website. And that is the entity that's gang stalking pursuant to what is real-time monitoring of the evidence. And this is Eric Corey Spencer that's coming and speaking as this entity. He's going to prison. He engaged in defaming. Gang stalking somebody while trying to defame their character is a bad plan. It doesn't work when you have the evidence of targeting. It's mutually exclusive, and you're going to prison for that level of malice with the government. And gang stalking with the whole public entity, that's again somebody that is targeting with malice. That's what Eric Spencer and Tracy Banks, Tommy Allen Banks, Pete Banks, that's his name. That's what they represent, malice of the government. This is POC. It's 9:58 a.m. and that's the same for Jason Isaac Fields, Tracy Banks' sex partner, Eric's peer. They were in the same grade in high school, and Tracy Banks has been having sex with him for years, co-conspiring. My death, stealing from me, maintaining a marriage to me on paper, while gang stalking. You're going to prison. This is POC. It's 9:58 a.m. All right, just as is the case, City of Ontario is stalking from place to place. They are monitoring right now. The demons are inside of the library. The demons are always gang stalking around the library when I'm there, and they are engaging in a ceaseless pattern of conduct, and everybody's waiting outside of the entrance doors, monitoring with the entity that's stalking with planes as a corrupt municipality, and they're going inside of the OVITT Family Community Library to maintain that criminal system. That's what's relevant regarding what is targeting by the Ontario Board and the Ontario Executive Team that are going to be removed for public corruption upon what is domestic terrorism and psychological torture and furtherance of murder, which Tracy Banks and Eric Spencer, Tommy Allen Banks, and all of them have planned. And Jason Isaac Fields, again, somebody that's totally irrelevant. He's not even a fake family member. He's just Tracy Banks' sex partner. He's not even a friend of mine. I don't even talk to him. But the entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct, and they're engaging inside of the OVITT Family Community Library. Where Mickey. Hi, Mickey. How are you? I'm excellent. This is the entity engaging in monitoring inside of the venue of the library, where you're being targeted with impossible light, 6 p.m. They are engaged in the POC. They hold the hands of little children while they engage in that as well. These are 6 predators engaging in surveillance in the bathroom, running inside of the bathroom to maintain presence, running to the back of the library to maintain presence, running into all corners of the library to maintain ongoing surveillance. In the same way that you're looking at and listening to the entity stalking with planes and helicopters, it's the prosecution of the kidnappers of OVITT, because they're going to prison. Okay, this is the entity that has manifested, like I stated, a very conclusive and specific end, and it's also going to be televised. This is POC. It is 10:01 a.m. Alrighty, so the images that you see captured inside of the same facilitating venue, OVITT Family Community Library, is nothing other than a label placed on a building where the same pattern of conduct is underway. The voice you hear is Lindsay. She's engaged in harassment. The entity is engaged in sensational activity creation with all the other demon-possessed gang stalking patrons. The demon gang stalking on computer number 3, the demon gang stalking on computer number 2, and then the next demon gang stalking at computer number 2, the African-American. They're all engaged in the same pattern of conduct, harassment as an entity, all sitting in Engineer Light, all stalking with the entity that's maintaining planes and helicopter. They're sitting inside, engaging in surveillance together, and the noise is maintained by the psychopaths that pace in and out of the administration door, for example. Do so while they're triggered, also while I'm documenting and publishing evidence that they're keeping under surveillance. The entity is engaging in that which they have at their disposal because they're not flying planes and helicopters inside of the library. They are under the same engineer light. They are under the fake sun. They are engaging in what is surveillance inside of a bathroom, which is relevant to what is psychopathic and sexually perverted means of surveillance on behalf of the government, which proves that they're all stalking in the building. The entities engaging in this while they are engaging in what is a method of ongoing harassment. As I use my device, a demon is engaging in what is maintaining ongoing shaking of the desk. This is a method of hitting me, by the way. These are passive-aggressive psychopaths. The entity is going to be hit with federal cases. So the entity is engaging in conduct, and this is harassment, and I'm going to prosecute the government that's cussing at you, calling you names, harassing you while you're documenting, the government that's engaging in what is means of harassing you while you're documenting it, and they're keeping it all under surveillance, doing it under the guise of the demons that are employed at the venue, and the demons that are doing nothing other than gang stalking by coming into the venue. And now all of that is the pattern of conduct because they're all doing it in engineer light. So you can claim all day long you're looking for Humpty Dumpty, you're doing so in the specific environment, which is speaking to a psychopath that's delusional. You're going to be prosecuted under the law. It's 11:38 a.m. This is documentation of harassment by both the employees and the patrons, who are all the same demonic entity harassing together. Surrounding with regard to ongoing the demons that are engaging in stalking with noise, the demons that are engaging in what are hitting with regard to shaking, jerking the table, and these are demons that are hostile because I'm uploading it onto Facebook. You'll see that. I'm uploading it onto X. You'll see that, and it's uploaded onto YouTube. And I will be also publishing the podcast with regard to the comprehensive evidence to put psychopaths that engage in the outward demonstration of mental illness, such as pacing in a building, pacing with ongoing noise, with regard to what are timestamps as they use those cards, opening and closing the door, standing at the door, just opening and closing it, pacing inside of the building with regard to stalking someone and not engaging in what is actually relevant to an actual job. And this is proving the intent because they're working in engineer light. So you can claim, oh, I was actually stalking the books. And the malice, the malicious intent behind that is to do so as an entity. And you're going to be committed. You're going to be diagnosed with this conduct that they're engaging in, and understand that these are spirits, the same lack of self-control flying over me all night long at F Street in Euclid, published on the internet, prosecuting the entity, including the demons inside of the OVITT Family Community Library. It's 11:39 a.m. It's P.O.C. Alrighty, the demons of the OVITT Family Community Library pacing around like hollowed out zombies while impossible light flashes on the wall. These are demons that know that they're being documented, stalking through the administration door, engaging in another tactic of the same, all focusing on harassing me. They're going to prison for kidnapping. These are the mentally ill, engaging in conduct which is to their own demise. They're on surveillance cameras. I'm on computer number 1. You're looking at what is pacing. All of them are pacing, but you're looking at pacing back and forth from the desk area. Engineer light is flashing all across. These are demons engaging in targeting and stalking, just like demons do in the planes and the helicopters, under what is all circumstances engineer light, impossible light activity. This is ongoing terrorism by OVITT Family Community Library at 1:13 p.m. P.O.C.
Okay, so put her on hold. That means it's on people's radars. It's not going fast. Do you know how to suggest it? Do you want to try for the ebook or the e-audiobook? I mean, ebook, e-audiobook. You could have it like 10-day probably. I mean, I could do the Well, so we have it on our radar. It depends on how bad you want to read it. You want to read it? I can show you how to suggest it today. You could probably have it and read it over the weekend. For us, we have like paperwork that we follow through with on when we can't, when we need to replace it. Sometimes it takes time, sometimes it doesn't. We order from Amazon, but we're like all in competition with each other for spending the money on the credit card, and then a bunch of stuff. Then I would say keep that hold, and then it was fantasy, right? Fiction? Oh, fiction. It's easy to start a card there. It's the same process as here. But it's not too bad. Pretty much everywhere in California, unless it's Huntington Library, you can start a library card for free if you live in California. So like I go visit family up north in Northern California, and I'm like, time to get a library card. So yeah. Now fancy libraries, no, you gotta live there or you gotta pay them. Huntington Library, gardens and museums, stuff like that. But most places around here in the Inland Empire, Southern California, most of Northern California, you can just start a card anywhere. And what that does is that gives you access to different things depending on which library you're going to. So like say for example, I think it's LA County has something called, what is it? Cybernauts. They have a thing like if you're trying to figure something out digitally and you want help, you can either call someone, text someone, or talk or message someone online, and they'll help you figure out what you're trying to do. So each city has a, because they're all different demographics, they have different things.
See, it's 447.
I think it's Diamond Bar has like a
The entity that's engaged in monitoring is engaged in what is harassment. The computer that I'm on turning off, no indication, no warning. And they're monitoring under the fake sun right now while they are focusing on me. Hey, Abby, do you know why the computer just shut off? Yeah, it didn't give, yeah, I know, like, no, but it doesn't give a 10-minute warning or anything. Huh? It just shut off.
I know we have a ticket for you. If you can give me your library card number, I can put you back in and see if it'll get you back in.
Okay, I was just thinking that that's weird. Are you guys having problems with the computers or something?
Verizon is having some kind of outages here in the area, and it's affecting internet and
Oh,
phone
Verizon?
service all through the area.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because it happened when I was on computer number 5 the other day also.
Or maybe they've had more than what they told us
Uh-huh.
today.
It is P.O.C. under the fake sun. Well, okay, I'll give you my library number while they know that I'm selecting pictures of them to put them on Instagram. The entity, again, messing with my Facebook account and getting pop-ups blocking me out of my account. This is relevant to federal stalking. This is how you're monitoring. The same thing with regard to, like I said, it's analogous to the Google account creation. You don't need a phone number to create a Google account, which is what I use, which is why demons will be interested in obstructing access, because I'm publishing evidence onto that so that you, the world, can look at it and see the faces of the demons that are embarrassed at the OVITT Family Community Library. These demons seem to have some sort of high sense of themselves. They're nothing other than vagina monitoring psychopaths. They're demons. They're psychopaths sitting around stalking an engineer light inside of a building for over 8 hours. I don't know what they think they are, but as they're being documented on Facebook, the entity has the audacity to interfere with my First Amendment right and the protection of myself by interfering with my ability to access a Facebook account. I just want to be clear. This is they're going to prison for these things. The government is not going to silence you while it's trying to kill you, while it's stalking you and harassing and terrorizing you. It's just not going to do it, and these psychopaths are doing that. It's federal stalking. It's on the venue of the internet. It's the same exact pattern of conduct, and then you're engaging in what is harassment. The computer inexplicably turns off, no warning. All right, no, it always gives you a prompt. None of that. It just turns off, which I immediately know because the content I'm listening to in my ear stops. I mean, it's while I'm happen to be picking pictures of these demons that are employees, the Demon Possessed Administration at the OVITT Family Community Library. You will see the images uploaded to the Google Drive. You will see them uploaded onto X and on what is Instagram. And my interference with my Facebook page is an ongoing threat to my life, which I'm going to prosecute for. I'm literally going to quantify the access that I am dispossessed of with regard to a threat to my life, and the entity is going to be prosecuted for it. I am publishing this criminal monitoring conduct at OVITT under the fake sun. That's remaining, so it's not a Verizon failure. It's not. That's audible activity in engineer light. This is the same library where you see sunlight reaching out to me like a decrepit hand, stalking me in the middle of the floor space of this library at 6 o'clock in the evening. And the fake sun's over the entrance where I enter at 10 o'clock in the morning. Okay, that's when you're talking about what is nothing other than audible activity. When I happen to be documenting you on the venue of the internet where you're obstructing my access to my platform in order to prosecute you, and then you're chasing me down with helicopters in the middle of the night, you're going to prison. This is the absurdity of that. You're going to want all those facts connected. You're going to prison for that. But this is P.O.C. This is Abby. That's engaging in that, and you will see their images. These are the entity that's engaging in conduct, and as though you're going to see you later, have a good one. The entity that's engaging in this, monitoring my vagina, and then interfering with access to my Facebook account. All right, you're going to be in federal court for these types of things. It's surveillance. Okay, they have a library full of defendants. They're all on surveillance cameras. Everybody's here stalking Erica, Lorraine, Spencer, everybody. They're all under the crime scene, and the feds are watching. I'm detailing what they're doing on the inside, and you're going to prison for these things. Okay, it's currently 4:51 p.m. This is P.O.C. That's criminal summoning under the same fake sun that Eric Corey Spencer was monitoring me with this same city of Ontario with this morning. They're monitoring the very damning evidence. And at this moment right now, 6:07 p.m., you'll see the image of the fire truck. That's Michael GERKEN stalking, monitoring, being a demon also, engaging in surveillance, and that's what's going to remove that fire department. It's not a fire department. It is exposed as actually an enemy of the United States. The homegrown domestic terrorists are being exposed while they're engaging in this pattern of conduct. But I want to be clear, the moment that you heard those sirens sound again, it's when they drive right here past what is the intersection where I'm standing, where the C Street turn circle is. That's called stalking in the path with light and sound at the same time, where the fake sun. I just captured it as I walk out at 6:01, 6:02 p.m. You know why they're monitoring? These demons get in a frenzy. They're monitoring with regard to the impulsive light activity on the inside coming toward me in the depths of that library, where they engaged in monitoring my Facebook account as though there's some sort of fraudulent conduct that is suspicious regarding my Facebook. This is monitoring. And when thousands of people are playing with your account, have access to your password, are at the same time engaging in what is monitoring, that's exactly how you accomplish that, by the way. That's the entity that sounds sirens as I capture at the same time, 6 p.m., the fake sun that was over me this morning in the presence of Eric Corey Spencer, who's going to federal prison. That was a malicious state actor acting in furtherance of my murder, defaming me in a courtroom with that malicious purpose in mind, with the demons that are sounding sirens, by the way, doing so under a fake sun that's still present at the same address, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 hours later. And the entity is inside of the OVITT Family Community Library, where they are being demons. They're all pacing around right now. This is what they're doing inside of the OVITT Family Community Library, 9TAK330, criminal summoning. That's a male engaging in what is pacing with the rest of, these are cockroaches just operating vehicles. AMR is the other cockroach that's creating, these are demons manifesting. That's it. Demons are manifesting. License 6VSW313. And this is what they're doing when I'm naked in the bathroom and everybody knows, and they're pacing around under a fake sun. They're pacing inside of the venue in engineered light, and they're all together engaging in what is sexually gratifying for perverts and psychopaths and co-conspirators of murder, the demons, engaging in what is sexually violating the targeted individual. The demon-possessed are sexually obsessed with that targeted individual, and they engage in monitoring your vagina, maintaining amplified noise inside of that bathroom while they're pacing, just like they are right now outside. This is what they're doing when they are all jointly aware. That is the inhumane sexual violence committed by a public entity engaging in what is targeting, just like American Medical Response, the Ontario Fire Department are committing. And they committed this under the fake sun. This is also evidence putting Eric Corey Spencer in federal prison. He's going to prison for being of a familial relationship to me. I just want to be clear. He's going to federal prison because he's done much more than that in furtherance of murdering me as an entity. That's still gang stalking. That was quite audacious what the entity committed today via Eric Corey Spencer. And he's going to prison. He's monitoring with 7TOM 621. Monitoring with the City of Ontario. Monitoring with license 7SAR 688. All together acting to engage in psychological torture, targeting, hoping, plotted that it was going to cause me to appear as being mentally ill, when actually the demons are shown, especially in this circus light that I took screenshots of, which caused the demons of the fire department and the ambulance to engage in manifesting with light activity and audible activity. Those are demons that have access to emergency vehicles that they're going to be stripped from. 6XFS 392. The impossible light activity is inside of the OVITT Family Community Library. And this screenshot, I'm going to go ahead and quote it on this podcast because I want you to go take a good gander at it. The entity is going to be prosecuted regarding criminal monitoring and repeated acts of criminal summoning, ongoing terrorism inside and outside of the venue, which is relevant to what I'm subject to inside of the venue. And the entities engage in what is kidnapping also at the OVITT Family Community Library. And inside of the OVITT Family Community Library, August 8th at 6 p.m., you will see impossible light activity stretching across the depths of the library. 8GME529 is stalking as an entity that's also engaging in the same conduct, stalking inside of the library at 6 p.m., the evidence of it, the true purpose and intent of everyone in there, the true nature of everyone being demons, also exposing the fact that they're sex offenders, also exposing the fact that they're gang stalkers, also knowledgeable regarding the legal conclusion conspiracy to murder is underway by government when you're gang stalking, all known by the presence of impulsible light inside of the library at 6 p.m. And I gave you a screenshot of what's occurring today upon my exit of this same entry, where this so-called sunlight that's not even going through what is the front door. Again, neither would it naturally. For it to appear inside of the library at 6 p.m. when I'm inside on computer station number 1, it is impossible light activity. And that is speaking to what is intent to target with light, which is not naturally occurring, which is relevant to what is monitoring, which is what demons are doing while they sit around engaging in surveillance, not engaging in any lawful employment at a library for the city. All right, and they're engaging in what is also not going to be tolerated. Oh, the government is certainly not going to engage in conspiring, murdering American citizens, and then just destroy their social media accounts so they can't report to the feds where they're being targeted, where they're being hunted down like animals so that the government can muzzle them and take them out, and then report it on the news like they're just some crack overdose, homeless transient that nobody cares about, and they did it to themselves. No, you're going to prison for these things. What with the OVITT Family Community Library is engaging in, you're going to federal prison for these very serious federal offenses. It's happening to me so that everybody understands what shall not be tolerated in the United States by the government, by the states, by the U.S. government that is engaged in targeting American citizens through a whole population. This is terrorism in the reverse. As opposed to one person engaging in what is terrorizing a population, you have a population terrorizing one person. And you will under no circumstances engage in what the OVITT Family Community Library, having committed kidnapping, engaging in the perpetual sex offense, engaging in documented psychological torture, harassment, and terrorism, and sexual violence with circus light. Impossible light activity is what it's referred to, and it is direct evidence that everybody in that building is stalking. Everyone. 3KDB272. And as I capture that very damning screenshot, you will see it again. It is captured, actually the timestamp for the screenshot is Friday, October 10, 2025 at 6:05 p.m. And the entity is engaging in what is 6:05 p.m. 6:07 p.m. is when the entity, as I'm taking these screenshots, and I'm doing a screenshot analysis, there's the environment, and then you're aware of everybody that's in that environment, what they're doing. And so you're looking at a demon in engineer light at the entryway, where sunlight's not going to pierce through the doors and into the depths of the library. And you are looking at a stalker. You're looking at a demon. You're looking at a sex offender. You're looking at all of the above. You're looking at a co-defendant of the government. You're not looking at a private citizen. You're not looking at anybody that has any rights under the Constitution with regard to this criminal pattern of conduct. The only rights that they have is to plead. How do you plead in court? You can come up with whatever you want in court. You're going to be prosecuted. It is essentially a strict liability basis upon establishing the government's P.O.C. because you're dealing with a bunch of maniacal, highly deceptive, obsessive, delusional, and psychopathic criminals that are operating as a corrupt government. The government never intended to be caught. The government is still gang stalking in the presence of the world and the feds. Oh, you're going to be in court and you're going to be prosecuted. The evidence is already surrounding you. You will be asked the formal questions, but it is not a question, it's not a controversy regarding what you are and what you're doing and what you intended. Okay, this is when the entity starts sounding sirens. Okay, so I'm taking this screenshot 6:06 and 27 seconds. The entity starts sounding sirens as I start recording this audio at approximately 30 seconds later, 6:07 and about 15 seconds, because it takes me about 15 seconds to open up my podcast and start recording, which is when they're sounding sirens, criminal summoning regarding what I'm documenting. Everybody in the library is stalking me, and everybody outside under the fake sun, guess what? They're stalking me. You never saw the sun today in Florida. You never saw the sun today in Riverside, California, based on the natural environment. And these ignoramuses, these imbeciles that are under that fake sun, there's no mystery about what you are and what you're doing, and you're going to prison. You are not going to interfere with the documentation, which is an ongoing federal investigation. Who do you think that you are? Your witchcraft doesn't work. Your light slinging is going to have you diagnosed, and you're going to prison for interfering with ongoing federal investigations against yourself. That's exactly what the government shall not engage in. And Abby, and the demons that are engaging in what is stalking in the library today, with a bunch of demons sitting around monitoring me under the guise of reading a book and being on the computer and needing to print and not knowing how to do that. How do you print this and how do you print this in this digital age? Everybody needs a hard copy of something in this digital age because they need a reason to be stalking in the library. With all of this social media, all of the digital era, everything that you're doing online, but everybody needs to come get a hard copy. You can do whatever you want. You're being prosecuted for gang stalking. Like I said, you can lay in the middle of that floor and have an emergency C-section. In that engineer light, it's P.O.C. And you're going to prison because on top of monitoring, they've been systematically doing so, monitoring my vagina and then engaging in what is criminal summoning and defaming my character while you are the sex offender. Oh, the audacity, the audacity. This is exactly what American citizens are subject to, and they don't have any defense because the gang members say that you're a child molester. So then you get that on your criminal record, and who's going to defend you? Well, what's your attorney, your gang stalking attorney, going to do in court for you? Because the PD, the public defender, is a gang stalker. What are they going to do for you? This is how they are being surrounded and bullied in the state of California by the pattern of conduct. And this is exactly what is not going to be tolerated. And I'm going to tell you right now how you disincentivize this, how you stop this at the outset. Prison. Federal prison. And they're going to federal prison because in the midst of being warned over and over again, the entity is still gang stalking, as you can hear and as you see. And they need to actually spend time in federal prison, and everybody else will learn what the intellectually impotent in California would refuse to take heed to until they were sitting behind bars, until they were going to see their family behind bars, until they're released at whatever point that is with that criminal record regarding why they were behind bars. And that's forever changing the trajectory of their life, and then subject to deportation upon being released from being behind bars. That's how serious it is, because American citizens are not going to be subject to what it is that I've been subject to, what I've studied, what I've documented, and what I have created, what is policy to deal with a malicious government that thinks that it's more powerful than the little guy. And you're not. It's a position of trustworthiness, and the government has breached that trust intentionally and maliciously. And then in the face of being caught, that's what you're looking at now. So the government that's caught red-handed, you're seeing how much they hate and despise this country. That's what you're looking at now. Now you are no longer a closeted enemy of this country and a closeted enemy of American citizens. Now your disdain for this for American citizens. Now your disdain for law and order and the Constitution and American citizens enforcing their rights. Now everyone can clearly see that. Relevant context, this is the Nephilim. You're dealing with a spirit. This spirit could not care less about your so-called God-given rights. They hate you. That's why you have this behavior occurring amongst American citizens who happen to be in the United States, where we are surrounded by what are supposed to be constitutional rights, which you will enforce, regardless of the government's disdain and treating it like it's fecal matter underneath their claws. All right? I mean the claws on their feet, like they're animals. These are barbarians and Neanderthals. These are not human beings. All right, the entities engage in this conduct, and that's where we're at this juncture, because the case is long. And when long established, this is why you have this desperation by Eric Spencer. And when you are still gang stalking, this fiasco I'm capturing every single night. Your co-defendant stalking me in helicopters, and you're still referring to, oh, you thought that you needed to call behavioral health, but then you didn't know. The police only came because you were told that behavioral health will only come with the police. Whatever you want to state, trying to make that make sense when it makes no sense at all. It's criminal defamation by a fake family member who cares not one iota about me, and that's okay. My feelings are not hurt. It's okay, because now, like you heard me tell them this morning, this is the truth. This is a federal prosecution, sir. I would be very careful about what you're stating, because it's going to be used against you. You don't want a loving and tender-hearted and nurturing older sister? Well, now you've met the federal prosecutor in me. And I will prosecute you like any other vagina monitoring cockroach in the street that I've never seen before a day in my life, on behalf of a clan that has a right to that sort of zealous advocacy, because you're a human being, because you are a creation of God. And I don't care whether you know Christ or you don't know Christ. Nobody has a right to treat you like that. You are not created by other people. You're created by Lord God himself. Nobody has a right to do this to you. And there is consequences. There are consequences under the law regardless of the fact that the government hasn't been prosecuted for it yet, there's consequences. And the entity that's coming by the name of Eric Corey Spencer, he already knows he's going to prison. And so do his co-defendants, stalking day and night in helicopter. The enemies of the United States that are being disbanded, going by the name of the deceptive misnomer. That's not a police department, but it's going by the name of the Ontario Police Department. That's because they don't want you to know that they are aligned with terrorists that are outside of this country. Terrorists that are keeping American citizens under surveillance. Terrorists that are plotting against the best interests of this country and American citizens. Terrorists, by the way, who are keeping your genitalia and your children's genitalia under surveillance. That's what's calling itself an Ontario Police Department. They are enemies of this country. In the same way that you're seeing what's happened to me, this is what they're doing to Americans throughout this United States, these United States. I am literally exposing to you what are closeted enemies of this country, domestic enemies, and they're right here amongst us, going by the name of police departments and sheriff's departments and courthouses. They're enemies of this country and what this country stands for. They're enemies of American citizens, targeting them, murdering them, setting them up, framing them, stealing from them. GGI24, stalking with the Ontario Police, that's federal prison right there. That's federal prison. Just want to be clear on that. The entity stalking by helicopter, again, Eric Corey Spencer is going to federal prison. This is an entity whose plan blew up in their own face, and you're all witnessing that. So they're sitting on the dark web, all right, masturbating, watching someone being gang stalked, and then they're flipping to the child porn. That's what they watch next. But it's a plot twist, because now they're watching the demise of the demons of the Nephilim, who are not engaging in any sort of, it's not funsies anymore. It's not fun anymore. It's not funny anymore. It's a plot twist. When they're getting raided, when they don't have access to helicopters anymore, when they're being stripped of those badges and they're not keeping those badges, those uniforms, those badges, those acronyms under your police chief, you're no police chief. You're a vagina monitoring cockroach. You heard exactly what I said. You sit around monitoring my vagina all day and all night, and then you're triggered because of the fact that you're doing that. That's why you're sitting around stalking in a helicopter. Does that make you feel better for monitoring my vagina with a whole population of people that are worshiping me as inferior creatures, demons, psychopaths, stalking with light? Who does that? A demon. License 6ZWS056, stalking with the police. Psychopaths just pacing all around like cockroaches, scattering all over the place. License 9DGV138. This city is going to be stripped. Ontario, California in particular, it's going to be stripped down. The state of California is being prosecuted. The body of evidence is showing a comprehensive, solid case regarding a plethora of cities and counties throughout California, and it's also including state-to-state analysis. But the city of Ontario is being stripped down. The city of Ontario in particular, it is going to be stripped down. I just want to let that sink in, because that's what's happening, and this is what justice requires. The entities engage in this, and I want to also know the other, and a very violent aspect of the entities. Los Angeles, California, Fontana, California. The evidence shows some of the most violent acts of terrorism that I've been subject to. The most violent terrorists, okay, that engage in this pattern of conduct, and the lawlessness that I was subject to, the ongoing terrorism, like we are living in, World War III in another country, but it's in the United States. Okay, going by police department names and going by city library names. 7JHX636, a demon driving with their turn signal on to monitor. Anyway, it's so pathetic. But anyway, this is an entity that's exposing. Understand what you're witnessing. As first of all, number one, this is what I stated. It's criminal summoning. They're sounding their sirens as I'm documenting what's the ongoing conclusion based on the specific environment. The sunlight. That's also a legal conclusion. It's not sunlight that's reaching into the depths of the library. What I'm showing you, juxtaposing in a screenshot, which you can see on the Google Drive. I want you to look at it, because that's what's causing the entity that is very fearful. They engage in more criminal activity. There is a federal consequence for everything that the entity is doing. You're criminally using sirens. You're using a fire department and a police department to engage in monitoring as a bunch of demons. Not only are you fired, there are going to be federal penalties for what the entity is doing, how they're monitoring as a whole city. It's called criminal summoning, and they're monitoring the damning evidence that I'm capturing on my phone while they're engaged in federal stalking, interfering with my Facebook page today. That's evidence. That's evidence. Okay, and I want to be clear, not even Mark Zuckerberg has a right to interfere with my First Amendment right to use that platform. This is the federal government. And Mark Zuckerberg, I want to be clear publicly, oh, he will concede that he's interested in justice. He is not going to take an unpopular stance, an un-American stance, and state otherwise. I'm going to tell you that right now. I already know what these money-making platforms are going to state publicly. But I've been documenting that they feel otherwise before it's prosecuted, and I'm going to deal with that. That's going to be dealt with. But I'm going to let you already know what's going to happen. You are going to know what's going to happen. They are going to be forced to take a stance against this terrorism that is now proven it's not a conspiracy. And it doesn't make money to be engaged in terrorism in the United States. It's not good for the reputation. It's not good for the brand, right? It's not a good moneymaker, all right? The entity is going to be forced to support the little guy on social media platforms like Facebook, like YouTube. Contrary to what YouTube has been engaging in, threatening my life, prostituting my content. While I'm being terrorized, what I'm documenting by the Ontario Police Department, that's going straight to the prosecution of YouTube. It's directly related. It is directly related. The entities engaging in this conduct, and as I'm capturing screenshots regarding what is a threat to your well-being, stalking with an impossible environment, speaking to everybody in that room is monitoring you, engaging in psychologically torturing you as well, while they're all talking to each other as though you're the last on their mind, and when you are the focal point. You are the one that's being targeted in that room. That is proven as a matter of science. Not some demon stalking, ignoring you as though you're the least concerned about it. That's a psychopath and a delusional one. License 6HRC 858, sexual assault and battery. That's a common sex offender. License YRGYPSY. These are demons that are monitoring to the train activity. The entities engaging in this conduct, and these are the terrorists that are going to be targeted in the state of California. Mr. Trump has, under the law based on the P.O.C, he has the support of the law to deport the entire immigrant population from this state. Not only that, the entities engaging in what is federal group stalking and monitoring, and this is establishing policy whereby you will be targeting the domestic terrorists that are a threat to this country. They are a threat to American citizens. They are a threat to the sustenance of American society. All right? The fact that you should be able to walk down the street when you are not violating the law and you're minding your business as a private citizen, and you should be free from terrorism by the local government, by the state government, by the federal government. You shouldn't have to worry about being hunted down with helicopters every day. Wondering, what did you do? Hold on, let me think about what I did today. Did I do anything today? You didn't do anything that would warrant a helicopter chasing you down. 5Z-GV027, sexual assault and battery as an entity. The entities engaging in this conduct, and they did it thousands of times in a body of evidence which is relevant to prosecuting the entire state, providing what is a basis to get rid of many of the enemies of this country, which are immigrants, to deport them. And that is literally going down to what is the gang stalking by the police in this state, deportation of the immigrants because they're engaging in terrorism together. And that is a direct nexus. All right? The entities engaging in the pattern of conduct, and you're going to be prosecuting for the harms that an American citizen suffers when they enforce their rights. This is informing federal legislation. Oh, so you're going to tamper with my Facebook account because I'm documenting you monitoring my vagina, engaging in unheard of sexual violence? That's unheard of, but it's proven. They're doing it, and it is so perverted, so sick, it's unheard of. In fact, the damages that I'm going to recover have not even been made a matter of what is federal law yet. That's why the entity is sounding its sirens. And you know exactly what is the condition. You're aware of what is a behavioral health issue. You're aware of criminal activity by virtue of that impossible light on the inside as I'm juxtaposing the same time outside of the library. Then you have criminal summoning, which is also, again, an ongoing concession. Everybody is monitoring what I'm doing on my phone. That's not a coincidence. And the sun is, while they're engaging in criminal summoning under a fake sun as I walk out at 6:02 p.m., this is the same environment that I'm under at the Ontario Town Square. Okay? That's the entity that's engaging in that pattern of conduct, together as one. And the entity that's inside of the OVITT Family Community Library, they share the same status as Eric Corey Spencer, as Tracy Banks, as Tommy Allen Banks, as Leroy Lomaxis Spencer, the entity that was referring to the so-called close-knit family that Eric Spencer was referring to. They have the same status. They're third parties targeting with the Ontario Police Department committing kidnapping. Tommy Allen Banks, Eric Corey Spencer, Tracy Lemire Banks, federal prison. With their co-defendants that are still gang stalking today, because that's what they were doing when they were claiming, oh, we just need behavior out. They were gang stalking me. They were gang stalking. And the entity is gang stalking now with everybody else. Tracy and Eric and Tommy Allen Banks and Leroy Lomaxis, he hasn't gang stalked me and actually, I take that back, because he did on talking on the cell phone in Los Angeles, and I documented that. We are on FaceTime. He's monitoring me. This same-sex offender, 6WRC058, coming again for another lap. That's relevant to a federal prosecution. That's, again, another black man that doesn't mind targeting with corrupt law enforcement, and they want you to think that he has some plight regarding being black in California. He's gang stalking a black woman with a corrupt police department. That, I want to be clear, we'll talk very badly about him, about his race. We'll denigrate his value because he's a black man while he's targeting another black woman. Not that we are tied together by race whatsoever, but I just want to get to the ignorance that is founded upon what is gang stalking in the first place. But that's somebody that very likely hates his own mother, and they're demons engaging in gang stalking as a corrupt entity. This is the entity that's engaging in that sort of conduct together as one. It's not different from who Eric Spencer is. Those are just demons whose name I know. Understand that. That's the only difference. I just happen to know. I don't have to know the demon's name sitting gang stalking me at computer number 5 and 4 and 3. They are the same status as Eric Corey Spencer, Tracy Banks, Tommy Allen Banks, and Leroy Lomaxis Spencer. And those 3 are going to prison for kidnapping with the Ontario Police Department. Okay? I just want to I hope that's clear. The entities engaged in this conduct, and they are directly incriminating each other. You were not engaged in, and there is no evidence establishing that you have any reasonable basis other than what you are stating as a third-party, biased, lying demons who are engaging in a pattern of conduct that I have surrounded you with the evidence of. In the same way that I am no more of a sex offender of children other than the gang members that are gang stalking me at the OVITT Family Community Library. Totally vacuous statements, malicious in nature, while they're engaging in the P.O.C. 9MDA156. That's what's behind the entity acting through Eric Spencer and Tracy Banks and Tommy Allen Banks engaging in criminal summoning with the demons that are putting them in prison, the Ontario Police Department, enemies of the United States. And so is Eric Spencer and Tracy Banks and Tommy Allen Banks. Just because they're ignorant about the Constitution, just because none of them can likely spell Constitution, that doesn't mean that they're any less enemies of the United States. You are an enemy of this country when you're engaging in targeting American citizens, when you're engaged in targeting them because they're enforcing their rights, because they're documenting you for violating them in the shoes of the government, because you are targeting them with corrupt law enforcement agencies that are masquerading as such when you are engaging in enforcing your rights or when you become aware of it, like what the Ontario Police and Eric Spencer and Tracy Banks and Tommy Allen Banks have committed. You're a threat to this country, regardless of whether they understand that. You don't have to take a political science class to understand the substance of what that is. You don't have to have some scientific definition. You can be a complete ignoramus and you represent the same threat to this country and what this country stands for. That's what every gang stalker in the city of Ontario represents, a threat to this country. Okay, I just want to be clear, like I stated this morning, there is an ongoing pending federal case, and the entities engaged in gang stalking and targeting me is not going to help anybody, none of them in federal court at all. This is P.O.C. and the entities engaging this at OVITT Family Community Library, 215 East C Street. Fake son present upon 6:02 p.m. upon my exit. The fake son is over me while the Ontario Police Department is gang stalking at 9:55 a.m. as the latest, as when they're crossing path in an Ontario Police Department vehicle while they're monitoring evidence. That's just within the last few days. The entity is engaging in what is ceaseless gang stalking under the fake son at the OVITT Family Community Library. But the entity is they're going to federal prison. I documented that demon on video, driving an Ontario Police Department vehicle under the fake sun targeting me. And as I walk out this evening at 6:02 p.m., the fake sun is still there while everyone, including the Ontario Police, is targeting me. And as I'm documenting again on another evening when the entity is very triggered by very damning and very capable commentary regarding a legal analysis in a federal prosecution, demons that are incompetent, demons that are ignorant, demons that don't know anything other than violence and bullying, and they don't have an intelligent response, well, they engage in criminal conduct, which then you document and you publish in order to prosecute. All right, and then you're going to refer to all their defamatory statements made in writing, i.e. libel, or in speech, calumny, slander, All right, and slander per se. The entity, it's relevant to defamation, criminal defamation, and these terms are relevant to civil defamation, but they are applicable to what is criminal defamation, and the distinction is that the Ontario Police Department have engaged in criminal defamation and furtherance of murder to aid Tracy Banks and Eric Spencer in what is a fake conservatorship, and aid the entity Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy Banks in a fraudulent marriage to me, while they want to falsely depict my character with the help of the gang stalkers of the Ontario Police and San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, San Bernardino County, none of whom have any relationship with me. It's all been out of what is kidnapping and targeting. All of it. And the entity is engaged in this with the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. So through the criminal activity, in other words, of the City of Ontario and San Bernardino County, they're relying on this corrupt government that I have surrounded, put in a chokehold with evidence, including stalking by definition in a helicopter in the most terrifying way on another night, when I happen to be engaged in when I open my mouth, the demons are very fearful. And what do? They pull out helicopter. And what do? I pull out my camera. And then the entities engage in what is, there's no federal judge is going to mistake me for anybody that does not know what I'm talking about. That is not holding on to all of my faculties and reality, and able to not only point out reality, but read everyone their rights regarding how they are on the wrong side of the law. Even law that they have not been subject to because the criminal conduct is so unprecedented. No federal judge is going to get this mistaken whatsoever. They know exactly who I am versus the Ontario Police Department. And that department is going down. It's not me. That department is going to cease to exist. Excuse me. That department is engaged in targeting and all of its co-defendants. The kidnappers at Economy Inn, the kidnappers at Starbucks, the kidnappers at Ovid Family Community Library, the kidnappers, i.e. Tracy Banks at Woodside Senior Apartments, the kidnappers at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, the City of Ontario, they're going to prison. The demons that engage in criminal summoning just to harass, and then the entity arises to escort you out of the venue, to humiliate you, to harass you, to threaten you, to psychologically torture you. That's prison. They do that, and then American citizens surface dead. They disappear. This is an unlawful and impermissible threat to the safety of American citizens. Understand that I represent the exception. This is advocating what ordinary target individuals are subject to, and they don't survive it. Certainly not psychologically. If physically as well. 8WYH469, 6BYK933, stalking with the police, pacing, psychopaths, sex offenders, co-conspirators to murder, 8ZID014, and that's exactly how domestic terrorism, psychological torture is going to be prosecuted. It's going on their criminal records while they've conspired the murder of an American citizen that they as a population are targeting. Gang stalking is the evidence of premeditation, of conspiracy to murder. Understand that. In the same way, when the police that are not gang stalkers, the federal government, let's just stay away from police altogether. When the federal government is engaged in an investigation regarding some sort of homicide, and you have evidence of premeditation, such as the defendant is on surveillance camera at Walmart. They bought the gun, okay? They bought the bullets. They engaged in looking up on Google the best way to execute a victim, of female in particular, and the person that wound up dead in their home is a female suffering a gunshot wound from the pistol, from the weapon that they purchased. This is evidence of premeditation. Gang stalking is evidence of what is conspiring to murder. Absent any evidence, nobody ever talked about it, nobody sent any sort of messages about, oh, we're going to kill her, or we're going to kill him, we're going to meet here, we're going to do that, and we're going to kidnap them, get them in the van, and then we're going to take them over to the cliff, and we're going to push them off. No, but you don't have to capture not one text message, not one email. When you are prosecuting gang stalking, it is the evidence of what is conspiring murder. That is why a government is targeting an American citizen. They're going to be prosecuted for conspiring murder. It is not a small thing. There is also relevant evidence, when you do have evidence of the entity, which is what Tracy Banks, Jason Fields, they represent the entity. So when you've engaged in solicitation of murder, when you've engaged in attempted murder, when you engage in assault with a deadly weapon, that is criminal conduct committed as an entity. So these demons with these license plates, these demons with these business, Starbucks is engaged in the conspiracy to murder. I'm going to prosecute. That's why they're employees. That's why they're customers. That's why the establishment is facilitating the P.O.C. This is no small thing at all. Neither is a population and a government body targeting one person. That is not a small thing at all. And all the forces of a federal government will come to the side to support and protect and uphold the dignity of an American citizen who has a right to not be subject to that. Utilizing all resources to come alongside of that little guy that the government seeks to bully and like extinguish. Like they're insignificant. And actually, the one that's dispensable are the ones that are engaging in this pattern of conduct. You can be deported, you can be imprisoned, you can be committed, you could be labeled. So that way you're removed from the areas of society where you threaten everybody else. You won't even be able to get a job in that area anymore. You won't even be able to live in that zip code. The entity will be able to hold city council meetings and make sure that they vote you out. They have a right to do that when they know about your criminal record. You're a documented terrorist. You conspired the murder of an American citizen that you were targeting with the state of California. It's going on your criminal record. You engaged in the inhumane sex offense of monitoring, engaging in sexual violence as a government body. That's an inhumane level of sexual violence, license 8GLR163, the same exact criminal record. This is the entity that's going to be changed forever. It's much greater than even a Megan's List, being maintained by the federal government, the Department of Justice. And you can look it up. You can look it up on the internet so that way you'll have access. So that the Nephilim are forever shamed for what they're going on the record for. So that they are always identified. They can't hide regarding what they committed. And then you want to tamper with somebody's Facebook page. Do you understand that everything is going to be all over the worldwide? Everything, every detail, all of it. While you're stalking in a helicopter and I am going in on legal analysis, not slowing down. And then you're scared to death when I then go and put it on the internet. This is an entity that is very much out of tools. They don't have any tools. They don't have any. And it was never a tool to engage in gang stalking. That's where you went wrong. And you certainly have no right to come in my presence while you're still targeting me. You belong in federal prison. You belong in federal prison, and that's where you're going. All right. It is currently 6:44 p.m. And this is relevant to what the entity was doing inside of the OVITT Family Community Library. As these imbeciles are stalking with a helicopter, they were stalking all day long, just like I'm documenting, inside of the OVITT Family Community Library. This is the entity tampering with my Facebook page while they're stalking in a helicopter, while they're triggered, embarrassed, and hostile toward my evidence that I am capturing. This is exactly what they're doing. They're monitoring. Okay? This is P.O.C. It's currently 6:45 p.m. That's the City of Ontario engaging in with the Federal Offensive Criminal Summoning. That's the entity that is going to be stripped down. It's not a fire department. That's not a police department. It's not an airport. And those are criminal devices to murder people, to engage in domestic terrorism. And accordingly, it's going to be stripped down and removed. For the betterment of society, for the protection of American citizens. The Ontario International Airport flies outside of the city. It flies outside of the state. It flies outside of the country. While you have demons, stalking cycle, no, you have to shut that down. That's a terrorist. It's a terrorist, it's a domestic terrorist, and they are a threat to American citizens. It is currently 6:45 p.m. This is P.O.C. upon exit of the OVITT Family Community Library, monitoring my vagina. Every license plate is sharing in that sex offense, including license plate 6NBX468. All right, this is an entity that's engaging in psychopathic stalking. That's what they're doing while I'm walking inside of the library. A demon is making sure that they block my path. Pay attention to the images that I capture. When I'm walking out of the library, I'm capturing pictures of these sex-offending guys, because they're not men, but these are males. They're walking in front of the bathroom door. They're bending down looking at a book, or they're just walking by, or they're standing at the water fountain. They're stalking in the path. And while they're stalking in the path, again, aware of what it is that the moment that I'm walking outside, not coincidentally, is pursuant to monitoring, and they're monitoring 5 minutes before that as well when they are keeping my vagina under surveillance. What they're doing outside of the bathroom, they are doing inside of the bathroom with corporate knowledge. Those are sex offenders stalking in a helicopter. No police department should be mistaken or even discussed as one having anything to do with this level of criminal conduct, of terrorism, of harassment, and sexual violence. It is an embarrassment what the Ontario Police Department is engaging in on yet another day. And you have people like Eric Spencer who are he's going to prison for it. Basically, you should have never signed up for what you've, and there is no going back because those demons have no self-control. Those are idiots. Those are idiots. We can count how many times in the week the entity is stalking in a helicopter. He's going to prison. And coming around and crying on my shoulder today is not helping you. In fact, I can't do anything for you, for any of you. The case has already accelerated on its own. You don't have to speak about it because I know what's happening. And I told you that this was going to happen a long time ago. This is P.O.C. It's currently 6:47 p.m. at the Ontario Town Square. Alrighty, this is a reminder about Tracy Banks and Jason Fields and Eric Spencer. Tommy Ellen Banks are going to prison for kidnapping. Remember, you heard on my podcast, Stalking with Helicopter. I'm at the Ontario Town Square, still stalking. And you'll see on the Google Drive, ongoing stalking by the Ontario International Airport, the Ontario Board, and the Ontario Executive Team. They're stalking at the Ontario Town Square as well. Remaining at the same venue where they're flying over me for 20 minutes for an hour on an ongoing basis, following me down the street to fly over me at the bus stop at F Street in Euclid, stalking me at E Street in Euclid, and the entity's flying over at the Ontario Town Square where I remain. In doing so, while the entity is reminded, if you're in my property, if you stole my money, you're not staying on my property. We will not be having a conversation about it. I'm going to prosecute you based on all the ways in which you violated me, and you were gang stalking with this city of Ontario, still acting in furtherance of murder, delusional enough to think that you're going to engage in both conspiracy to murder, gang stalking, and negotiate on any basis. The entity that's engaging in that is the entity that's going to prison, and they are also in need of severe and immediate mental examinations, just like that demon stalking in a helicopter. That's the entity that is communicating on behalf of a whole bunch of HIV-infected demons. They've been having sex with each other, and they're infected with HIV, including the demons of the Ontario Police Department, engaging in what is stalking with light while they're hostile because I don't have HIV and they do, because I'm going to force them to get out of my property that I've been dispossessed of, because I will not be reconciling with them, and you can cry all you want, I'm still going to prosecute you. That's why the entity is stalking, because they're delusional psychopaths and they're angry at what was a lost and failed and publicly exposed sacrifice. That's the Ontario Police is being disbanded. The Ontario Police kidnapping are going to prison, and so are the gang stalkers Jason Fields and Tracy Banks and every other third party and state actor that defame my character. This is P.O.C. It's 8:49 p.m. That's impossible light. Those are demons. That's not coming from headlights over there. Those are the demons stalking with light, knowing who I am, just like everybody else where this fake sun rises and sets. Those are the demons that are engaging what is monitoring together all the way over there. That's a demon stalking. P.O.C. There's the entity flying in circles. Stalking. And then when I leave the Ontario Town Square, stalking at the bus stop where I am, just like I captured last night. This is P.O.C. And this is psychopaths with impossible light activity. Look at how their shadows move around their person. Those are demons, and they're monitoring with the city police. Shadows on both sides. They are monitoring, engaging in gang stalking. This is public corruption. These are the demons that engage in criminal summoning as well. These are the demons that are monitoring vagina and bathrooms. These are demons whose shadow literally are moving all around it. That's impossible light activity. This is P.O.C. Those are demons, and so is that stalking in a helicopter. Again, in another video, less than a minute later. And I want to be clear, the people of the state, the same exact criminal system shared by the people of the state whose name I know, who pose an unlawful threat, who go to federal prison for gang stalking in a way in which the entire population is. In furtherance of murder. This is P.O.C. It is currently 8:50 p.m. This is not anonymous criminal conduct. This is a whole population of, first of all, what are demons, and they're engaged in targeting me by name. They know who Erica Spencer is, they know where I'm at, and they know what I'm doing, and they also know that they're getting out of my property. If you're living on real property that belongs to me, you're getting out. Period. I'm not talking to you. You're gang stalking me now. You're going to prison. This is P.O.C. Ontario Police, 8:47, 8:49, and again at 8:51 while I'm uploading the video in the City of Ontario gang stalking by planes at the same venue. The people of the state, again, very hostile with regard to the deportation policy. The entity that engages in monitoring does so through the ongoing demonic pattern of conduct, reaching out a distance with impossible light. That's a demon. Just like impossible light reaches inside of that OVITT Family Community Library, that's what they're doing. They're stalking and terrorizing with the demons using planes and helicopters. They're doing so as a population who are very much angry because they're HIV infected. They've been having sex with each other and their witchcraft failed. So now they're all walking around with sick genitals while they're still gang stalking me, and it doesn't help them with the impending federal case, with the impending federal raids, and the fact that they're going to be removing themselves out of property that belongs to me, and I'm going to be compensated regarding money that this entity stole from me. And people like the demons of the Ontario Police Department and the Ontario International Airport are going to prison. This is P.O.C. The entity like Eric Corey Spencer, they're going to federal prison as well. It's currently 8:57 p.m. at the Ontario Town Square, where day and night the entity is engaged in stalking under a fake sun that rises and sets, and the City of Ontario exhibiting severe mental illness by demons that practice a very specific pattern of conduct, which is demonic. This is the Nephilim that are engaging in criminal conduct and furtherance of murder, aiding in the elements of monitoring, doing so exhibiting mental illness, and it's relevant to the prosecution of any and every gang stalker. Mental examinations upon gang stalking. Okay? Remember, Ronald Leverage and Julia Gu, Kurt Hagman, and Jim Bowman, as well as Alan D. Wapner, and the Ontario executive team, engaging in the pattern of conduct at the specific environment with the people of the state. Turning the headlights on and off is light activity. And doing so specifically in my path, where the entities, that's a demon. That's what the entity does with the fake sun. That's right here while I'm sitting at the wall. That's a demon. Very much targeted in the behavioral pattern. Very much targeted with the city of Ontario. Demons that are embarrassed, and when they're embarrassed, they're engaging in criminal conduct the federal government's going to prosecute for. There's no anonymity here. The entity is going to be prosecuted. The gang stalking kidnappers, they're going to prison. The entity that's engaging in the perpetual sex offense, they're going to be prosecuted. The entity that's engaging in criminal summoning, and the entity that's engaging in what is gang stalking by establishment, the civil and criminal prosecutions of the state, the federal RICO case, the shutdown of every level of government that's gang stalking, including the airport and the police department. This is the entity that's going to be comprehensively prosecuted while you have a public engagement in what is corruption. Okay, and like I was stating, the entity that's hostile to the deportation policy, using specifically non-English speaking gang stalkers to monitor me. The entity is engaging in very personalized criminal conduct, engaging in that while you're exceedingly hostile to the ongoing policies regarding deportation of immigrants that are showing their disdain, especially while they're monitoring, and they're hostile to the deportation policy. These are psychopaths with shadows on both sides of their person while they're monitoring with the entity. Stalking in the path in the middle of the night with impossible light activity, because it's not their headlights that's reaching from a distance, moving across the walls. In the same way, it's not the sun that's remaining over the Ontario Town Square day and night. And I do want to be clear, these are demons that are hostile because they are sick with that which they accuse me of being sick with. All right, and that's called reaping. This is P.O.C. 9:04 p.m. another commercial plane as the same demon that you see, the female with the sky blue shirt on, the Latina female. As soon as she walks by, another plane sounding above. She's monitoring in concert with the city that's maintaining commercial planes over me at the Ontario Town Square, doing so as a means of terrorism. And the entity is doing so with regard to the people of the state that are going to be subject to prison with regard to proving what is and exposing domestic terrorism in the United States. How a population targets one person, and the population does that in furtherance of murder. And the gang stalking Ontario International Airport is going to be shut down. The gang stalking Ontario Police Department is going to be disbanded. And the gang stalkers engaging in kidnapping with the City of Ontario, both the airport and the police department and the fire department and AMR commit kidnappings with the people of the state, and they're going to be removed and subject to federal prison for that. It's currently 9:05 p.m. The entity is engaging in what is ongoing terrorism, and doing so as psychopaths. That's what you're looking at on video, or that's what you're listening to on the podcast, as I'm including the video. They're doing so with the entity full frontal, okay? Engaging in gang stalking. The demon-possessed, the psychopaths that are engaging in clear targeting are doing so without any sort of sense of... The entity is already hopeless, in other words. These are demons that have no sort of... They don't have any they certainly have no strategy with regard to a criminal case. And the entity that's engaging in targeting is under no circumstances helping what is the targeted individual appear in any way that is maligning their character, or that's going to be anything less than a triumphant victory in court, which is what matters. All right, the entity that's engaging in psychopathic conduct, stalking with light, and it's not even natural light. This is what all the demon possessed are doing under a fake sun, stalking with engineered light. This is occurring under the guise of what is headlights at nightfall. A very demented behavior while the entity is maintaining ongoing demonic patrolling by plane and helicopter. License 9VBJ303. This is federal prison. I'm going to show you the Ontario Police right over my head. That's federal prison. And this is a demon. This is a female engaging in what's criminal monitoring. Yeah, gang stalking at the Ontario Town Square in this specific environment. Here's one shadow here. I'll show you the impossible light activity, another shadow on the ground. This is federal prison, okay? I don't care how dirt old they are. I don't care what language they speak. This is what the government is engaging in with the population, and doing so while they're aiding. The demon that's on video that you see crossing path is monitoring with the Ontario Police, the Ontario International Airport, and these are the demons around the perimeter stalking with light. This is what Leonida Builders, INC, is doing in the morning. This is what Brightview is doing in the morning, stalking with light. This is what the City of Ontario is doing, engaging in surveillance in the morning around the Ontario Town Square, while the same pattern of conduct under a fake sun is underway. All right, that's federal prison. Again, license 9VBJ303. That very iteration of the pattern of conduct is how you're going to prosecute domestic terrorists in the U.S. And that is very likely deportation, by the way. License 9MRF134. The Ontario Police Department is being disbanded for this very lawlessness. They are the reason for this ongoing terrorism, and this is what results in what is psychologically torturing people before they murder them together. Okay? And then all the demons, well, they all watch the news together, and they secretly celebrate 516, I believe, and they secretly celebrate what they know about when they see the news report about a targeted individual that's died. And they know what really happened to that person while it's reported in another manner. And the entities talk about the Ontario Police Department's going to investigate it. These are demons that engage in that. And this is like an antique. It's a way in which they are celebrating a sacrifice with regard to this unspoken system. They're going to prison for the very thing, the way in which you're witnessing how the entity is targeting American citizens. 6DWC 601. Gang stalking at Metro 102 apartments. That's 102 Lemon Avenue in Ontario, California. 8CWW719, 7CHA543. License plate. I'm going to read these good stuff real quick. 5MBN577. The 280 North Lemon apartments, those senior citizens, they're all gang stalkers. 6PXA523. All of them. 7GKC474. The Ontario International Airport flies right over those old people's apartment. The entity is stalking by helicopter, flies right over their apartments, flies circles over me, stalks me. Entity puts the fake sun over these old people's apartments. Being old of age has nothing to do with the pattern of conduct. They're clearly engaging in that. All the pattern of conduct, and the law is not going to treat them any differently. License 5PLB570. And the old people at Alvarado Gardens, the old people at Woodside Senior Apartments, and the old people gang stalking in the library, for example, the same level of malice. 65469M2. In fact, Satan uses the old people so that you are supposed to be under some, I don't know where that's written, that old people aren't evil, though. Old people don't commit crime, but they do. And the entity, I've shown you all the iterations of the pattern of conduct, which very much includes the entire population of elderly people as well. 90120A1, license 5NOZ723. All right, it is currently, by the way, 9:09 p.m. The entity that you see, the duo, the Latino couple, they're gang stalking with the City of Ontario, and doing so running laps. It's demonic pacing and engineer light. Those are psychopaths. And while they cross path with me, the entity sounds plane and helicopter just like they are right now. And the entity is engaging in that with regard to that P.O.C. This is what they're doing when they're engaging in surveillance. All of that's concentrated inside of the library all day long. All right, that's pattern of conduct. I want to be clear. This is the OVITT Family Community Library employees. They're going to prison for kidnapping. In the same way, I'm showing you how the system operates. This is what they did at the OVITT Family Community Library, kidnapping with the Ontario Police Department. They are going to federal prison. The entity has a field day. Very foolish. They're stupid it's going in federal court. But nonetheless, it's relevant because the entity is going to federal prison for what you're understanding with regard to what I documented. But you are literally understanding how the system operates, how they are targeting together with the population that's maintaining presence around you. And while they're present, the entity is engaging in stalking a specific person and doing so with planes and helicopters, the most terrorizing conduct. And a bunch of psychopaths with no conscience are engaging in torturing that person together. And they do this while they are delighting in it. And they are also engaged in what has taken the life of that person. Okay, they are sharing in that. And like I said, the other aspects to that is the entity that engages in that. They also sit back and they secretly delight in it when they watch the news about what they took part in and what is reported as just some anonymous crime, some unfortunate event happening to someone that's a drug addict or a prostitute or, a crazy person. And they were gang stalking and they were murdered by this entity. And that same entity is stating the one they're going to conduct the autopsy, they're going to conduct an investigation, they're going to do a manhunt, they're not going to do any of the above. They're the ones that murdered that person. The people that say they're going to prison, this pattern of conduct with the Ontario International Airport that has no problem gang stalking, plane after plane after plane, just flying in circles, stalking by helicopter. This is the same agency committing kidnapping with the demons of the Ontario OVITT Family Community Library, that same level of malice. That P.O.C, they're going to prison for kidnapping. Kidnapping as an entity in furtherance of murder with the intent to obstruct justice are going to federal prison. License 9MDJ020, stalking with the Ontario Police Department. They're stalking with planes and helicopters as you're crossing path. You're doing so as the entity. It's ceaselessly underway. Ceaselessly. P.O.C, it is currently 7:48, and this is what I'm publishing on the internet. When then the demons of the OVITT Family Community Library, which is the entity, I was just inside of the building that has the title OVITT Family Community Library. It's the same entity. But it's relevant because those demons are going to prison for kidnapping, which is what is documented. So those particular defendants that are acting as the entity on, for example, June 16, 2022, the entity's engaged in what's criminal summoning, threatening my life and safety and liberty on multiple occasions, and also engaging in criminal defamation. If you're aware of the policy, this is all relevant for what is disincentivizing such terrorism by a population, by federal prison, but definitely for kidnapping and criminal defamation. The entity relies on that, creates a paper trail to kidnap someone. That is the entity that does that specifically to kidnap you. That's federal prison. You're going to federal prison. You're engaging in what is just calling the police on somebody for no reason. The entity, this is something that's routinely happening. They call them Karens, for example, when they're mischaracterizing, targeting with regard to something that's focused on race, or it's all about race and it's not. There's a targeting system underway, and a lot of times you will have racism that is a factor, but the entity is engaged in surveillance, and it is a means of engaging what is targeting people, and you are targeting for things such as racism, for example, but it is not, that's the only narrative that you typically hear about. 9P, I can't really see that one, but this demon, 9022604, stalking at Wells Fargo at 240 North Euclid Avenue. All right, the ignition starts in the background as I walk to the corner. That's what the demons are doing when you sound plane activity as the demon approaches me under the guise of exercising. As soon as that demon walks by me, the plane activity sounds. The entity's engaging what is presence and activity creation. All of it is happening in engineer light. So the entity's engaging in this sort of conduct, like I was stating, and is doing so with regard to what is targeting. Calling the police on someone is very much engaging what is a threat to their life and to their liberty. Being subject to what is kidnapping, being subject to what is an unlawful threat by those engaging in surveillance, being subject to what is also loss of your life, a loss of human life, because that's the threat employed with regard to gang stalking, and that's directly relevant in the ways in which you're going to be prosecuted, and that is an unlawful threat, and it's not a small threat, and it's not a threat that you're merely going to pay a fine for. It is a threat that is unlawful with regard to what is terrorism by a population, which is punishable with federal prison under the facts of federal group stalking and monitoring. That's how you're going to prosecute gang stalking police, like the Ontario Police Department have no qualms, clearly showing that they are that. That's what they're doing. That's fine. The entity is going to prison for gang stalking at the OVITT Family Community Library. Their co-defendant, Eric Spencer, was at Ontario Town Square. He's going to federal prison for kidnapping with the Ontario Police Department, doing so on more than one occasion. Okay, criminal summoning with Tracy Banks at Woodside and engaging in what is kidnapping with Tracy Banks at Woodside. He's going to prison. Okay, and he did more than that. He also engaged in what is criminally defaming my character in order to steal my money and property, and then comes crying in my face today with disingenuous fake tears, which is all activity creation, while this same department was monitoring during that conversation that you heard with what is a fake relative. That's what he is, and it's unfortunate. And I am not bitter. I actually forgive Eric, but I'm going to prosecute him based on what the law requires, because nobody is going to be subject to what he has committed. And people that engage in what he's committed, they're going to federal prison, whether I know their name or not, which you do not have to when a population is terrorizing in the way in which I've shown California, the city of Ontario is. All right, this is P.O.C. License plate 15149Z3, stalking with the police, 9 a.m. D. I can't really see that one. You can scratch that. I can't see the last three. All right, this is P.O.C. The Ontario Police Department, the Ontario International Airport, stalking at the Ontario Town Square. Pay attention, because when I'm capturing pictures of the entity stalking at the Ontario Town Square, they're not flying anywhere north of where I'm located. This is always the case. They're not flying over the downtown luxury apartments north of me. They're not flying over Holt Boulevard and Euclid Avenue. They're flying right where I'm at. They're not flying like they are when I am north of this location. They're not flying over the ARCO. They're not flying over Euclid Avenue. They're not flying over Starbucks and the UNICARE Community Health Center while I'm at the Ontario Town Square, as though they're not targeting me when I'm there. They're engaged in flight over there all the time. No, they're engaging in stalking me at the Ontario Town Square, flying over that property. Not one plane flying over there. The entity is engaging in what is targeting in a manner that is proven through what is amplified plane activity. The entity is always maintaining presence on the south side of my person. That's what you also see as you observe my documentation. Flying south of me at the Ontario Town Square. As I go north of Euclid Avenue, flying south of me at what is 537 North Euclid Avenue. As I'm at 507 North Euclid Avenue outside of Starbucks, flying south of me over East Street and Euclid, flying over the UNICARE Community Center. And the entities, as of late, showing you what is the outward demonstration of mental illness, while you can look at, in other words, what do I mean by that? You can look at the entity engaging in gang stalking, and you can identify and diagnose mental illness by their pacing behavior. You're going to analyze their behavior, and that is going to be the evidence of what is the necessity of mental examinations when you are prosecuting the entity. And I have a body of evidence as they are demonstrating severe mental illness, pacing, engaging in demonic pacing. The entity is doing so by being on the south side of my person, pacing with planes, while the entity is on the right side of my person, the north side of my person, stalking in a helicopter, pacing back and forth. This is what the entity is engaging in together. DG48E89 paper plate. And this is the city of Ontario that's engaged in targeting, while the people of the state are gang stalking with the Ontario Police Department. The entity is stalking, using, and engaging in kidnappings with the Ontario International Airport. They've always been the demonic kidnapping duo, and the entity is also demonstrating that while they're stalking me with planes and helicopters at the same time. It does not get any more terrorizing than that. The airport and the police department are of the top that are being shut down, but the fire department is also, and AMR is totally useless with regard to the necessity of the federal government to remedy the issue of terrorism by AMR that pose a threat to the public. You literally have psychopaths that are stalking an ambulance, and they don't sound sirens because of a legitimate emergency. They're sounding their sirens to monitor me, to manifest as demons. That is an emergency with regard to the necessity of sane, medically trained, and competent professionals to provide ambulatory services when the city of Ontario is going to be stripped. Okay, these aspects, these resources of terrorism are going to be removed from the city. It is currently, by the way, 9:18 p.m. This is P.O.C. I do want to make it clear today. I made it clear before, and what you witnessed today was the entity. Eric Spencer represents all of those people of the state that I don't communicate with them. Tracy Banks and Eric Spencer have also, of their own, been able to just coincidentally track me down. Okay, it's not coincidentally, and they're not guessing. They know exactly where I am. They're gang stalkers. They're a part of the entity, and they're stalking me as one. They're monitoring my vagina. They're stalking me with the entity that's keeping me under surveillance, and they know exactly where I'm at. That's why they're talking about, oh, I just figured you were at the library. I just guessed, and you're walking into the into the conference room where I'm at inside of the library. The entity's in, that's Tracy Banks stalking. She does the same thing in San Bernardino. She walked into the San Bernardino on G Street and 2nd in San Bernardino in 2019 when this entity stole my car. The same department that's stalking me now stole my vehicle. And when I'm in San Bernardino inside of McDonald's, Tracy Banks walks right in, And I didn't call her. I didn't tell her anywhere where I'm at. My vehicle is stolen by the Ontario police, and when I knocked on her door, she refused to help me, wouldn't take me anywhere. I did not tell her where I was going. I got on the bus. I went to San Bernardino. She arrives at the San Bernardino McDonald's in the middle of the day, latter part of the afternoon, after I had not told her anywhere where I'm at. She's a demon-possessed gang stalker. She's a part of the entity, like I stated. And this is the entity that's been engaged in targeting me via Eric Spencer and Tracy Banks, Tommy Allen Banks, everybody that I'm related to, everybody that I don't communicate with. And that includes the irrelevant demon Jason Isaac Fields. He is only brought up in the fact pattern because he's having sex, okay, with the girls and boys that have sex with Tracy Banks. License 9PKP978. License plate 8LSG763. The entity is engaging in this conduct, and Eric Spencer represents that entity that is monitoring me and is engaged in an ongoing unlawful threat. He's fully engaged in this pattern of conduct while he's feigning to be a loving brother. There's no exception to the pattern of conduct that's ceaselessly underway. So while the entity is gang stalking, what is Eric Spencer doing? He's monitoring me. And so is Jason Fields and Tracy Banks and Tommy Allen Banks. Tommy Allen Banks, he goes by P. Banks, and also all the tight-knit family Eric's referring to, Leroy Lomaxis Spencer, they're monitoring me. Okay, and they've been engaged in seeking to criminally defame my character. And the entity that's been trying to steal my property, I want to be clear, psychopaths like Jason Fields, who are swearing up and down, they're going to stay in my property, living in my property. They're going to keep my property. They're going to force me to permit them to stay on my property. They're going to engage in what is kidnapping me and make me deal with them. They're going to force me to let them have my money and let them keep my money when they're going to prison. He's going to prison. He's going to federal prison. The entity is engaging in this, and I want to make it clear, you're living in my property and you're not staying in my property. And not only that, you're not even going to be giving me my property back. You are already going to be evicted off of my property. And I will be given my property back by the appropriate party, which should be the federal government, if they are at this point doing their job, because I've done the majority of it thus far. Jason Isaac Fields, my documentation also shows, and I am dictating this as well, he is not coming into my presence. This HIV-infected, demon-possessed, vagina-monitoring sex offender is no friend of mine, and I have made that abundantly clear. There will be no conversing and fraternizing with the demon that conspired against my life, with the demons that are stalking as a police department now. License plate, gang stalking at the Wells Fargo. License with the Ontario Police at what is D Street as well. Crossing path. This is the entity that's engaging in that P.O.C. as one. Wells Fargo's gang stalking, 240 North Euclid Avenue. And that is license 8NVJ192. And that is the Ontario Police that is gang stalking crossing path while I'm speaking about how Jason Isaac Fields is never coming in my presence, because he's not. The entity's he's crossing Ontario Police are crossing path at Gloria's Cochinas, driving what would be, they're driving east on D Street. All right, and just want to speak to, that's a means of the entity stalking together passive-aggressively. The people of the state are gang stalking with the police. In the same way that they're flying over me by helicopter while the people of the state are stalking and aiming light all over the place. Those are the demons that are acting together. Like I was stating, the Eric Spencer represents the entity that will not be sharing in any sort of, the only thing that we're going to be sharing is possibly, potentially, a courtroom, if that's even necessary. I will be testifying. I will be submitting evidence. I will be pressing every single charge and making sure that the government represents what are necessary charges that they have not considered. And that's it. Jason Isaac Fields is never coming into my presence, and nor is anyone else going to force me to give up any of my money, to deny myself any rights that I'm entitled to under the law, or to stay in any real property that belongs to me. And if he is still sitting in property that belongs to me, I'm going to prosecute for that. He has no rights under the law. The entity's been engaged in targeting me. I should already have my property. This is criminal conduct that Jason Isaac Fields shares in, and he is not becoming any sort of partner of mine. It's absolutely impossible. And this is a demon who is, by the way, I want to be clear, I'm also going to embarrass him. You all need to know he's a demon. He's engaged in what is witchcraft, and he's spiritually attacking me as though he's going to threaten me in the spirit. This is the entity that's, again, engaged in what is targeting as though you're going to force me to do something against my will, while he is spiritually attacking me, while I'm being gang stalked, and he is gang stalking me. He's a part of the same entity. License 6P I can't even see that crusty license plate. But Allied Universal is gang stalking. They're doing so at downtown luxury apartments at 320 North Euclid Avenue. They're maintaining light activity around the perimeter, and the city of Ontario is gang stalking, and a demon driving an Allied Universal vehicle will be prosecuted like every other cockroach. Okay? Every single last one of them. The logo is nothing other than identity. That's it. They're all monitoring. But I want to make sure that this is clear. Jason Fields isn't forcing anything, and these are psychopaths that are delusional. And even at the point of me prosecuting them and exposing their not only their demonic patterns, but pointing out how it's criminal and malicious under conduct committed by the government, the entity is still under some sort of delusion that I am not going to enforce all of my rights and that I'm not an authoritative figure with regard to what's going to happen in my life and with my property that they have no interest in whatsoever at the outset. This is a delusional psychopath, and this is relevant for what our mental examinations that Jason Isaac Fields requires. Okay? This is an entity that's engaged in that conduct, and he shares that with his sex partner, Tracy Banks, his satanic kingdom spouse, the one whom he's been engaged in a prolonged sexual relationship with. He likes 60-plus-year-old women. He likes them with infections, apparently, because he's engaged in what is that prolonged sexual relationship while monitoring and gang stalking me, and all they did was spread that HIV virus around to everybody else and then accuse me of having the virus. That's what's not going to share any of my property. That's what is not under the law going to force me to do anything at all. Okay? Has no authority, can't even govern his own personal affairs and his own genitalia, let alone telling me or dictating what's going to happen with my property and any money that he's stolen. Okay? The entity that's sharing in that theft and defaming my character is going to prison for it, and it does include Jason Isaac Fields. This is P.O.C. All right, documenting gang stalkers at the, Wells Fargo? This is the entity that's doing so on behalf of the Ontario Police Department. Very emboldened conduct, stalking with the planes and helicopters, doing so with the same thing is underway while the entity is monitoring and doing so under the guise of what is corruption by the Wells Fargo. And you know that Wells Fargo is corrupt. They're under the fake sun during all business hours, monitoring my vagina all day long inside of the OVITT Family Community Library with the demons that are stalking. That ridiculous light activity inside of that OVITT Family Community Library after 6 p.m. is speaking to what is criminal conduct by Wells Fargo that's in relevant position, providing an ATM where the people of the state are gang stalking. With the Ontario police that are flying in circles, with the Ontario International Airport that are stalking, flying over the Ontario Town Square. The entity is engaging in that in concert with the people whom it relies on to keep you under surveillance. The entity is engaging in what is the P.O.C. and is doing so with regard to harassment while they're engaging in that pattern of conduct, speaking as the state. On camera at the Wells Fargo, engaging in what is activity creation and harassment as the entity is what is 9:27 p.m. And I believe this demon's license plate is, let me read it again, while this demon is talking in engineer light, with hairy legs and Daisy Dukes on while he's in the middle of the night stalking. This is a demon that's engaging in what is the pattern of conduct. Let me read this demon's license plate while he's out here stalking. While he's out here stalking, let's get her. Let me go. Okay, you're a shorty doo-wop. You're a shorty doo-wop. Is this your boyfriend? While you're out here stalking?
Exactly.
Is this your boyfriend?
That's not my boyfriend.
That's not your boyfriend?
No, it's a girl.
You acting, she look more manly than you.
Okay, get the fuck
she look
away
more
from
manly
my
than you.
car.
What's your
Get
license
the fuck
plate?
away from my car.
License plate
Get the fuck away from my
19BZ070.
car.
Him and his boyfriend are in here stalking at the Wells Fargo, engaging in what is very manly conduct. This is your man.
Like. Yeah,
this little shorty doo-wop is your boyfriend.
Look,
Cussing out women and stalking in the middle of the night. This is P.O.C. All right, this is P.O.C. That's the third party. This is the entity. This is P.O.C. This is impossible light activity, and these are demons that call themselves antagonizing. This is all P.O.C. This is impossible light activity. I want to be clear. This is the state speaking, and this is harassment by Wells Fargo. This is the entity engaging in the pattern of conduct. This is the entity that's the downtown luxury apartments, Allied Universal, engaging in the P.O.C. I want to be clear, I'm documenting on podcasts, and they're all holding up their cell phones while they engage in antagonism. 9TBZ070. This is impossible light activity, not headlights. This is the P.O.C. This is the pattern of conduct while they're monitoring under the guise of what is harassment. Extra thirsty, could not wait to jump into a scenario where they're engaged in harassment while they're being documented. This is P.O.C. And he's been sitting here for like 15 minutes, engaging what are strangers? No, this is the entity that's monitoring together, P.O.C. License 14803X2. That's the entity engaging the entity that's harassing while you're documenting. Everybody pulls out a cell phone. All the strangers unite This is the entity engaging in what is antagonism while they're being documented. Everybody pulls out their cell phone together. This is the entity that's being documented. That's P.O.C. Downtown Ontario Luxury Apartments is monitoring. They're monitoring together, and this is the entity engaging in that conduct when they're being documented. This is P.O.C. This is the same pattern of conduct. I just want to document that. This is P.O.C. These are demons. These are demons. These are demons that they're being documented. This is the entity that's engaging in this conduct. These are the entity that are targeting together.
What are you doing to yourself?
Yeah, this is P.O.C. These are the immature demons that are monitoring while they're documenting. This is legally analyzed as harassment, though. This is P.O.C. They all pull out their phones while they're gang stalking. The entity is engaging in what is monitoring, and this is supposed to be entertainment. This is the entity that's gang stalking. These are demons. This is, again, P.O.C. They're aiming light, and this is stalking in the path 14803X2. This is P.O.C. 9TBZ070. The state is stalking by helicopters and planes with the people of the state grouping up at this intersection while they're monitoring via Wells Fargo. And the entity engages in what is all the so-called strangers together unite with their cell phones while they're engaged. Acting like children. It's all activity creation, but this is harassment while the entity is engaged in that. You have what is a male that's calling himself rising up toward a woman because he feels like he's going to put hands on me. He's engaging in what is harassment, engaging in a battery, while he's engaged in gang stalking with the people of the state, with his girlfriend in the car, and they're engaged in Title 18 federal stalking together. Very much interested in what I'm doing, very much engaged in what is loitering road position, very much interested in what it is that I'm concerned with. This is P.O.C. This is the entity that's engaging in that conduct together. This ongoing concern with me, not going anywhere. This is beyond what is being a stranger. This is the P.O.C. The entity is engaged in what is being documented while they're pulling out their cell phone. This is fascination with the targeted individual while they're being documented. This is P.O.C. And all of them engaging in that together. Alrighty, this is P.O.C. This is the entity engaging in that. This is all activity. Downtown Luxury Apartments is monitoring as well. They're not separate from it. They're monitoring together. This is P.O.C. This is the state. And he's monitoring harassment via Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo is engaging in the pattern of conduct. They're monitoring together. That's all impossible light activity. This is P.O.C. This is the state stalking, and this is a demon. This is ongoing stalking. This is a midget, and he's hostile because he's being documented. No, you're a midget and a thick-neck homeless. No, you are a coward. You're a coward. How does he know that I'm homeless while he's sitting here talking? How do you know that I'm homeless? You don't know where I'm at. You don't know where I'm at. You don't know where I'm at. This is the demon that talks too much. This is the demon that talks too much. He talks too much. Him and his girlfriend are being engaged in harassment and recording it. This is again, and the entity that's engaging what is running his mouth, talking about that he knows my economic status. You know where I live. You know where I live. While he's talking a lot and making verbal threats, he's speaking as the state. He's speaking as a state, and he's making verbal threats, and he's also engaging in what is assault and battery, and he's engaging in what is monitoring with the city of Ontario. The demons that gather at the corner, engaging in that. This is P.O.C. This is P.O.C. He's well too interested, still hasn't gotten in his car and driven off. I just want to be clear. These are the demon possessed that are gang stalking. This is the ongoing obsession of the demons that are monitoring, and this is a coward, not a man. This is a demon, way too consumed with me, though. That's the point. And garnered a whole audience, and this is the entity that is gang stalking. That's the entity that's stalking on behalf of the police, sounding helicopter. All of that was P.O.C. Way too concerned, not just driving off and speaking details about my life, which you know the details of my life because they're monitoring my vagina. That's P.O.C. Those are the demons that are monitoring together. And engineer light. This is all engineer light. And this is a boy that feels like he's a man while he's standing up to a woman with a girl in the passenger seat. A girl, she's taller than him, and he's engaging what is harassing, and that makes them feel like manly while he's being documented gang stalking. Being documented gang stalking, all of that's activity creation on behalf of the state. That does include helicopter activity. 9FMF 508, that's P.O.C. There's the entity. I've been documenting this for years, by the way. The people of the state engage in harassment, and the Ontario Police Department drive by. That's P.O.C. All right, it's currently 9:40 p.m. That's the entity that's engaged in what is a battery on behalf of the entity. Doing so, speaking that hostility on behalf of the entity engaging in that conduct while they're being documented, and speaking details about my life, which you shouldn't know, but for the P.O.C. All right, that's P.O.C. That's again license plate 9TBZ070. The demons in the white pickup truck gang stalking with the Ontario Police as well, and engaged in what is far too much attention given to me while you're a stranger minding your business. All right, that's the entity that's engaged in gang stalking. License 7ZSB864. They're all monitoring. That's all activity creation while the entity engages in harassment. And the entity focusing on what is helicopter activity where I'm at as well. That's the same elements of monitoring. Impossible light activity. And also the entity that's engaging what is pulling out their cell phones and engaging in that P.O.C. together while I'm encountering them, and they're engaging what is harassment while they're being documented. That's what that harassment while you're being documented, engaging in targeting on behalf of the state. That's sharing in that pattern of conduct. Speaking as a state, and the entity that is enjoying that engages in what is a celebratory pacing in the sky space directly above in concert with the people of the state. P.O.C. This is the entity that's pacing at Wells Fargo, that's sharing in that criminal pattern of conduct all day and all night. P.O.C. It is currently 9:41 p.m. Wells Fargo is the crime scene where ongoing criminal monitoring remains underway. Alrighty, this is P.O.C. I'm going to continue documenting. This is currently 9:42 p.m. at 240 North Euclid Avenue with the Ontario Police Department. Recording. All right, let me make sure I get this license. 9P.O.A.102. Monitoring with the Ontario Police that's flying in circles over the entity that's engaging in harassment as I'm capturing on video and as I'm capturing on the podcast. License 7ZSB864 is crossing path, engaging what is aiming light with the entity. Downtown Ontario luxury apartments, you have them pacing on the sidewalk. They're monitoring. The entity is monitoring with the entity that sounds helicopter activity as well. And they're doing so, like I stated, capturing in the video, the entity license 26H3746. The entity engaging in what is all of the gang stalkers pulling out their cell phones, 8JDN259. All the gang stalkers pulling out their cell phones, engaging in what is an iteration of very odd and peculiar, some sense of celebration while they're pulling out their cell phones. And the entity engage in very demented behavior as though they are, well, while they're harassing, enjoying harassment is what the best I can describe that as. Enjoying engaging in what is harassment. And engaging, speaking as a state, all of that is the legal analysis. But you're looking at the behavior of the entity engaging in what is enjoying harassment, finding it to be the funniest thing ever while they're gang stalking. And what is also interesting, what you'll pay attention to is the very quick gathering of strangers coming out of nowhere, and a group very quickly gains what is present at the corner. The demon's in the pickup truck, then another demon in another vehicle, and then a demon coming out of the blue on the sidewalk from behind me. And they all have their cell phones out. His girlfriend, or whatever she is, pulls out her cell. They all have their cell phones out aiming while they're engaging in the pattern of conduct, sharing in what is a celebratory means of harassing while they're being documented. They are all aware that they're being documented, and they're all equally hostile to that documentation. And it's also very peculiar and demented behavior by demons who are very much obsessed with my vagina. That's why he's stating things like, I'm homeless, when having a bag in and of itself is not evidence of where you're living. Okay, my bag also looks like I'm going toward the airport and I'm traveling. You're making a very specific assumption about my status because you know it. And you also know that because it's a specific environment, and this is where the entity is stalking by helicopter, and that's why when the entity is sounding helicopter, he's gang stalking speaking as a state. I'm getting to the behavior and the sick behavior of the demons that are gang stalking, and they are finding some sort of weird enjoyment. While this is also a little boy that feels as though he's being manly, while 6PKV500 and CSH4760, that's an out-of-state plate. I believe that's not Arizona. That's an out-of-state plate, though. The entity's not Nevada. It's not Nevada. That's an out-of-state plate, though. But the entity's engaging in this conduct, and that's what I'm pointing out is the sickness of the entity that's engaged in the pattern of conduct. It's not just being a punk and you're talking to a woman. Oh, okay, that makes you feel like a strong boy, I suppose. It's more so the group conduct, because I'm accustomed to that. This is a coward. But this is an entity of demons, and they quickly gain in numbers around me, and then they all pulling out their cell phones, and they're all engaging in the same ongoing celebratory ha 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 ha, and it's unclear exactly what is actually funny. I know what the demons say is funny, but it's actually what is funny about this is a mental illness by the entity that's engaging in that very demented pattern of conduct. And I've also documented the pattern. When the people of the state engage in harassment, like I capture, the Ontario Police Department are crossing path. Okay, just like they did by helicopter, by the way, but also in traffic. I've documented the people of the state engaging in violence. There's a whole published playlist, a long list of videos of these demons that are violent, that are sexually violent, and they are also very mentally disturbed. And I've documented the violent acts that they've committed, and that's also why the entity is subject to federal prison, by the way, and the disbanding of the Ontario Police. But I want to be clear, the Ontario Police Department are documented engaging in the conduct of crossing path, very passive aggressive and directly engaging in that P.O.C. And this is why you document, because you're able to see those patterns stand out to you. They're directly engaging in what is speaking as a bunch of demons who are together hostile. And to practically break that down for you, this is a spirit. All right, this is a spirit that's hostile while I'm speaking the fact that Jason Isaac Fields and anybody living in my house is not staying in any house or real property that belongs to me. You're not holding on to any money that belongs to me. The entity that's sitting around engaging in what is Joker-like laughter, very sick behavior, it's disturbing while a bunch of demons are engaging in that. And there's it's like the entity is always engaged in what is being embarrassed, right? And it's like they were reaching for a moment where they feel like they're embarrassing. That's what I think. It's like they were reaching for a moment where, it's my turn to laugh. That's what it seemed like. A bunch of demons that were like, yeah, it's my turn. There's a level of hostility, and it's very pathetic. But this is an entity that's doing so because they are being embarrassed by stalking me. And you are stalking me while you are hostile for being documented, and you're doing so. And this is relevant to the entity that very quickly grew into a group. And they're also very quickly becoming friends. He's talking about, this be this and this be that. And then all of a sudden they're, so everybody knows who, she's tripping. And everybody's pulling out their cell phone at the same time and everybody's laughing. And these are demons. There's they're not strangers. This is criminal surveillance. And that is the very demented conduct of the entity that is stalking by planes and helicopters, flying over, not the square anymore, flying over the Wells Fargo where I'm at. Okay, this is the entity that's speaking. Ronald Levers, the Ontario board, those are demons. They're speaking out of the mouth of this demon that's in my face. That level of hostility, making threats about what you're not going to do. He's 5 foot tall. That's why he was just talking instead of getting in his car and driving away. Okay, if someone is so whatever it is he was trying, then why don't you get in your car and drive away? The entity is bring out, let's have a group, let's join in together, let's do all this together. This is what they were doing while they're being documented, engaging in the P.O.C. and they're speaking as the entity of demons. The government is very hostile to me while I call them out as the demons that they are. The entity is very hostile while I'm calling out demons such as Eric Spencer and Tracy Banks and her sex partner Jason Fields. They're very hostile. Those are not friends of mine. That's not family. They're very hostile. Okay, the entities engaged in this conduct, and that hostility is coming through what is a vessel. It's not a stranger. It's demon possession. It's Satan that is speaking. 9CTR064, and it's Satan that is still engaging in the pattern of conduct. My shadow was lined in front of me on the sidewalk, while the state is engaging in what is ongoing use of vulgarity. Downtown Ontario luxury apartments are pacing in engineer light. They're monitoring. This is the entity that's engaging in celebratory conduct. They're monitoring while you're pacing around in that engineer light to that audible activity of calling me out of my name. That's a demon that's celebrating. That's a demon that's participating in the act of violence together. These are demons that are engaging in that conduct, that attack together, and this is because they're being documented. This is somebody that's claiming that he's from LA. I documented the demons in LA, and they are equally pathetic, keeping a fake sun over Alvarado Gardens. And I want to be clear, somebody that's actually a quote-unquote G is not stalking, and stalking a female. And then stalking a female as though then you're going to, what are you going to do? You're going to hit me while you're shorter than me. I'm looking at the top of your head, and he is not making any move because he's not, it's merely activity creation, and this is a demon that is very much embarrassed and hostile, which is why you're steady screaming at a woman instead of getting in your car like a grown man would and going about your business, if that was what he was. This is I just want to be clear, this is very, very pathetic, and it's demented. It's not just making fun of them. I want to point out the very demented behavior about what I pet. That's why I was capturing it. It's basically demons that were cackling, holding up their phones, and all of them were cackling together. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Oh, you was talking about the homie. Ah, ha, 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 ha. And I bet they don't even know each other. And they all become best friends right there at the corner while they're all engaging in what is monitoring together. That's what I captured. That's the entity that's engaged in. They're not strangers. They're all stalking at the Wells Fargo, and the establishment and the government that's stalking me as a population and as a government body is engaging in what is trying to seize a moment, which that's not what that was. It's speaking to how pathetic the entity is and seeking to seize some sort of moment where they can feel like they're taking control of the narrative and that they're the ones that are humiliating me, and it's not. It's not. And the entity is always engaging what is running its mouth, making admissions regarding knowledge about me. my appearance in and of itself is not speaking to homelessness. My having a bag does not mean that I'm homeless. It doesn't look like I'm homeless with regard to my bag. That is not it's sufficient. But I want to be clear, this demon is looking like he's going through a rougher time than I am, but for getting into a vehicle. Okay, he's wearing Daisy Dukes, his shoes and his socks are yellow. He's engaging in the pattern of conduct while he is very much focused on me. But this is somebody, and they're embarrassed by that. That's why you've got the loud noise. That's the truth about what I'm speaking. Those are the demons that are engaging in monitoring. They are very much humiliated and very hostile. So I just want to break this down psychologically. It's pathetic. Okay, and by the way, there is nothing that a demon that is monitoring my vagina and stalking and is obsessed with me. While you want to try to make a joke, you want to count my nose hairs. Let's be honest. That's how obsessed you are. The entity's engaging in this conduct while he's just throwing out the first thing that he can think of, and none of it is true, including what it is with regard to my status. There's nothing that you should know based on the surface, and you're spending way too much time observing me instead of getting in your car with your so-called significant other and going about your business. But this is a stalker, and it's a demon, and he looks like he's having a rougher time than I am, economically speaking. Going out and taking what money out of the bank because his shoes and his socks are mildew yellow. Seriously. And this is an entity that's very much triggered by what it is, everything that I say and do. Everything that I say and do. And because there is nothing that a demon that's stalking me, the Ontario Police Department is stalking me. Why would I be embarrassed by that? Why would I be? That's speaking to, I'm very, very prominent. I'm very, very important. I am amongst the lower beings who are demons. I am priority. Every business is focused on me. They tailor what they do with regard to their businesses around me. They adjust to my presence. License 9FNC075. That's the reality. And an entity is very much humiliated when I speak the truth about what they are and what they're doing. And they're also embarrassed about it because not only is the public asking common sense questions like, dang, why would you be doing that? Because there's no question about what everybody's looking at on the internet. Dang, why would you be doing all that just to stalk that? Because they don't want to answer questions about being demons, and they don't want to answer questions with regard to admitting with regard to my identity, with regard to what it is that I'm speaking, spiritually speaking, about telling all their secrets. They don't want to admit to what is somebody being more important than they would like to try to play that person down as though they have any sort of importance in doing that in the first place. Like you have any effect on what is my actual identity. You don't. But these are demons that are stalking me, though, under all circumstances. And the entity is speaking as the state, going to the extent to sound helicopter activity. That's how important I am. Understand that that's a concession to how important I am. While demons are going out of their way to try to seize some sort of moment. That's what was so disturbing about that, and I captured it on video. It's relevant to what is the entity that's monitoring. To look at the demons that they feel as though they've captured some moment. They have a second here. They're trying to seize it. Everybody feels like they're doing something right now. Everybody has their phones out and they're cackling. What are they laughing about? Only the demons know. But there's nothing actually funny about this circumstance while they're engaging in what is a bunch of gibberish, talking about, oh, she's this and I'm documenting him at the bank, and the entity. And if you're hostile about it, then what is the purpose behind what is remaining? He's got his girlfriend waiting, and even she's fascinated, and she's pulling out her cell phone. And more cars are stopping. You're in the middle of the traffic, and this is all about me getting to, again, my importance. And it's not appearing as though what the entity wants it to appear as though they are engaging in what is making the target individual feel like I'm lower than something. No, they give me, in everything that they are doing, they make me priority. Even while he's still stalking, what was I pointing out? He's still not going anywhere. You're still here. You're still here talking, and you're not going to hit me. You're not going to bust a grape. Okay? He has a very thick neck and a very short height. He's all talk. Literally, no height, all talk. And he's stalking. There is nothing manly about that. Absolutely, I'm going to call that out. You're stalking me, and you have a girl in the car. Both of you are obsessed with me. Okay? That's why they're engaging in that. And it's pathetic. It's pathetic. The demons are very much embarrassed. I'm that important. The entity sounded helicopter activity. I'm that important that the Ontario International Airport is getting closer and closer to where I'm located. Stalking. And I'm that important that I'm also going to prosecute the entire city. And the city is very much humiliated about that. They're very much hostile to it. And I want to be clear, this is the same entity of demons that is shared by Jason Fields. This is the demon that's in real time listening to everything that's being documented. He's the same entity. Okay, and so this is an entity that is in real time expressing hostility. While this is speaking to what is the demons that are not staying. You're not staying in my real property. Like I was stating before I'm documenting this demon, he's not staying in my real property. You're going to federal prison for kidnapping and criminally defaming with the Ontario Police, for engaging in what is conspiring my murder with your co-defendant, your sex partner, Tracy Banks. You're engaging in what is still gang stalking to date, and you thought that was going to intimidate me into like giving you my property or something. This is the mentally ill that are sitting around cackling, holding up their cell phones, feeling like they've seized some moment. When in reality, you're looking at normal, natural people, normal, sane, healthy people are looking at what you already know is the P.O.C. And then you're looking at a bunch of demons who are engaging in very demented and very sick conduct together. They engage in that together, like a group of them together. Okay, that's the entity that's engaging in what is hostility, and that is shared by Jason Isaac Fields. Like I stated, he is absolutely irrelevant, but for targeting me with his sex partner, Tracy Banks. Okay, this is an entity that's communicating hostility through passive-aggressive manners like harassing me through a stranger, a quote-unquote stranger on the corner. But this isn't a stranger. This is somebody that's very much monitoring me all night long while I'm sleeping outside of the bus stop. And that's why you're, again, a demon that's unintelligent running their mouth. How do you know that I'm homeless? Why are you making that specific assumption? Because based on your assumption, you're homeless. Based on what it is that you are homeless. Okay, very much focused on me while you're in your car. Are you sleeping in your car? Because that's what it looks like. This is an entity that's engaging in this conduct and has no basis to appear on the surface and make those assumptions. And by the way, you're doing that while you are obsessively remaining in my presence, trying to garner more and more attention. Yeah, more. You guys come over here. Yeah. Let's all laugh and hold our cell phones up and monitor in the specific environment with the state. That's what that was, and it was a very pathetic iteration, and the entity punctuated it with helicopter activity and with plane activity. Those are the demons calling themselves an Ontario Police Department, an Ontario International Board, calling themselves an Ontario Executive Team. This is an entity that's calling itself, they would be referred to under the Constitution, a civilian population. These are not civilians, so this is the Nephilim, these are demons. All right, very, very, very twisted and sick conduct. And you'll also pay attention, this is the pattern of conduct by demons. They're very much gang members. The traffic at Wells Fargo built up very rapidly as well. More traffic, more people came parked in the parking lot, more came to the ATM while they're monitoring. Okay, and the entities engaging in this conduct, these are demons that are very much very wicked, and a very wicked spirit surrounds while they're engaged in that conduct, and they are again hoping for something to transpire. And the Ontario Police is not only there with regard to that passive-aggressive engagement in the pattern of conduct, they want some basis to engage in kidnapping. Okay, this is an entity that's always engaged in that conduct, so that they're not going anywhere. They're stalking right now, but more and more of them are crossing paths on Euclid Avenue while the entity is engaging in that iteration of the P.O.C. Okay, they're, in other words, pacing more frequently. Okay, that's all. That's what the Ontario Police did. And that's with regard to demons who are all together communicating hostility. Even through one demon, you're dealing with a spirit, a legion, okay, that's vocalized through one person. That's a demon-possessed person. That's an entity speaking, and it's the public entity speaking as well under the law. Okay, and everything about that behavior, I just want to, I'm going to drop that there, but everything about that behavior is entirely abnormal. And this is an entity that is, again, under all circumstances, very much hostile to being documented. They're being embarrassed. They're being more than embarrassed. They've been humiliated. And there is nothing that is making you appear like you're not a loser while you're at the corner stalking and surrounding a woman at that. But I'm not just your average woman. I am the federal prosecutor. But you have a bunch of boys that are surrounding a girl, aiming their cell phone, and together they're all calling her a B word and yelling and laughing and holding up their cell phones. This is what an entity engaged in. And you have one girl that clearly is into short midgets that don't have any respect for females. But nonetheless, and she has a thing for mildew socks. But the entity is engaging in this conduct, and these are a bunch of boys that are engaging in that together. Even the security guard on the opposite, or whatever he is, this is another male. This is a bunch of boys, and you want to know why? This is a demonic spirit that is very much intimidated by me being a woman as well. It's very much with regard to this delusional sense of some patriarchal system of demons that are not, and they're not men, and neither are they running anything. And that's also relevant relevant. I want to be clear. The entity is engaging in this conduct, and the demon-possessed gang stalking boys have been emasculated by the pattern of conduct as I'm documenting them. Those are demons that are engaging in what is being embarrassed on a routine basis. As I embarrass them with questions like, how do you spell Constitution? Okay? If you can answer that question, then I'll answer yours. The entities engage in this conduct, and they're doing so while they are embarrassed and humiliated, and they're doing so on behalf of a police department that is sharing in what is that violence. This is how pathetic it is. So I just want to make sure that that's known. This is an entity calling someone names. Those are superficial means of somebody that is desperate and pathetic and doesn't have anything of substance. But that doesn't hurt my feelings. If you weren't stalking me, okay, then it might be a little shock, but it's not very easy to hurt my feelings. But if you weren't stalking me, then we could there's another nuance there perhaps, but even that, but you're stalking. You're stalking me, in fact, and then you are engaging in what is calling all sorts of B's. You can say all that you want while you're actually talking about your mother. Okay, you hate your mother. That's what that's actually about, and you are engaging in stalking me while you're saying all that. It's audible activity. It's monitoring. It's pursuant to obsession with me, as you're analyzing it. Second of all, the entities engaging in this conduct while you are maintaining presence in my path. This is a hostile demon that doesn't want to overtly address how you want to be next to me, and you're embarrassed because I'm exposing how you want to be next to me because you're gang stalking through the Wells Fargo Drive ATM. All right, and so you have what is a deceptive means, and it's deceptive because you're looking at what is aggression and hostility when actually you have obsession and stalking conduct. You're stalking somebody that you're obsessed with, that you want to be near, that you want to follow around, and that's what he's doing. That's what he is doing as the entity. The entity is proving it by stalking in helicopter and planes. I didn't make that up. They're doing it with the Ontario Police Department, one demon after another pacing repeatedly in vehicles. They're doing it while the demons build up traffic at the Wells Fargo ATM. They're doing it while the demons begin pacing across the street at the apartment complex. They're all engaging in what is monitoring me together by a bunch of demons who have been humiliated from the outset with regard to my body of evidence. And it's pathetic. These are not men. They are boys, in fact. And they are very much intimidated by me. That's also why you're going to pay attention. You see all boys around me. The boys in the car, the boys in the pickup truck, the only female, if that is a female, but she was the only female in the passenger seat. There's a reason for that. Okay, the demons are very much intimidated by me. All right, it's relevant to what is spiritual authority, and it's also relevant to what is intellectual power, and it's also relevant to with regard to a legal skill set. It's also relevant with regard to my knowing what they're doing, calling out what they're doing, and doing it with the authority that I do it. The demon possessed are very much intimidated by it. That's why you do things like stalk by a police department, because the demon-possessed are targeting those that they are individually very much petrified by, such as the Holy Spirit. So I just want to point that out. I just want to break that down. I am going to put that video on the internet. It's relevant to the entity, the government that's harassing, the government that's obsessively stalking me, and the government's punctuating that. The Ontario Police Department are stalking at the end of the video. Okay, I don't have to make up anything. The entity of a population. You could not make me any more vital and key to the very life of the demons in Ontario when you are stalking. A whole population of them stalking. Okay, they're engaging in this while they are even humiliated by the way I just broke down that psychoanalysis of demons worshiping me under the guise of what is harassment. It's worship. That's how pathetic they are. The entities engage in this pattern of conduct while they're doing so with the sexual assault and battery. This is a license plate, 8Y09231. Stalking with impossible light with the demon at the intersection. Doing so with regard to demons that are very much engaging in that P.O.C. This sex offender's license plate is 8U.Y.S. 334. That's a homosexual. Okay, she's engaging in a sex offense on behalf of an entity and engaging in that conduct with the demons that are gang stalking. Those aren't headlights that are reaching at a distance, creating multiple shadows. That's another homosexual. They're obsessed with my vagina monitoring, and so are the intimidated boys that are gang stalking me as well. Okay, this is P.O.C. They're engaging in sexual violence on behalf of the demons of the Ontario Police that are pacing in vehicles and that are pacing by helicopter. Okay, this is the P.O.C. Then that's mental illness when the entity is engaging in what is stalking with impossible light activity. All right, it is currently, again, 10:05 p.m. and this is the entity that's engaging in what is targeting in all manners, including targeting while a hostile population of demons have been exposed, and they're also being prosecuted. I'm not just pointing them out for no reason. Like, well, that's not even what they were doing. They were literally, there was nothing that was funny. There There was nothing that was funny. They were engaging what is, oh, I'm calling her a bee. Let's laugh and let's hold up our phones. That's all they did. And they engaged in what is monitoring. Those were demons that were engaging in that targeting together. And it's very, very pathetic. All right, let me get this demon. Stalking they're just like cockroaches that come out of the crevices. As soon as you put out a cookie on the floor, which is me moving, a cockroach comes out of nowhere to make sure that they're aiming with light. This is P.O.C. 8Y09231 and 8UYS334 and license 7011601. They're all engaging in surveillance via Wells Fargo at 240 North Euclid Avenue, sharing in what is violence against a woman because the demon possessed are very much intimidated by me. And whether I'm living on a castle or I'm sleeping on a bus bench outside, guess what? They're worshiping me. They worship the ground that I walk on. And they are embarrassed because you know that. They're embarrassed because of that. And that's the reality. And that's what's behind very sick conduct that no healthy person is going to look at as, oh, they got her. They got her now. Oh yeah, that was a good, no healthy person, no sane person, and nobody that's looking at what you know are demons, what you know are stalking me, are looking at what they engaged in on video with the Ontario Police Department and the Ontario International Airport. The government is looking at that as though they have any sort of checkmate, okay? There's no competition here. They're stalking. These are demons against what is a federal prosecutor. There's no competition, all right? This is P.O.C. I want to make sure that that's clear. That's what's going to be deported out of the United States. That's being deported out of this country. That's being evicted out of my real property. That's not staying in my house. That's not staying in my house. And that's not going to force me to do anything that I'm not going to do. And I'm not going to be negotiating with any demon that's gang stalking. As I remain subject to it and you're sleeping in my house, you're sleeping in property, I've been sleeping outside, we will not be talking about anything. We're not going to have a conversation about anything. The entities engaged in this conduct and any property that actually belongs to me, it's going to be returned to me, and I will not be speaking to any demon, any thief that was living in it. I'm going to prosecute that person, those people, but there will not be any conversation. There's not going to be any negotiation. And the entities engaging in that while I'm still subject to this P.O.C. The entity that's engaging in that conduct, I want to be clear, is doing so as an entity that's still targeting and threatening my life and safety and harassing while I have the audacity to enforce my rights. Because you're angry because I have the ability to do so and you thought that your witchcraft was going to work while you stole my home. Okay? And I just want to be clear, property that actually belongs to me. Me. Nobody else has any right to it. I'm not married to anybody. And I never married anyone. The entity's been engaged in gang stalking me and engaging in what is stealing my identity, committing fraud against me, and then stalking me on the roads and the highways, and then engaging in what is harassing me because I'm documenting you. That's the same entity. That's the same entity that's gang stalking me, but you have a fraudulent marriage to me. I never married anybody. I never had any children with anyone, and I will not be respecting. In fact, it's evidence to prosecute whoever it is that has my name on paper as though we're married to each other. I'm going to be prosecuting you. And it is no basis for you to steal my property. You know exactly who you are, and you knew when you're claiming ignorance or whether you are maliciously engaged in that, you already knew that we were not married. You knew that it was a means of stealing my property, and I'm going to prosecute you for it. And you're not staying in my house. I'm not going to marry you in real life. None of that's going to happen. I'm going to prosecute you. All right? This is the P.O.C. This is the entity that's engaged in that, and this is entirely pathetic with regard to the demons that worship me, want to create fake marriages to me, want to engage in trying to lord over my life. All right, and they're not doing any of the above. I'm going to prosecute for demons that are obsessively stalking me in planes and in helicopters, for demons that are obsessively stalking me everywhere that I go, and they want to be next to me, even through the guise of what is being at the traffic light next to me, being at a gas pump to be next to me, being at an ATM to be next to me, while you are stalking. All you're doing is stalking. That's it. All right, license plate 9SVX269. And this is the entity that's engaging in that threat, communicated as an entity. Alrighty, so I just want to be clear on that. The demons that you hear in the background, that's the same mental illness that is borne by the demons like Tracy Banks and Eric Spencer and Jason Isaac Fields. Demons that I do not converse with, I don't fraternize with, I don't associate with. Eric Spencer is a gang stalker. He's monitoring me. He's the entity, and he came to the Ontario Town Square where he knew where I was at. He was not invited. He does not have my phone number. I don't converse with any of them. I don't associate with them. Just like Tracy Banks, I don't call her. She's a part of the entity. She comes to where I'm at. She's a stalker, and she is coming into my presence unannounced and uninvited and threatening and gang stalking me in doing so. This is an entity that's doing so, and I want to make sure that that's clear. The entity that's threatening my life, that includes Jason Isaac Fields, and the entity is engaging in this conduct, and the entity is, I'm referring to Jason Isaac Fields as the entity. This is somebody that is under no circumstances permitted in my presence either, and he's even less significant than the fake family members. There's not gonna be a conversation with a predator like Jason Fields. It's not gonna happen, and I'm gonna document that, and I'm stating it in advance because I've already stated what is not the case. This is somebody that's stolen property from me, and I mean, property that actually belongs to me. I don't want any property that was given by, I don't want any of that. If it belongs to Jason Fields, you can keep it. I'm not even gonna, you can have that. I'm talking about property that's given to me. There is no marriage, and there will be no property that you are going to benefit from by fraudulently marrying me, by any sort of criminal conduct. It's all mine, and it's going to stay mine, and it will not become yours, and you're not going to force that either. The entity is going to be prosecuted for any ways in which you are threatening me upon being prosecuted, and the government enabling that. The government enabling that aids to that conduct. Jason Fields is a highly unstable, delusional psychopath, obsessed with a fantasy that is never going to come true. You're not going to have sex with Tracy Banks, my fake mother, and then engage in some relationship with me, including while you have HIV. Okay? And then you're lying about me having HIV. None of that's going to happen. It's never going to happen, and I can't make it any clearer. But when somebody is unstable, when somebody is a demon who is also spiritually attacking, you don't have to, and I'm not going to communicate. I'm going to enforce my rights. If you violate the law by coming into my presence, if you violate the law by trying to force regarding authority you don't have pertaining to property that doesn't belong to you, meaning it actually doesn't belong to you, it didn't originate to you, it wasn't given to you, you procured it through some criminal act committed against me, because there is no marriage between me and anybody else on this planet. It never happened. It's criminal conduct that I was subject to. And it's going to remain that. It's a basis of identifying the entity and the motivation behind, one of the motivations behind targeting me in the first place. You will not be benefiting under any circumstances regarding the criminal acts committed against me. So I want to make sure that that's abundantly clear. And the federal government is paying attention to my documentation, I'm sure, and relevant to what is a pending case, and and pursuant to that, I am very much mindful of the fact that Jason Isaac Fields remains an adversary. He's not a colleague or a friend of mine, and he's not going to become some future partner either. And I mean by partner, I mean professionally, because that, in any other way, it's out of the question. Meaning, I'm not even going to be associating with this person. And I don't know any of these demons, anything. I am done with the demon-possessed, gang-stalking entity that I have prosecuted. I'm done with them, and that includes Fields. The entities that engage in this, and the reason why I'm bringing up Fields is because if this is somebody that I suspect has any sort of exercising any custody or control over property that belongs to me, it is going to be a problem under the law. It's going to be a problem. All right, so I just want to make sure that that's clear. This is somebody that is very much delusional and engaged in what is ongoing threatening conduct, threatening kidnapping, threatening rape, threatening what is coercion regarding property that belongs to me. And none of that, in fact, is going to happen. And neither am I going to voluntarily, of my own volition, not only associate with this demon, but have any sort of property that I'm going to share. Or so it's out of the question. It's not going to happen. Everything that belongs to me is going to me, period. And I'm publicly making that very clear at the outset, because this needs to be, my intentions and my interests are very clear with regard to the federal government. And I expect that the government is going to respect that and aid in what is facilitating my safety and my best interest as I dictate it. Because I maintain that right. I want to make sure that that's clear. Contrary to what is, again, this is a lunatic that is obsessed with some narrative that's not going to happen. We're not friends, and he's not going to come and force me to have any conversation with him. He's not going to be in my presence. We will not be negotiating anything. I'm not sharing. I'm not giving up anything. None of that's going to happen. His sex life with Tracy Banks, his gang stalking me, whatever he calls himself investigating, I conducted my own investigation. We're going to let the dice fall where they may in a courtroom. There will be no association with Jason Isaac Fields. This is P.O.C. It's license 96180Z1. All right, the people of the state, ARCO at 434 North Euclid Avenue, Chevron at 506 North Euclid Avenue, Gloria's Cochinas at 401 North Euclid Avenue, the people of the state at 333 North Euclid Avenue using the U.S. Bank as a means of stalking in the path and light activity. They're all stalking with the Ontario Police Department while I'm at the Ontario Town Square. I'm just speaking of my location, Euclid Avenue. The entire city is gang stalking, but I'm giving my specific location regarding gang stalking establishments, sharing and participating in real-time terrorism, doing so, speaking as the state, they're monitoring and harassing together. All those demons inside of Gloria's Cochinas, for example, I've already documented them and how they engage in the P.O.C. They're not focused on clubbing. They're not focused on on Gloria's Cochinas. They're focused on coming out of the club like cockroaches stalking in the path while the Ontario police were repeatedly flying in helicopters over me as I sat at the 415 North Euclid Avenue address, where the entity kept the fake moon over me and where the entity engaged in what is criminal summoning at Gloria's Cochinas at 3 o'clock in the morning when nothing is happening other than me being present and demons wanting to be next to me. When they're engaged in surveillance and they know exactly what's happening regarding Gloria's Cochinas. 9T-UA 626. All right, so Gloria's Cochinas is gang stalking while I am at Euclid Avenue, and I documented the entity, the entirety of the city of Ontario, the entirety of the state speaking through ignoramuses, making a series of admissions regarding the fact that they're stalking. That I don't need it. But they're making admissions regarding being stalkers because they're making statements that are unsubstantiated, unsupported, based on what is just a bare bones observation. And based on what it is that he's assuming, he's in the same position, so that means he's homeless too. And he doesn't have any bleach, access to any bleach. Okay, his shoes and his socks, yellow, when they're supposed to be white. This is an entity that's engaging in this sort of conduct and is doing so while they are harassing and speaking as one. Stalking and speaking as one, including Chevron, including the immigrant population. License plate, the entity is maintaining light activity at Chevron. A large truck behind the Chevron where the employee is in the Chevron gang stalking, and Chevron is monitoring with light activity, operation of his communication device while he's maintaining flashing of light while the city is gang stalking and the fake moon is over me at Chevron. This is funny. This is P.O.C. Light activity is license 4NY 2813. And this is an entity that is monitoring, and he's been engaged in this business representing, while the truck is a means of light activity, that business is participating in the criminal pattern of conduct, and that business is sharing in harassment. Okay, monitoring. And so is the businesses of ARCO and Chevron and the gang stalkers, gang stalking at the gas stalls, gang stalking at Gloria's Cochinas, gang stalking at Starbucks, 9HVA 270. All right, this is the entity that's engaging in the elements of monitoring together with the Ontario Police Department, gang stalking with the whole city of Ontario, doing so while along Euclid Avenue, and doing so while the entity is engaging in what is showing how much they worship me together. That's supposed to be some sort of show of force, some sort of show of like, oh yeah, we're strong, and but they're showing that they worship me. They go a far distance. Instead of just getting in your car and going about your business, having something to do as a police department, they're stalking and monitoring. They're obsessed. Okay, and that's what is shining through while an entity is monitoring, in the way in which I'm capturing through a bunch of mentally ill people. That's what you see with the communication devices, and they're ganging up at a corner together. They're ostensibly strangers, but the way in which they are very quickly greeting and bonding and cackling and all in engineer light, and then the entity ends it with helicopter activity. Those are demons. It's mental illness, and it's pathetic. It's a show of worship. It is a show of worship, and it's also based on what are, first of all, very specifically, demon-possessed males, and that's because these demons are intimidated by me. All right, so I just want to point that out. But it's, first of all, it's a show of worship, and second of all, it's also very pathetic. There's nothing manly about attacking a female. And then you're talking about, I'm from LA. Okay, so where in, I've documented LA. Where in LA is, or in anywhere, is standing up to a woman like you're going to beat her up? Where is that, like, supposed to be like gangster? Like, what part of the, like, where's that written at? Where's that, like, some OG stuff? Like, where's that? Because I've never heard of it. And that's why I'm speaking to this demon that's actually obsessed with me in the way in which I am. Like, okay, so you're very much insecure. You are a shorty doo-wop, so you already have an insecurity. And understand the entity is very triggered by the truth that I speak, but I'm reading someone immediately. You're a midget. You're very much dressed inappropriately if you were going to come here with jokes while you're stalking. There's no way that there's no presentation where you are stalking me where I'm not going to read you in the same manner. I don't care if you're driving a Land Rover and you're wearing Prada. You're stalking me. You're stalking me. I am not stalking you. I would never stalk you. I would never be worshiping you. I would never engage in psychopathic, sick stuff like aiming light in the middle and in the middle of the night to touch on you. Like, these are demons, and it's very pathetic. And they're embarrassed because they're pathetic, and I'm embarrassing them showing that. That's it. And that's specifically why they have the demons of the male gender as opposed to a bunch of females that were doing that. That's why. License 7ATM970. P.O.C. And the fake moon follows to 537 North Euclid Avenue, by the way, at what is 10:22 p.m. This is an entity that's very much pathetic in every regard. It's pathetic on its surface. There were a bunch of boys that were finding something very weird, funny. I have an excellent sense of humor. So I'm still like, okay, I need to get this on video. Because it was very sick as it was happening. It was very, very sick. But even what they were stating, I'm like, well, what exactly is this supposed to be accomplishing when you are at the Wells Fargo? And if you're not concerned with me, why are you still here? And why, instead of leaving, are you summoning a whole group? And how is it when you summon a group, how you just have power to just cause everybody to just come to you like that, huh? They just come like that? Everybody come, and then everybody just comes like that. That's how it works? No, they're gang stalkers. They are. They're demons and they're gang stalkers. And that's what happened, and that's what you observed, and that's what you see me confronting, and I've documented violence by the people of the state many, many, many times. And these are the same psychopaths that are stalking with light, so then you're witnessing the demented behavior, the personality defects, the insecurities of those who are inferior, and they know that they're inferior, and they feel inferior, and that makes them feel like they're not inferior to engage in inferior tactics. You are admittedly pathetic when what type of man is engaging in any of the behavior that I capture? Any of it. And moreover, what is it, the level of enthusiasm with regard to a stranger? If I saw that, I would be like, well, what is going on? The level of enthusiasm, all of it was abnormal. They were exceedingly enthusiastic. They were all jumping in. It was very rapid and a large accumulation of people in a very short amount of time. And all of that were the demons that are gang stalking. And it starts because the demons are very much hostile and embarrassed. And then doing so under the guise of being some sort of gangster, talking about LA is supposed to make you appear or feel like a gangster. I don't know what, but I dragged LA already. The city of demons, dark angels, I've already dragged them. That evidence is on the internet. You can refer to it. The entities engaging in, there is nothing gangster or scary about being a gang stalker at all. It's pathetic. In fact, they engage in gang stalking, targeting as a gang because they are apprehensive, because they are scared. That's why they do that. Because they are scared of consequences, because they are scared if they do something by themselves, what's going to happen, because they are scared, and they are also very much insecure with any and everything that they do. And it's also because they're demons. Demons act in packs. They're like wolves, if you will. But they act in packs. They're apprehensive spirits. And they literally rely on the numbers, the false sense of security with numbers. That's how demons behave. They act in packs. They're not individuals. They're not the type that go out and do things individually. No, they are very apprehensive by themselves. That's also why the entity engages in gang stalking, because they are demons. That's the nature of demons. And the way in which that group gathered around me at the sidewalk, and as they were engaging in that behavior and making those statements, and the way in which they were doing that level of enthusiasm, those were demons. Those were all demons, okay? And they were in the demonic environment. And then the entity punctuates it with, I couldn't have asked for it, but the entity flies over by helicopter, okay? Alrighty, and then I'm reminding him, but he's still here. You're still here, though. Like, why are you still here? Why are you and your girlfriend here? Why are you more focused on me than your girlfriend? Why haven't you gotten your self in the car? I'm tired of looking at your thighs. This is an entity that's very much, again, bothered by how unbothered I am, in other words, to put it that way. Very much bothered by the way in which I'm unbothered by them, by the ease with which I expose them. That's embarrassing to them. Because demons, they reckon themselves to be something that's untouchable. And that's totally a lie out of hell. That it's like a total blindness of demons that are suffering from a very delusional sense of self. Okay? The Ontario Police Department are admittedly engaging in stalking. That is the utmost embarrassing. What is a police department doing even engaging in that? Why would you do that? It's entirely pathetic. Okay? And they do so, again, as a desperate resort. Don't be confused about what the entity is doing. They're not stalking. Now the entity, the plot twist is the helicopter activity is supposed to be a means whereby very sick and demented demons, it's very specific type of personality that is viewing on the dark web and engaging in what is voyeurism of the targeted individual. But the demons are now, it's a plot twist now, because now they're not engaging in what is stalking and enjoying the targeted individual being targeted by helicopter and laughing at it and thinking it's funny. Now the entity's stalking by helicopter because they want me to shut up. They want me to stop talking. That's why they're doing it now. Because they're afraid of what it is that comes out of my mouth. Because they're triggered by what it is that I state, which is 1000% true and unapologetic. That's why they do it now. Because it's no show of force. They're doing it now because they're scared about what it is that I'm saying. It's literally like, man, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. They want me to shut up. That's why they're stalking by helicopter now. Now it's not funsies anymore. Now it's not funny. It's not funny anymore. Now you're doing it because, man, make her shut up, man. Stop her from talking. And that's why they're engaging in it. And I'm documenting and I'm going to prosecute you. But that's the entity that engaged in what is ending that very demented. That's relevant to assessment, mental assessments. But the entity that's engaging in what is stalking by helicopter after I'm documenting very demented behavior by gang stalkers who are demons. All right, it is currently 10:28 p.m. That's the entity that's, again, both obsessed and also hostile because they're obsessed, and I'm documenting your obsession. Including while you go to the Wells Fargo ATM in the specific environment on behalf of the police that are stalking me everywhere that I'm going and stalking me through you. Calling me out of my name doesn't change the fact that you're obsessed with me. It also doesn't change the fact that your socks are yellow, they're not white. It doesn't change the fact that you are a shorty doo-wop and I'm embarrassing you. Okay? Because you are talking about things that are irrelevant, like being in LA. Well, you're not in LA right now, demon. You're in Ontario stalking me. What does that have to do with anything? And why don't you get in your car and go somewhere and be concerned about your girlfriend? Because you're obsessed with me. It's pathetic. But anyway, the entity's engaged in that, and that is the pattern of conduct. I will include that video regarding the entity that's engaged in harassment. And the entities engaging in harassment with regard, why are they harassing? Well, they are harassing. The entity that's gang stalking you is always inherently harassing you. The entity is, at the end of the day, this is about obsession. They're stalking and monitoring out of obsession, out of worship. But I also want to be clear, they are also, because I'm prosecuting it, because I'm not like weak and overcome by what they're doing, they're engaging in harassing me because they've been humiliated. They are the ones that are, they're like the cockroach that's been put on its back. Okay, they're upside down and they can't get on their feet, right? This is the entities that's engaging in this conduct has been absolutely humiliated, and they've been subject to a prosecution that they did not think was ever really going to happen, even though I really said it was going to happen, and I really meant it. And I said it's really going to happen. And the entity's still really engaging in what is criminal activity that they're going to be prosecuted for. And they're doing it out of desperation now. And this false sense of ego has demons killing themselves. And by killing themselves, I mean that symbolically, meaning they're just driving off the cliff because they're concerned about the way they look on the internet. But the way they look on the internet is they look pathetic. They look like they're the stalkers, like that I said that they are, that the evidence shows that they are, and that they're being delusional. Everybody's sitting back waiting for the raid, for the first raid. Everybody's sitting back waiting for what's going to happen, the next ball that's going to drop. They look like they're just doing more of the same, and everyone with a sane brain will be like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? But also, you're also learning how a government's going to be prosecuted. This has never happened before as well. But this is certainly not going to be the case. Oh, you're not just going to keep gang stalking somebody while you're, oh, no. What they're doing now is going to be dealt with in court. But the entity is literally just engaging in an ongoing cycle, more of the same. And they're literally waiting for the next shoe to drop. They're just waiting, and they're engaged in this conduct. There's no mystery about targeting, harassing me, and me even addressing, okay, me calling you a shorty doo-wop, which you are, me calling you a thick neck, which you are, me pointing out your Daisy Dukes and your hairy legs and your yellow socks and your yellow shoes when they're supposed to be white, I guess. You're supposed to be in a different, superior position to me, but you're looking like you're sleeping outside, though. All right? My thing is, even my responding to that, how is that helping your federal case? It is not causing anybody to, it looks like you're merely harassing me. Even if somebody is annoying you at the ATM, let's concede. Even if somebody is annoying you at the ATM, say gang stalking is not really happening, and you're being harassed by somebody at the ATM, so you're going to attack a female? Are you going to, as a man, are you going to get in your car and drive away? You're threatening, oh, your girl's going to get out the car. She did not get out the car. She sat there and pulled out her cell phone like a demon as well. She's not going to do anything. He's not going to do anything because they're gang stalkers. And they also know that they're about to be prosecuted. They weren't going to do anything. That's the reality. But moreover, it's all about what is trying to seize the moment because they've been humiliated in front of the world. That's what's so pathetic about them while you are stalking. So let's say that you're being harassed and gang stalking is not underway. Theoretically, because the pattern of conduct in the case is already established. And by the way, while it's established and you're speaking in the way in which you are as the state, the entity is going to be prosecuted for that. The gang stalking establishment, Wells Fargo, is harassing and is speaking, is harassing me while it is a facilitating venue, meaning it is available for the gang stalking purposes of the state. I'm going to prosecute for Wells Fargo's ongoing speech of harassing me while I am documenting it. And I'm documenting Wells Fargo while demons are gang stalking with the government while they're going to the ATMs. Okay? This is an entity that's engaging in that. And I want to be clear. When you are engaging in that conduct and say somebody is harassing you and they're taking a picture of while you're assuming what they're doing on the phone always, and you're paying very close attention to what I'm stating. You're not paying attention to putting in your PIN code and taking money out the bank. You're giving real close attention to me, like he was the whole time, by the way. And then you're just staying there chilling at the intersection. You're just chilling there. You are getting in a woman's face as though you're going to beat me up. Is that how you're going to defend yourself from being harassed by a woman that's targeting you? That's what's happening. You're being targeted at the ATM, and so you're going to commence to, and in front of a whole group, you're going to then, attack her? This is an entity that's, again, under all circumstances engaging in what is inexplicable behavior with regard to the pattern of conduct, anything other than the pattern of conduct of gang stalkers that are angry because you're angry, Satan, because I'm documenting you. You're angry because I'm documenting you, and I'm going to document you. And the more that he talked, the more that I documented him. He started speaking, and I took another picture of him. He started speaking again, and then I started reciting his license plate. And then he started speaking some more, and then I reminded him about his Daisy Dukes. I want to be clear, none of that is anything that's going to falsely depict the targeted individual's character. None of it. None of it. All right? The entity is engaging with a stalking as a population, and the targeted individual is supposed to be, like, crying in a corner, and when you don't get that, so then you are engaging with a stalking in a helicopter. That makes you feel bigger than the targeted individual who's not bothered by you, so you pull out a helicopter. That's the pathetic entity that's engaging in the P.O.C. There is no circumstances where you're gang stalking and you're defaming the targeted individual. It's not going to happen. I just want to make sure that that's clear, and I don't even have to say anything. That's clear from the evidence. This is an entity that has been humiliated. This is an entity that thought that they were going to see a different show on the internet. They thought they were going to get a whole other show. And this is a major plot twist. And it's an empty, what was that? Some sort of empty, hollow celebration of weirdos. A bunch of guys that got in a circle around me, cackling incessantly and holding up their cell phones. Those are demons that were monitoring. And there was not even any joke. They were laughing while they kept saying the B word over and over again. Okay, that is very much clearly on its face. The entity that's engaging in what is gang stalking. And I already pointed that out, so you can study that video, the way in which they accumulated, the enthusiasm that they have. You have what are supposedly strangers, or I guess he knows everybody in Ontario coming out from LA. Maybe he knew all of them, and all of them knew me, and they were all interested in getting it all on cell phone at the same time. Maybe that's what it is, and the Ontario police are just coincidentally, again, flying over me by helicopter again at that same location. And what is also going to be absolutely irrelevant, the fact that my shadow was laid out on the ground, multiple shadows on the ground in front of me. All of that is completely irrelevant. And this is somebody that's just, you know, he's just a woman beater, okay? And he's got an insecurity complex with regard to his height that I brought up, and so he was immediately triggered. Maybe that's it, okay? But nonetheless, this is the entity that's engaged in, that's gang stalking. That is gang stalking. And that's the entity that's embarrassed because they are worshiping me, they are obsessed with me, and the demon possessed never wanted that to be known. I was supposed to be, remember, a prostitute, a drug addict. I was supposed to be dead. This entity lied and said I was dead. Produced what are fake death certificates. Guess who's going to prison for that? All right. The entity's engaging in what is defaming my character, but wow, pray tell. You have what is worshiping. Why would you be worshiping a prostitute? Why would you be stalking her? Because that's what the pattern of conduct shows, and there's no reasonable question. You're stalking, and while you try to simultaneously defame my character. And that's the entity that's very much embarrassed on the internet. So this is where that's where that's coming from. And you are admittedly worshiping me when you pull out the helicopters and the planes in the city. I'm going to prosecute for that. Remember, I'm advocating on behalf of the ordinary target individual. Absolutely, it's terrorism, it's pursuant to sexual violence, it's ongoing harassment as an entity. It's a whole other federal level. But at the same time, you spending a lot of money, putting a lot of manpower, a lot of resources on a prostitute, on a drug addict, on a child molester, all of that. Wow, that's very interesting. Very, very interesting, isn't it? Very, very interesting. This is the entity that is full of demons, and they are together very much engaged in surveillance. They know exactly who I am, and that's why those demons very quickly accumulated in volume and engineer light to hold out their cell phones, where they were all engaged in federal stalking, and every single last one of them are subject to federal prison for what I documented. Just want to be clear, because they were all stalking with the Ontario police, who ends that video. That's federal prison for all of them. Their worship of me is shown through the specific environment. They worship me under the fake sun. They worship me under the fake moon. They worship me with the engineer light. Everything about what they're doing is about me, including while I'm being stalked with engineer light. Look at the light activity inside of the OVITT Family Community Library. It's coming toward me through the depths of the library. They might as well pull out their altar and pray to me. Now, I don't encourage that. That's totally demonic, but that's what they're doing. They're worshiping me. It is shown through the pattern of conduct. Now, that worship is what you're going to juxtapose with the hostility and the deceptive means of monitoring me. A demon that's monitoring and is mad because they're obsessed, and I know it and everybody else knows it, will engage in calling me out of my name and harassing me while you're still monitoring me. You're still monitoring, though. You're still here. Yeah, that's that P.O.C, okay? Pay attention. It is, again, like I stated, it's 10:39 p.m. All right, this is documentation again. The Ontario Police Department engaging in what is harassment in concert with the people of the state, which is the state of California engaging in what is ongoing harassment, which is a method of obstruction of justice upon being documented for targeting. Gang stalking specifically, and they're doing it in concert through the people of the state. The video that you listen to in the specific environment, engineer light, you can see the demons while they're walking, the multiple shadows that are on the ground, they're perpendicular, the multiple shadows that are moving across the vehicles while they're pacing, while the vehicles are pacing, and while they're all circling around, yelling and cussing and laughing, and all of them holding up their phones, they're creating activity. Those are demons that are monitoring through what is a celebratory means by demons that are engaging in harassment, and they're all engaging in demonic conduct. It was a harassing, hostile means of demonic activity. Very evil is actually what gang stalking is. Wicked, it's demonic activity, but that was a wicked iteration of what is demonic behavior. They were doing it while they were cussing, and doing it while they were threatening violence, and doing it while they were calling me out of my name, and doing it while they're all boys that are like gaining up on a female and repeatedly calling her out of her name, and they're all holding up their cell phones while they're doing it and laughing, and They're doing it in the engineer light while the entity is flying around in circles by helicopter and stalking on the roads and the highways with the Ontario police included with the people of the state. The same all that pattern of conduct while they're engaging in what is harassment. Very demonic, wicked, and demented behavior. This is the state of California's criminal conduct, and it's relevant for federal prison. License 14803X2 is engaging in that pattern of conduct. You'll pay attention at the beginning of the video. You'll have to see it to know what I'm talking about. At the beginning of the video, this is a demon that's already in position with their cell phone aimed at me. Not a stranger that's coming to find out, hey, what's going on? Oh, okay, this is funny. I'm going to tape it. This is somebody that pulls up and has their cell phone out already monitoring. I just point out the details to you. These are demons that are, again, anxious, desperate for some sort of means where this is very sick. I guess it's the objective of the demons to be captured on the internet, engaging in what is targeting the targeted individual. This is the entity that's going to be diagnosed and convicted for these things. And they did it with the Ontario police. It is a federal prison. It includes license 14803X2. Well, you will see that the defendant has a driver and a passenger side, and they pull up with regard to having their cell phone already out, aimed on me, okay? Engaging in what is aiding in what is harassment by this demon that's gang stalking at Wells Fargo. And his license plate, again, is 9TBZ070, in concert with, again, 14803X2. Traffic builds up at the Wells Fargo ATM, a means of gang stalking, light activity, relevant positioning, its criminal presence. The entity's engaging in surveillance. So then you're talking about having a warrant or probable cause by the government that's engaging in what is a legitimate interest, and surveillance is not. Not only that, there is no warrant or probable cause to engage in it, certainly not via gang stalking like the city of Ontario and the state of California is. That means that criminal presence in the path is a federal offense for terrorism and furtherance of murder by the entity that's doing it on cameras, surveillance cameras, doing it while I'm documenting it, doing it in concert with the government that's incriminating the people, and the people incriminating the state, while the co-defendants, the people and the state acting together, are harassing me as I captured on video on podcast. And they're engaging in what is public corruption as that criminal surveillance system is underway by going to an ATM such as Wells Fargo that is providing a crime scene, an arena for ongoing targeting to occur, meaning you're providing a venue where the people of the state are capable of being present to engage in what is a presence in the path, light activity, stalking. And you're stalking in the path when you go and stand at an ATM while the entity is maintaining ongoing surveillance. That's the malicious pattern of conduct, and it is that which is underway with the government having no legitimate interest in doing so, and also having no warrant or probable cause, including by corrupt establishments like Wells Fargo and through the gang stalking, targeting conduct of the people of the state. This is the entity that's engaging in that, and they committed harassment, threatening me and my safety, and committing a battery and an assault while they're engaging in that. And that is, again, license plate. It's the Ontario Police Department. They're located at 2500 South Archibald Avenue in Ontario, California, number 1. The Ontario International Airport, located at 2500 Airport Drive in Ontario, California. The Ontario Board includes Ronald Loveridge, Kurt Hagman, Julia Gu, Jim Bowman, and Alan D. Wapner, and the entirety of the Ontario executive team. They are sharing in this federal offense committed by the government of what is harassment upon terrorizing and psychologically torturing and being documented, engaging in what is obstruction of justice, speaking through the demons that are gang stalking in the shoes of the state. This is violence that is sponsored by the government, and it's also exposing severe mental illness, and it's psychopathic in nature. License plate 9FMF508. And this is also downtown Ontario luxury apartments, the third-party facilitating venue. The demons are pacing out of the parking garage. I'm capturing the demons that are pacing as they're driving back and forth on what is C Street. They're driving back and forth on Euclid Avenue. They are pacing back and forth to the ATM. They're all monitoring. They're patrolling all around with monitoring, and the entity is also doing it in the sky space by helicopter. They're surrounding like sharks, and they're spewing out vulgarities, engaging what is battery and harassment while the pattern of conduct is underway. In Wells Fargo, the Ontario Downtown Luxury Apartments are the facilitating venues sharing, and that's Sarah's Regis that's harassing, doing so in the shoes of the government, okay? This is license plate, again, 9FMF508, and license 9TBZ070. And license 14803X2. That's the entity. Also, the Ontario Fire Department is engaged in harassment. That's the City of Ontario. And they are a part of the same harassment. The entity is engaged in gang stalking while I'm documenting the entity engaging in an iteration of obstruction of justice through the gang members who are the people of the state, engaging in gang conduct with the City of Ontario. That includes the demons of the Ontario Fire Department. Alrighty, again, those are the establishments. Wells Fargo at 240 North Euclid Avenue, Saris Regis Group via the downtown luxury apartments at 320 North Euclid Avenue. You have what is Allied Universal, that's gang stalking, and you also have the personnel on the grounds of, and also the residents. They're sharing in the criminal pattern of conduct against the prosecution of Saris Regis for ongoing terrorism, threatening my life and safety, committing a battery as an entity. They are sharing in the violence that I documented. I'm going to prosecute the businesses. I'm going to prosecute the state for it. The entity are not, they're not acting as individuals, they're acting as the government that also engaged in stalking in the very video, ongoing confirmation, which is a specific environment. This is how the population is sharing in that. And also, while I document it now, that same government is engaging in criminal summoning, sounding sirens while they drive in front of me, molesting me with impossible light activity because they are hostile while they worship me, and even engage in what is harassing. And I still flip that in order to document and prosecute them. This is what the entity is humiliated about, and this is why the entity engages in the acts of violence. Also, because again, when you're stalking me, I'm going to embarrass you, especially if you've got, that's just going to happen. But this is the entity that's engaging in that. You will see the Ontario Police gang stalking by vehicle and by helicopter when they're engaging in this violence together. They're doing it with Saris Regis Group. They're doing it with Wells Fargo, who are providing what are facilitating venues for this terrorism. I'm going to prosecute for that. They're engaging in battery and an assault as an entity. They're engaging what is harassing me with that violent speech while they are monitoring me. I'm going to prosecute civilly and criminally. And they're doing it with the City of Ontario that is also targeting me as I document Saris Regis, as I document Wells Fargo, as I document the people of the state. And it's relevant for federal prison as well. These two demons, the demons that are I'm documenting by license plates, they're on surveillance cameras. This is the entity as you are engaging in that ongoing investigation and prosecuting those that are terrorizing American citizens in the ways in which I've shown you, and doing so in furtherance of murder. So you're harassing and engaging what is a battery and threatening physical harm while you're monitoring. Monitoring is committed in furtherance of murder, and you're threatening physical harm while you're monitoring me, and you're monitoring me with the government that punctuates that threat by flying and stalking in a helicopter and crossing paths stalking in a police vehicle, and doing so in multiple vehicles as I'm documenting at that intersection where that ongoing escalation of demonic violence is underway. Okay, that's what's relevant. It is the P.O.C. that's captured on video, and I'm capturing it in screenshots, encapsulating what are the pivotal methods regarding documenting the entity that's engaging in what is harassment. You're going to look at the entity stalking by helicopter, that's the context, and they're doing so in the Engineer Light, stalking by helicopter, that's the context. They're doing so at Wells Fargo and at the downtown luxury apartments via helicopter as well, that's the context. They're doing so while they're making violent threats and engaging in what is a battery, touching my property, okay, trespass to property, but the entity engages in criminal summoning while I don't even commit anything at all. And you have what is a midget male that's engaging in what is letting out his insecurities on me because he's being embarrassed for stalking me, and the entity's engaging in what is nobody arrives whatsoever. But understand, even if they do, they're not, first of all, disingenuous. They're not actually helping me, and it is a threat to me because they're not actually helping me. It's criminal summoning all the way around, but understand how that disparity exists. The entity summons the entity on me when they're stalking in the video. So that would just be absurdity, laughable for the entity to be stalking a helicopter, and then you'll have like Vivanco and Hazelwood show up speaking, oh, what's going on here? Are you harassing Erica Spencer? Yeah, that's not gonna happen. That's the entity that's gang stalking though. They're already present. They're stalking in helicopter, and they're stalking on Euclid Avenue by vehicle. This is captured in the screenshots where I'm pointing out the key points of analysis regarding that federal offense, the series of federal offenses that are inherent to that video that I captured, and it's going to be uploaded. It's relevant to the shutdown of the airport, to the shutdown of the fire department, the police department, the entity that's engaging in terrorism, and also very sick behavior. That sickness is what plagues the police department, the demons that are stalking in planes and helicopters. Understand that mental illness that you see while they're exhibiting that's shared. That's demonic. It's the same disorder that are shared by every single person that works for the Ontario Police Department. Every single person that is gang stalking. They're all demons. And that is literally the ability to categorically make that sort of statement because they are the same exact condition, demon possessed. Just want to be clear. So that same behavioral dysfunction, that is shared by that entity. Okay? P.O.C. The entity stalking by helicopter at F Street in Euclid, following from the Wells Fargo, following from Ontario Town Square. The demon's engaging in harassment with the Ontario Police. That's federal prison. The license plate you heard, they're going to prison for stalking with the Ontario Police Department. And that's the Ontario Police threatening through them, speaking through them. They're all puppets of Satan. That's again license 14803X2, stalking with the Ontario Police Department. Everybody holding up their cell phones, gang stalking, engaging in criminal surveillance. And Engineer Light, license 9TBZ070, going to federal prison for gang stalking me with the Ontario Police Department. And this midget with mildew socks and yellow shoes, hostile and engaging what is assault and battery by the entity that's stalking in helicopter. The entity is being disbanded for that ongoing violence committed by the public on behalf of this stalking agency. And they are going to federal prison for gang stalking in the shoes of the state. And the demon had the audacity to be upset because he's being documented for being a gang stalker. Okay, that's P.O.C. No manner of profanity and calling names is going to change or deviate from the prosecution. In fact, it's going to intensify it. All right, this is stalking, like I stated, from place to place. Ontario Town Square to the Wells Fargo to 537 North Euclid Avenue, and the fake moan is over me at this intersection. This is P.O.C. It's 11:42 p.m. All right, the entity engaged in ongoing the perpetual sex offense. This is, first of all, stalking. So you're understanding the deliberation and the ongoing intent to commit sexual assault and battery, as opposed to the absence of any stalking on the roads and the highways, meaning taking a specific turn to commit a sexual assault of your person. That's relevant to the entity stalking by helicopters and planes. That's relevant to the entity putting the fake moon over me, where the entity is engaging what is molesting my breasts, molesting my face, molesting me and all of my property with regard to what is an unlawful search. They're monitoring, and they're doing so as a population. The same population that's engaging in what is harassment, like the people of the state are doing on video, with this same agency that is being disbanded. And they are the banner for targeting domestic terrorists in the United States. The entities engaging in this conduct, I want to document the ongoing perpetual sex offenses underway by the City of Ontario. So every level of government, including the airport and the people of the state that I'm documenting, including the businesses, they are the people of the state. It's just the commercial means of the same population that is supposed to be the guys where the government is not identified and not supposedly associated on the surface with regard to targeting and stalking an American citizen, but it is the government that is acting vicariously. And there is no freedom of speech and no protection under the law whatsoever. There's no right under the law whatsoever, including where they live. Okay? This is P.O.C. This is an entity engaging. Let me give you a sex offender's license plate. Coming to engage in the sex offense while documenting it, license 8UBT479. That's a homosexual, that's a female driving a BMW SUV coming from Bucket Crab and Crawfish from behind that parking lot. I documented those license plates. I documented that venue. El Pescado is engaging in the sexual assault and battery. Bucket Crab and Crawfish is engaging in that sexual assault and battery. The people of the state of, that are maintaining presence in the path by the gang stalking gas stations, they're engaging in surveillance by sitting at the gas stalls. This is just pointing to what are the businesses that are open when all they're doing is stalking and maintaining a means of surveillance, pacing one demon at a time, while the entity is also up at 11 stalking by helicopters. Okay, so I want to be clear, that is indeed a homosexual predator making this turn in order to touch on me with light, where the entity is stalking and they're all engaging in that conduct together under the fake moon. Okay, that same third party repeating that ongoing sex offense as an entity, and so is the Ontario Police. They're being disbanded for sexual violence. The entity, a government, a business engaging in the perpetual sex offense is a basis to remove it from existence, just to let you know. This is P.O.C. It is currently 11:50 p.m. All right, stalking by helicopter again. These are the demons that are worshiping me. It's 11:58 p.m. It's not a compliment that the entity is worshiping, but you're putting it into the proper context. These are demons that are engaged in idolatry, and they literally worship me while they're engaged in stalking me, including with the resources of a police department. Those demons are indeed worshiping, including while they engage in ceremonious means of harassment because they're embarrassed that they're worshiping me. That's the entity stalking, 11:58 p.m. P.O.C. Oh, here's the entity stalking again by helicopter at 11:58 p.m. Where I'm at F Street in Euclid. Doing so while my hotspot is turned on. So let me show you where they're targeting where I'm at. This is stalking by helicopter, and they're following from the Ontario Town Square, flying in the opposite direction away. It's called stalking in the path. That's not avoiding me. It's still following, stalking from place to place. Doing so with the people of the state who you know are stalking with impossible light. Doing so under the fake moon. The demons are engaged in worshiping me, and so were those demons that were engaging in harassment in concert with Wells Fargo, Ceres Regis, the City of Ontario, and speaking as the state, the Ontario Police, the City of Ontario, the State of California, speaking while engaging in a battery as an entity, engaging in stalking and harassment as an entity, a demon-possessed one engaging in this pattern of conduct. Those are demons that are stalking together, and they all committed harassment together. The entity is stalking. You see the fake moon moving as I move? This is stalking from way down yonder to where I'm at, just like I predicted was going to be the case. This is the entity that's monitoring on my device while I turn my hotspot on. Those demons that are engaging in harassment today, they did so with the Ontario Police. They're going to prison for that. Driving the white pickup truck, engaging gang stalking with the blue vehicle, engaging what is a battery and touching my property and threatening physical violence and calling me on my name and bragging about being from LA while cussing out a woman. They're doing so on behalf of an constable Mike Lorenz, and you're going to prison because Mike Lorenz is a gang stalking police officer terrorist, and so are those third parties engaging in federal stalking on video. While those demons engage in the same ceremony of stalking throughout the city, while demons are stalking with light, targeting with impossible light activity. Here's my shadow across from me. All right, this is the entity that's engaging in that, and this is the entity that's telling on the people. You know who's going to prison? The demons that engage in kidnapping with the Ontario Police at the OVITT Family Community Library. This is P.O.C. It's 12 a.m. This is stalking. While they are targeting with impossible light activity, wanting to coat my breast and touch all over me with impossible light while they're stalking. But it's not happening. Stalking with light activity while they're stalking on the side of the road, maintaining light activity. Starbucks is not open. The entity is engaged in monitoring. This is P.O.C. It's currently 12:01 a.m. These are indeed demons who are worshiping me, and they're engaging in harassment because they're embarrassed, they're humiliated, while they are shown to be actually worshiping, and a whole city, a whole population, a whole government body is devoted to stalking me, obsessed with me. This is P.O.C. All right, that's the entity that you can hear. Stalking by helicopter, following from place to place is literally the evidence of that. Following from place to place with helicopters. As I'm going from a place to place, the helicopter is following. And these are demons engaging in the light activity inside of the car, engaging in the light activity that you see my shadow apart at a distance away from me on the wall. The entity that's engaging in that conduct and doing so while I'm documenting it. That's P.O.C. All right, it is currently, by the way, 12:02 a.m. where the entity is monitoring a loudmouth demon's walking in injured near light. She's monitoring. All right, that's P.O.C. It is, like I stated, the Ontario Police Department is putting all of its co-defendants in prison. All right, and that's where domestic terrorists belong, and there's no mystery, and there is also no question and no reasonable question about the ongoing criminal conspiracy amongst the population and the government who are targeting together, and they are both going to prison. The demons wearing the police uniforms, the demons wearing even the fire department uniforms because they commit kidnapping with the Ontario Police as well. The demons that are wearing the emergency, the EMT uniforms, they commit kidnappings with the Ontario Police as well. The demons that are calling themselves a library or a hotel or an apartment complex while they're committing kidnapping with that Ontario Police Department, they're going to federal prison. This is the entity that's proven to be engaged in that conspiracy of targeting together, and that's the entity that is, again, engaging what is worshiping me, and these are demons in doing so. The light activity is speaking to their demonic their demonic possession, but it's getting to the behavioral health issue behind the demented light conduct and the sexually violent obsession with me. And also this is worship, literally, by demons. They worship me. Okay. And that's not a good thing. That's mental illness. That is a threat to the public. Okay, they're worshiping me while they're stalking me in planes and helicopters. And they're worshiping me, but they don't want you, that I'm exposing this to, they don't want you to know that. And cussing at me does not change the fact that they're worshiping and stalking me. In fact, you're going to prison for that psychopathic threat to an American citizen. Okay? They very much engage in murdering the person that they are obsessed with. That's what demons do. That's what psychopaths do. And a gang stalking police department is doing so in furtherance of murder. That is why you have already satisfied a conspiracy to commit murder. The intent to engage in a homicide is proven and established by virtue of the gang stalking pattern of conduct being proven. Because when you're targeting through the police department, they're bearing weapons and exercising authority that they don't have, that they're maliciously abusing. When you're stalking and you're doing so to create the circumstance where you can put that targeted individual in harm's way and do so and get away with it while stating that you were doing your job as a police officer and you're a murderer. All right, license 7RUF879. This is P.O.C. and this is very severe mental illness. Okay, that flashing in the video, you see the flashing light in the car. That's severely mentally ill behavior. It is shown inside of an establishment such as OVITT, for example, the latest spectacular light, that light activity reaching way into the depths of the library, and it's coming toward me, not anybody else. It's reaching out directly toward me. Those are demons that are showing you that they're worshiping me even through the light conduct. They're sex offenders that always want to touch, they want to follow, they want to be in private spaces, they want to watch me unbeknownst to me, and then they also want to engage in violence against me when I enforce my rights about you not being able to stalk me, or about me telling other people that you're stalking me. That's the psychopath that's threatening the lives of American citizens, and it's going to be disbanded. It's currently calling itself an Ontario Police Department. It's currently 12:05 a.m. on what is now Saturday, October 11, 2025. This is consistent documentation, and it's pursuant to the pattern of conduct, by the way. The entity that engages in that pattern, when I start when I start publishing, I turned on my hotspot. This is when the entity again engages in what is flying over my head by helicopter. That's the ongoing pattern of regarding what is the underlying allegation of criminal surveillance, federal stalking on the venue of the internet. And that's what I'm doing on my phone, which the entity is keeping under surveillance while you're both monitoring me, and then you're going to engage in violence against me because you're stalking. That's a psychopath. That's relevant to the mental examinations regarding those defendants engaging in what is harassment and terrorism that you see on video. Those are psychopaths. That is literally my ability to call that what it is. I don't have to have a degree to call that out. That's psychopathic, very demented, and threatening conduct that poses a threat to any American citizen, while those undiagnosed mentally ill criminals are acting as a whole population targeting me, and they're doing so out of animosity and envy because I'm humiliating them, and I'm not going out here just embarrassing for no reason. You're stalking me, and you're embarrassed because you're stalking me, and I'm documenting it. Which you should always expose somebody that's stalking you. When it's a whole population, I'm documenting the fact that a population of dead people who are mad about it are engaging in what are stalking me. But you want to stalk me, but you also want to be mad about me, that's a psychopath. I don't have to have a degree in psychology to call that out. Okay, all I need is one that is a trained medical professional to actually provide an official diagnosis. But I don't have to have that degree in order to call that out. That's psychopathic. Okay, it is currently 12:06 a.m. P.O.C. Ooh, as an aside, I just want to recall, I can't not help but point out the obvious. Remember what the defendant, Eric Corey Spencer, is stating yesterday now in the morning at the Ontario Town Square, where he's engaged in what is arriving unbeknownst to me and unannounced, and while he's gang stalking me, that's a threat. And he's doing so pursuant to being a stalker, knowing exactly where I'm at. All right? Just because there's a library in Ontario, that doesn't mean that you know where I'm at. Okay, the entity is engaging in what is gang stalking, and Eric Spencer, remember what he stated, that it's the only reason why the Ontario Police Department were there was because he intended to call behavioral health to help me with what is, again, the entity that's engaging in targeting with the very people of the state that are engaging in this pattern of conduct, exhibiting this mental illness, and this is proven. This is not just me stating, and it's definitely not going to be in courtroom, my word against anybody, because you're dealing with the government, so you have to have your ducks in order. The entity is already proven to be targeting. So the entity is engaging in this conduct, and don't forget about what Eric Spencer said. Eric Spencer is talking about the fact that the police were there. That was an admission. The police are there. They're gang stalking. Just like every other time when Tracy Banks is there with the police, it's always something that is detrimental to my interests, pursuant to what is defaming my character, because I'm not committing any crimes. I'm not engaging in violating the law. I'm always actually defending myself against Tracy Banks, who likes to incite and instigate in order to engage in criminal summoning. All right, that didn't even happen on May 29th. She literally came in out of nothing. And then just called the police there. And by call, that's an illusion. You don't have to call anybody. They're stalking. This is why I like to point these things out, because this is the surveillance that they're engaging in inside of her apartment. This is the surveillance that Eric Spencer is engaging in when they commit what is kidnapping in 2019. And he committed kidnapping with this department that's engaging in surveillance with the people of the state pursuant to criminal defamation. There is no behavioral health concern, but for the fact that I'm documenting, but for the fact that I separated myself from them who pose a threat to me, because this is what they were engaging in. Okay, there was no episode. There was no, oh, you're doing that. None of that. I filed my 30-day notice, and they didn't like that they couldn't control me. I moved out, and I also documented violence that Tracy Banks inflicted against me. And then the entity's engaging in what is now all of a sudden, as a grown adult, I need to tell you where I'm at. No, I don't. I don't have to tell you anything. You don't have any basis to talk about there's some sort of problem and we need to help you. Like I'm 15 years old and I need to tell you where I'm at as a grown adult and a licensed attorney who can go and move wherever she wants to and practice law and resume my life, but for gang stalking me. And that's why I'm going to be prosecuting the government. But aside from that, understand what Eric Spencer is stating. He's admitting to targeting me and criminally defaming me with the Ontario Police Department, who is putting him in prison, and he is putting them away as well, the kidnappers of the Ontario Police Department. Don't forget about what was stated today. Don't forget about what they've already defamed my character as, while the Ontario Police are monitoring my devices and engaging in a program of psychological torture, while they would like the government to believe that what they've defamed me as is the truth. They're going to prison. They're going to federal prison, and they always forget that when they engage in monitoring me and flying over my head again for the 20th time this week in a helicopter. Okay, this is an entity that's engaging in what is gang stalking me with a fake family member, and that family member goes to prison based on familial relationship. That's much too much facilitation of the government. You're giving too much help to commit murder by the state. Way too much help. You're going to prison. The entity is engaging in this, and they're doing so with regard to admittedly kidnapping with the Ontario Police Department pursuant to criminal defamation, which Eric Corey Spencer is participating in with Tracy Banks and Tommy Allen Banks, and this same Ontario Police Department that's documented on the record, engaging in repeated kidnappings upon stalking like they are, and monitoring and targeting, and also engaged in what is ongoing criminal summoning, arriving and engaging in what is harassment and targeting in the environment while I'm documenting them. They've been engaged in this for an ongoing series of years, and they're going to federal prison, and they're being disbanded for it. Okay? This is P.O.C. The entity's flying over my head again amongst the impossible light activity. That's surveillance. That's also very clear targeting. There's no way in which you're engaging in any iteration. So the psychopaths engaging, well, we're going to fly over again because we just happen to be flying over her again for the third time today. And it's not targeting. That is targeting. And it's a public nuisance. But that's the entity's rationale. We're not targeting you. We're just going to keep on doing it, because if we keep doing it, then we're not targeting, because if we were targeting, then we would stop doing it as you say that we're doing it. But as they continue doing it, I'm showing you what is unmistakable and unreasonable to suggest that it's anything other than a documented pattern of targeting where I am. You are not engaging in coincidentally following me from place to place on an ongoing systematic basis. Those are the demons that are going to federal prison, and they're doing so putting Eric Spencer in federal prison. Okay? They're targeting me together with the state. Just like these demons who know that I'm sleeping outside, running their mouths when they're gang stalking, who know who I am, stalking me with impossible light inside of establishments like OVITT Family Community Library, where the environment speaks for itself. The stalker with light, it speaks on behalf of everybody. The demons don't have to say a word. They're monitoring me in particular. When the entity is stalking me by helicopter at every venue where I'm at, the entity is, you don't have to say a word. The evidence speaks for itself. You're going to prison. The entity is engaged in this conduct and repeats it again in real time. You're going to federal prison. That is under no circumstances any prudent strategy. It's not a strategy. And it's what it becomes is an open and flagrant engagement in terrorism. That's why they are going to be the banner regarding targeting domestic terrorists in this country, and they are going to be the first disbanded in this country for being exposed as enemies of this country, domestic terrorists. Okay? They are as much as an enemy to this country as Osama bin Laden, and that is not an exaggeration. All right, and Eric Corey Spencer is going to prison. Do not forget the statements that he made today, and the federal court is very much mindful of everything that he has stated in a courtroom concerning my character, while the Ontario Police that he's committed kidnapping with, because that's what it is in substance, based on the pattern of conduct. Now you're getting the proper context as opposed to the defamatory narrative that thieves like Eric Spencer want you to believe, but it's unbelievable. It's untenable, and it's also unsupported. It's totally unsupported. The only ones that are stating that there's mental illness are the very gang stalkers themselves that manufacture information. They literally make it up. This is P.O.C. It is currently, and by the way, with my body of evidence, you cannot believe anything that the demons are stating, and they've already lost. And the entity that's stalking by helicopter, they understand, you need to understand how the stalking by the police, that ruined the entire plot. It ruined the entire plot. It exposes the sheriff, it exposes the court, it exposes the population, it exposes the lies that they told, it exposes the narrative that they sought to establish by the police stalking. Understand, it hangs on that. That I pointed it out at the outset. It's a hallmark. They're doing it on behalf of the state. I want to be clear. They're doing it even beyond that, under the fake sun. The entity stalking by the police is the total implosion of the whole system. It exposes everything, including where the entity is stalking by the fire department, stalking by the airport, stalking as via ambulances, stalking as corrupt businesses, stalking as a neighborhood, stalking, you fill in the blank. The police are stalking. That exposes the entire system, and they're going to prison. The co-defendants that are requiring, the police are the terrorists, and that are going to be removed. They're going to be disbanded. But the people of the state, the enablers, they're going to prison as well. Okay? It's 12:15 a.m. The entity is engaged in ongoing cycling and doing so just like I am stated. When I begin publishing the evidence of them targeting, then they engage in more targeting with regard to that P.O.C. And these are the demons that are targeting with Eric Spencer. He's a malicious actor. He's a demon as well. The same impossible light activity, the same fake sun, the same amplification, the same terrorism by the same actors. It doesn't change because his name is Eric Spencer. What it is it's showing you the malice of that particular third party who has made very specific assertions that are unfounded based on what the evidence and the facts show. And he's going to prison. Okay? It's currently 12:15 a.m. That's what I want to remind you about while the Ontario police are engaged in ongoing pacing under the fake moon that's over me at 537 North Euclid Avenue, where it was yesterday, by the way. And where it is when I go to Fontana, it's over me in Fontana as well, remaining as I return to Ontario, by the way. While the entity is engaging what is keeping a fake moon, or when I'm in Rancho Cucamonga, and then I return to Ontario after being kidnapped, by the way. The entity is keeping a fake sun during over me all day long on one street in Ontario as well, while the entity is stalking in helicopter. And repeat, engaging in more of it as I document it in real time, which is not helping in a federal case. It's not looking like there's nothing casual about the ongoing public nuisance and the ongoing documentation, the body of evidence that I have with regard to what is clear targeting. Okay, that's P.O.C. And be mindful of what Eric Corey Spencer stated, and also the federal court is going to be mindful about what he's already stated to you regarding my character while he's been engaged in this pattern of conduct, and justice requires federal prison. That is the third party that intended to commit murder and then fake cry at my funeral and then engage in what is enjoying in what is my money and my wealth and defaming my character in doing so. This is somebody that is maniacal with regard to that level of malice. And that's the same legal analysis for all the people of the state that are fake friends and family. They all did the same exact thing. With the entity that is, the Ontario Police is merely one corrupt agency because they're sharing the pattern of conduct with LAPD. Coexisting with light, flying over my head, Eric Spencer's going to prison. This is P.O.C., so is Tracy Banks. All right, this is the entity that's gang stalking and doing so. The demons that are stalking with impossible light activity are doing so in an irreconcilable environment. There's my shadow. That's not headlights. Alrighty, they're engaging what is targeting, and they're doing it under the fake moon, and this is the entity for a prolonged period just pacing back and forth over me, and this is exactly what they're doing at the Wells Fargo, where they're engaging in what is speaking through the demons, the puppets that are gang stalkers at Wells Fargo, and this is what they're doing when they're flying over me at the Ontario Town Square, and this is what they were doing flying over me this morning at 6:30 a.m. while I'm documenting a demon stalking in the dark in the morning, wanting to be close to me while I'm asleep, and the demons of the Ontario Police are stalking. I took a picture of that this morning. This is the entity that's stalking on an ongoing basis, and their co-defendants are going to prison. Gang stalking by the police is what has cracked the case regarding exposing domestic terrorists in this country. P.O.C. Alrighty, I captured that video, and I'm going to upload that as well. This is the entity that's still engaging with its ongoing demonic pacing. And you're understanding what is, again, no coincidence and what is beyond any coincidence when the federal government is sitting back and watching domestic terrorism by the Ontario Police, whose lies are very much like they would be highlighted and literally coming off of the pages of any libel that has been created regarding my name and centered around my name. And those that are engaged in that, any lying medical officials, any lying third parties, any lying state actors, they're all going to prison. Any lying judge. Understand, the judges that are gang stalking, I've shown you the context. These are not judges that are ignorant that people are in the court perjuring themselves. These are judges that are engaging in the state's pattern of conduct. That's why I've documented the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, so that you understand that these are demons and they are maliciously targeting. The San Bernardino County Sheriff is not ignorant about the Ontario Police gang stalking me, engaging in what is an unlawful arrest, which is kidnapping upon surveillance. San Bernardino County Sheriff is not ignorant about that. And in fact, just so that you would be clear, I've also given you evidence to prove that beyond what is just my ability to know that, based on experience and anecdotal and advice and information. This is San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department is documenting gang stalking me on the roads and the highways under the same fake sun, in concert with the same city of Ontario, by the way, and more than just the city of Ontario, in the city of Fontana under the fake sun, targeting me with the city of Ontario, targeting me with the city of city of Fontana, doing so while targeting me in the city of what is Rancho Cucamonga under the fake sun, doing so engaging in what is that pattern of conduct, very specific targeting, and also doing so in what is Rancho Cucamonga at West Valley Detention Center, where the facility itself has the fake sun over me at 12:51 in the afternoon. But the entity is keeping the fake sun over the OVITT Family Community Library, where this Ontario Police Department is routinely engaging in terrorism and monitoring my vagina with the demons who are the people of the state and who are mad because I'm exposing them. And so they engage in what is using profanity because you're embarrassed that you're monitoring what, a black woman's vagina? Are you embarrassed about that? Because you are? You are. You're monitoring my vagina, and you're doing so with the whole department that's utilizing all the resources of that police department. And San Bernardino County is not ignorant about the criminal conduct and the targeting by the Ontario Police, and neither is the gang stalking Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. This is context regarding criminal acts committed against me. It's not civil with regard to defamation. It's criminal defamation. It is aiding in the criminal pattern of conduct. The entity intentionally sought to manufacture on paper before judges who relied on those criminal acts in order to commit criminal activity against me. Nothing that they are ignorantly engaging in. The Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court is your information regarding that. The Pomona Superior Court in Pomona, California, I'm showing you state facilitating meetings when I go to different cities and counties, and the entity has the fake sun over my head over a courthouse, where that courthouse is shown to be engaged in state surveillance, and you are surveilling one that you're not ignorant about. They know when I'm at the Pomona Police, the Pomona Police Department, but the Pomona Courthouse, that's why the fake sun is over me there. And every judge, everyone in that courthouse is engaged in surveillance. The entity is not gang stalking me in Ontario, California, and then you have some judge that ignorantly ruled against my favor and violating my due process rights. Didn't know that I wasn't in the courtroom, that I wasn't there present to contest what is clear defamation, that everybody knows that as clearly as you hear me representing my own interests on my podcast and on my website and on these social media platforms. Oh, they knew very well that they didn't want me to speak in any courtroom, and so did the judge that ruled on this very clearly in opposition of the ways in which a courtroom is supposed to be ran, the rules of the court, and my due process rights. There's a reason why you are so clearly deviating from the ways in which such court hearings are supposed to be held, and it's not ignorantly, and it's federal prison, it's kidnapping. The pattern of conduct in Ontario is giving you context regarding what the state of California is doing, what the U.S. government is doing, and it's doing it through judges in the courts. It's doing it through county sheriff's departments. It's doing it through the police who are cracking the case for letting you know state surveillance is underway everywhere. And where the police are engaged in gang stalking, the entire state is exposed. That's how they engage in terrorism. It exposes the people of the state, it exposes every business, it exposes every courthouse, because it's tainted by that. It's tainted by that. It relies on the gang stalkers that are calling themselves a police department. They're going to prison. They are going to prison. The foolishness of the Ontario Police Department is putting judges away in prison, and that's where they belong. They've been targeting me, and because they surmise that they can wear that robe and sit on a bench that they think is higher than any mountaintop that I stand on, and that no one's going to hear me, and because of their name, because of their connections, because of their position, they can rule on things that they have no jurisdiction to because they're engaged in surveillance, number one. That's what the P.O.C. has proven. Number two, they believe that they can get away with it because of virtue of their identity, because they are a judge. Even as I am formally, I still am representing an officer of the court. I just have to pay my dues. But that's an economic circumstance created by this entity. Okay, so as an officer of the court, the entity is targeting me. I'm not some ignoramus on the street. I'm not some random bum. And even as I know my rights, the entity is still convinced that you're going to get away with doing this. Understand what they do to ordinary target individuals that do not have a voice. The police stalking and monitoring, like you're seeing the Ontario police, it exposes the entire civilization. It is the key, the integral aspect regarding how this corrupt system of surveillance operates. And it is pivotal with regard to the stalking and monitoring and kidnapping of the Ontario Police Department, of corrupt police departments and sheriff's departments that commit kidnappings. And my evidence shows you that the courts, not just the criminals, not just the criminal cases, which is Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. I've also shown you this through the civil cases. My case against the state of California that this entity evaded service of process for, which was a criminal act. Everything happening under the facts of federal group stalking and monitoring, it's criminal activity of a federal nature. This is escalated. That's not some civil matter. I'm not going to just bring some suit against the court, against the state for no. This is escalated to what is terrorism, and it's the entity that's seeking to get away with murder by evading service of process. It's a criminal offense by, again, judges that think that they are above the law, and they think that they're above the law because they're engaged in what is facilitating criminal conduct by the police, facilitating criminal conduct by sheriff's departments, facilitating criminal conduct by the people of the state who sit in those galleries gang stalking with the court under the fake sun. Look at my documentation of the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court and the San Bernardino County Superior Court in San Bernardino, the so-called Justice Center on Arrow. And third, the fake sun is over my head. The entity is stalking me by helicopter in the middle of the afternoon. And it's the same time of year. It's October of 2019. The entity is engaged in this conduct, and it is the prosecution of gang stalking judges who are intentionally and knowingly relying on what is implausible and totally unsupported conduct regarding slander, regarding what is perjurious and malicious defamation, serving a criminal pattern of conduct to accomplish kidnapping me, to accomplish silencing me, to accomplish discarding me and rendering illegitimate what would be my assertions against this government, while the entity sought to get away with what they've already stolen, to get away with crimes committed against me, to get away with falsely accusing me for crimes that I didn't commit. The same demons that are harassing, that you see on video, engaging in harassment and engaging in what is battery, and the entity is then stalking me by helicopter as well. This is the entity that's engaging in terrorism. Now, when you're living in a bubble and you don't have any evidence and nobody's talking about what's going on in the streets of a gang stalking city, you have American citizens that are being caught, captured in a bubble. They're being abused in back alleys, and the police are a part of that. There are demons flying in circles while a targeted individual is being beat up, being beat to death, being stabbed, and the entity, or being shot to death. And the demons of that police department sharing in that sacrifice are psychopaths flying in circles while they're engaging in that violence together. That's what demons do. That's what they're doing. The entities engage in this conduct, and they are doing so pursuant to a very specific pattern of conduct, and the judges are key to that. The entity that engaged in adjudicating on some sort of investigation, you don't have any authority under whatsoever. The entity intentionally withheld what is information about court hearings. Guess who's gang stalking? The United States Postal Service, Amazon Prime, any courier, you name them, I documented them. I've covered every aspect of the case already. I conducted a very thorough investigation, fact-focused, okay? The entity is engaged in, and regardless of whether you like my style or not, the facts are there. The facts are there, and it is inevitable. And it is unreasonable, meaning it is incompetent, and that is biased to disregard it because the facts are there. And I am totally aware of that. I'm not biased whatsoever. I've taken the approach of maintaining a dispassionate and unemotional, fact-focused investigation regarding what the entity is doing, who it does it through, and how they do it. And also, I've even gone to a psychoanalytical level and letting you know what they know and what they think you know about what they do as they do it. Getting to the malice as you're witnessing impunity. While these demons are waiting for federal raids to happen. They're waiting to be in court. Right? They may or may not be subject to even the ability to speak about an ongoing impending case. But they know that it's happening, and yet they're still engaging in it. This is nothing that's ongoing, vague, mysterious conduct. They're clearly targeting. So what is the plan in federal court? Don't ask me. But it clearly includes what is being prosecuted for the allegations that the P.O.C. established. It clearly includes going down and having already accepted the fact that you're being prosecuted for an unprecedented criminal conduct. And the consequences are dire. There's not going to be any negotiation. And I also want to be clear, what my investigation establishes, it also requires justice in the way in which I am exposing and speaking to and dictating. You're not going to negotiate your way out of prison as a gang stalking police department. You're not going to, when you're engaged in a series of kidnappings like the Ontario Police, that's disbanding territory. They've clearly shown, and my investigation shows that's not a police department. They're not even Americans. Justice requires disbanding, and that is non-negotiable. This is a matter of what is actually a stance toward domestic terrorism. So you're talking about what is, yes, I'm entitled to, with regard to justice. I'm the one that suffered repeated kidnappings, not only by this department, but nobody's doing their job. The sheriff's department is engaging with the same facilitation. They're kidnapping as well. They're making up information on the booking records. They're making up warrants in fake cases. They're engaging what is facilitating criminal conduct by the demons that are the Ontario Police Department and the people of the state. They're engaging in defamation by putting me in the ward when they should have done what is the routine protocol, asking questions and making sure that you don't deserve, you should be in a general population, which most of them are going to be in general population. They totally deviate from ordinary process because they're seeking to maintain an objective from the beginning. Making up information about medication, making up information about, oh, we just needed to call behavioral health because I needed to know what was wrong with you. Oh, no, there's nothing wrong with me, Satan. There's nothing wrong with me. And the only one that's stating that's wrong with me is the one that has stolen my money and property. Yeah, they stole my money and property. The ones that have never mentioned. Remember what Eric didn't speak about today. He didn't mention anything about me having real property, me having any money, him being a part of any court hearing. He never mentioned any of that. This is an entity that's engaging in what is keeping out salient information, while claiming to be ignorant about other information that you should know about. You were there, oh, but you don't know. That's okay, that's fine. It's coming out in a federal case. It's all going to come out. What they do know, they're not talking about that. Tracy Banks has never referenced the fact that she may or may not even be my biological mother. Or who is my biological father. Any sort of mystery regarding my maternal and paternal, who are my biological parents, both of them. I've been under the impression that is Leroy Lomax Spencer and Tracy Lemire Banks. If that is not the case, that was never even hinted at. I want to point that out. The entity is engaging in what is conduct, speaking to what is a pattern of conduct regarding concealing property that belongs to me, property that I should have been given years ago, like when I turned 18. Tracy Banks never uttered that. Never at all. In fact, she told me that I need to figure out how to go to college on my own, that she wasn't going to pay for it, and figured it out. I did. Financed it on my own. I did that. But she did not give me a dime. And in fact, told me that she couldn't afford it. Didn't mention anything about having money and property at all. This is an entity that's not mentioning key facts that they do know about while they're seeking to try to make sense out of the lies that they've told. Meanwhile, I've been maintaining an ongoing investigation because of the fact that I was forced to, because the government is the criminal, because the federal government is not accessible. The FBI tip form on the internet is not very effective, okay? And when the entity is monitoring and you are concerned about everyone knowing that you're trying to leave a tip for the FBI, and you're also aware that the FBI has an office in Los Angeles where they're gang stalking you, you become kind of concerned whether they're even going to help you at all or not, actually. It leaves a lot of insecurity there. All right? This is an entity that forced me under all circumstances to do what no American citizen should have to do, and what ordinary American citizens are not, they're not designed to do. Because we shouldn't have to worry about, in America that is, in the United States of America, we shouldn't have to worry about making sure that we have the legal skill set to prosecute the government in the event that they try to terrorize us and try to frame us for crimes that we didn't commit and try to paint us out to be criminals so that they can kidnap us and then murder us in some facility and then claim that we just killed ourselves in the cell. Who does that? You shouldn't have to do that. We are not in some third world country. Or are we? Or are we? You think just because we call restaurants like McDonald's, fast food restaurants, and have Starbucks on every corner, and we have 4 or 5 star hotels, and you have zip codes that are nicer than others, people that have higher, you think that this is different from a third world country, and actually the evidence shows that it's not. It's not. You're talking about what is a veneer, but I'm showing you what's actually happening beyond that veneer in any and all of those zip codes, no matter what the income bracket is. Outright terrorism, barbarism, demons like that. It doesn't change because of the income bracket. The impossible light activity doesn't stop because of the income bracket. That fake sun doesn't stop to remain over me because of the income bracket. It doesn't go anywhere. They're still monitoring. They're still psychopaths. It's ongoing surveillance. And the entity that's stalking as a police department, they're telling on every single last person, every business, every body of every level of government. This is how the system is operating, even the judges in the court, and they're not ignorantly facilitating that pattern of conduct, meaning you're not ignorantly helping a police department that's targeting someone get away with what is a kidnapping while you're sitting in jail. And the entity has maintained a date for an arraignment pursuant to what was kidnapping in the first place. And then at that arraignment, you're being represented by a public defender, and your charges are being pressed regarding some DA. And they're all gang stalking in that courthouse under the fake sun. This is the whole corrupt system. And it starts on the streets where the Ontario Police Department are showing you that the sheriffs are subject to federal prison and disbanding, and so are the courts. They share in how the system is designed to result in what is gang stalking on the streets, just like the demons are in Ontario, just like they are on Euclid Avenue under the fake sun and the fake moon, where the profound body of evidence shows the moon and the sun in the same position over me at the same address. The fake sun during the morning rising in alignment to me, and at night, the fake moon. And this is the same location where the police are engaged in what is ongoing stalking and harassment and terrorism, day and night. I just want to make sure that it's clear. Every aspect, the nexus, the direct nexus, because it is clear that you do need to have, it is necessary in order to show through evidence that it is pursuant to what is a connected a fact pattern regarding targeting, and the fact that the entity is engaging in what is holding court hearings that I'm not a part of, making up information regarding mental illness that doesn't exist, leaving me out of such court hearings in order to then continue with that false narrative, especially with regard to who I am. The fact that I am legally trained, the fact that I am capable of advocating on my own behalf, that becomes relevant as well with regard to the malice behind that, because I'm not the average targeted individual. That's directly relevant to the entity that went to that far extent. That's not accidental either. This is all relevant to that. There is no accident here, and it is requiring federal prison. I've been subject to repeated, ongoing kidnappings. The entity that's engaging in what is targeting me at Starbucks and targeting me at the Ontario Town Square and engaging in what is, threatening. If you come back, then we're going to arrest you. And here's a citation, and you have to show up to court. Those are all criminal acts. They're criminal acts committed by the entity. And the entity that acts on that, understand, the sheriff and the court, they are not provided any jurisdiction, and neither are they ignorant about it. I've documented the entity engaged in targeting. The Pomona Courthouse, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department off of Palmdale Road in Lancaster. I'm documenting the Costa Mesa Police Department. I'm documenting the entity that's gang stalking the Arrowhead Regional Medical Center, the so-called mental health court. It's under the fake sun. I'm capturing the fake sun over when I'm kidnapped at that center, at that facility where they're engaged in gang stalking and repeated kidnapping pursuant to criminally defaming me, having no right to keep me whatsoever. And if they weren't engaged in targeting, then this is how it would have been. If this is how you know also, because if there were any point where the system was not cooperating with the targeting that the Ontario police are being disbanded for, they're done. So I'm showing you the Ontario police are not acting by themselves. I've shown you the nexus with the people of the state. The people of the state, they're going to prison. You're targeting with the police, you're going to prison. I'm letting you know it's every level of government. The sheriff's department and the courts. If they were not corrupt along with the police, they would not have entertained the criminal acts by the government. Okay, and by that, what I mean is the entity that's engaging in license EEF769, I believe, paper plate, molestation. The entity is engaging in what is, for example, the kidnapping in 2020. They are keeping me kidnapped in the jail, and they're doing so keeping me without giving me an arraignment. Also, excuse me, it was even before 2020. The Jonathan Burnett and Sequoia kidnapping in 2019 with Tracy Banks. The entity engaging in this on May 4th, 2019. The entity kidnaps me, and then the entity keeps me in jail for a series of days. I did not get a timely arraignment. Okay, and the entities, and that's relevant when you are. Remember, it's not just a small, harmless error. This is pursuant to kidnapping. This is changing how those laws work. Where the DA will, the public defender will just write it out. Oh, well, it's harmless error, and I don't even like that approach in the first place. I would not tell my client, oh, it's just harmless error. So what that you sat in jail for an extra 12 hours? I don't even find that to be anything that I would ever state. But aside from that, it's not harmless error when you're being gang stalked. Okay, this is a whole other level of what is targeting. You don't have a right to keep me in the first place. And because you're not going to address gang stalking in this court hearing regarding fictitious charges pursuant to what is fictitious authority while you're targeting me, that is absolutely relevant, and it is not harmless error because I'm not going to be able to address my rights regarding you targeting me and engaging in what is kidnapping. They're not addressing that in a court hearing when you're sitting and not being given a timely arraignment pursuant to what is a kidnapping. The entity is engaging in this conduct, and it is not harmless error, as Laura Alvarez has stated when she was kidnapping me with the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. All right, and she's a very malicious, a very hostile one. She couldn't even act like she wanted to defend me. And her monitoring is a matter of written record in all of my emails that she never responded to, and all of my emails where I am imploring her to review my evidence of the entity targeting me through corrupt police departments as I documented it myself, and then I was ultimately kidnapped, and the entity is engaging what are making up charges against me, and she does not listen to me. In fact, what happens is that Lisa Rogan engages in what is criminal defamation in the middle of a court hearing. The moment that I'm the first person that she calls in that court hearing, even though I'm like not even the first person on the docket, but I'm the first one because these are the demons that are engaging what is enjoying what is harassing me. They enjoyed what is kidnapping me and defaming my character in doing so. Lisa Rogan is a demon, and I stated it years ago. Federal prison, she's going. She's going to federal prison, and federal prison she is going. She is engaging in gang stalking just like the Ontario Police Department have proven since I was kidnapped by her in February of 2020. That was 5 years ago. Okay, the entity is engaging in this conduct, and this is occurring under what is a specific environment. I've gone to the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. I've shown the specific environment that is directly relevant to what is surveillance, not ignorantly violating the rules of the court, not ignorantly violating the rules of the court regarding a targeted individual who is being kept under surveillance, and you know who that person is. In fact, you know that they're not mentally ill. You also know, with regard to even outside of the P.O.C., that they're not a part of that court hearing where you are adjudicating and hearing matters pertaining to what affects their liberty rights, what affects their property rights while they're being targeted. That's not a coincidence either. I just want to make sure that that's clear. The Ontario Police Department are directly proving that any and all judges that engage in what is permitting what is theft of my money and property is pursuant to a corrupt system that I'm exposing. This fake conservatorship, that's criminal conduct by the entity that's stalking me as a police department. They're stalking me. They're stalking and targeting me. There's also a secret conservatorship that's at issue here. Where did this come from? Tracy Banks not only did she not tell me about money and property, she didn't tell me about having a conservatorship over me. And why not? I know what a conservatorship is. I can spell conservatorship. I can do my research and find out the bases of a conservatorship. I can certainly sit in a courtroom and answer questions regarding whether or not I agree to participate in having a conservatorship regarding, what would have been news to me, money and property that belongs to me, that I am fully competent in maintaining and having full 100% exercise over. Maybe that's why a secret conservatorship is a secret, which is entirely illegitimate. While she's gang stalking me. making up on video, because I documented it, making up prescriptions, making up physical violence, making up mental illness, just making it up. Okay, she's barely a high school graduate, let alone a physician. She just made it up in the video. She came home and then stated, I'm calling the police, and then stated mental illness, prescription, she was raped, making all these statements. And those statements are key in the prosecution of the state. Don't forget, she also stated that I'm a prostitute. We've never had a conversation about me prostituting either. She also, you're talking about I'm a child abuser. I'm a drug addict. When Eric Spencer is talking about, I need help, what help is it that we're talking about? Because you heard him talking about how I've always encouraged him in the Lord, how I would give him messages regarding how he needs to get his life together. At what point was I a drug addict and I was a prostitute when he was thinking about how my influence on him has changed and impacted his life, which was all malicious audible activity creation? But nonetheless, you're going to refer to what it is that he stated. So he's talking to his sister that is a drug addict, who is a prostitute, who is a somebody that's strung out and irresponsible, and somebody that is unreliable. I'm talking about giving him a large sum of money when he needed. I've never been that person that the entity sought to establish, and they had to do it behind my back. Oh, they had to. They had to do it behind my back. And guess what? While they're doing that, there is no strategy where you are simultaneously stalking. This is clear targeting that any federal court is going to identify based on the evidence proving it that I have. And the entity is at the same time in an untenable position to state that there is mental illness. If there's mental illness, why are you targeting her? How is that helping somebody that's mentally ill? Even if we'll just go ahead and entertain the nonsense. Even if I am, you're targeting. Why are you targeting somebody that's mentally ill? How is that aiding? Because you still are under what is hard evidence of targeting. And how is that aiding what is your false narrative? If this is somebody that's mentally ill and unstable, and this is somebody that is in need of medical attention, why are you aiding and harming in what is this ongoing targeting? And if she's a criminal, why have you not just asked her questions about crimes that she purportedly engaged in, rather than targeting and doing so in methods like helicopter? You're not speaking to me on helicopter whether did you take out this loan in this other person. They're not asking me any questions. They're coming up and making up information about me harassing people when I'm not even speaking to them. That's what they're doing. That's what the Ontario Police Department is doing. That's what you're witnessing. While they're talking about me being a drug addict, I've never had any sort of line of questioning regarding my addiction to drugs and what drugs that I take. That's never happened, ever, because I'm not a drug addict. And I've never been a drug addict. But there are some people, perhaps even in my family, that are hiding drug addiction. These specific allegations are those that actually apply to the same entity that's defaming my character. That's where they get the ideas. They're not very creative. They just project onto me what they do, like HIV, like child molestation, pedophilia. Those aren't my actions. That's them. That's not me. The entity is engaged in this conduct, and I want to make sure that it is understood. The entity stalking by the police is directly showing how the entity, including Tracy Banks and Eric Spencer and Tommy Allen Banks, how they have shared in what is criminally defaming my character with this agency that has been targeting me the entire time. And under no circumstances are you claiming that you are helping when you are summoning this agency that is targeting. They have no legitimate arm whatsoever. That's why I've been documenting them. That's why I've been documenting, and that's why I engaged in separating from Tracy and Eric and Tommy. Well, she's been divorced from, Pete's been on the opposite side of the country. He's not even like a family member that we meet with or anything, but I separated and moved out of my apartment. And if you weren't targeting me, then you would have recognized, oh, something must be wrong for her to have moved away from our mom, okay, like Eric's talking about. So instead of recognizing that, but again, he's not going to address that because this is an entity they sought to falsely depict my character in a very specific method, a very specific manner. So we're disregarding the fact that Tracy Banks is attacking me, and that I even have record of it calling the police because she's attacking me. I still have the scars on my body from her attacking me. You have, what is the entity? Oh, just to forget about she's attacking you. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Nothing's wrong with her for attacking me, but something is wrong. That's the entity that is targeting, and they're targeting with the entity that's telling on all of them. That is the Ontario Police Department. And the only ones that are stating that something is wrong are the demons that are gang stalking themselves, and it's only existing in their universe where it serves their purposes. And their acts committed against me are what they're not talking about. While you want to make up information about there being quote unquote something wrong, why don't you talk about what you do know? Like money and property that perhaps doesn't belong to you, that has my name on it, or that was left to me, or court hearings that you've been participating in that I wasn't present in. I wasn't there. Nobody told me about it. While you're feigning that I'm dead. When did I die? When did you go to my funeral? The entities engaging in this conduct, and they're lying, making these lying statements about me while being in my face. Is what Eric Spencer represents, and this is what I want you to be mindful of when you're witnessing me prosecute Eric Spencer as the Ontario Police Department is gang stalking me, while you're witnessing me prosecute Tracy Banks and Jason Fields while the Ontario Police Department is gang stalking me, while you're witnessing me prosecute everybody else, the kidnappers of the OVITT Family Community Library, while the Ontario Police is gang stalking. The stalking by the police department is the key to the entire case for federal group stalking and monitoring. License plate 9DLS254. Every act of violence, every act of kidnapping, every federal offense of criminal summoning, all acts of criminal defamation, it is rooted in and relying upon the targeting by the corrupt police department. This is how they get you into a system, and they have to, when you're not a criminal like myself, they have to kidnap you, they have to make up information, they have to defame you and do it by the numbers, by gang stalking you, in order that the masses will state and establish by defamation, criminal defamation, in conformity to a pattern of conduct, in order to establish it when you are under no circumstances any sort of criminal or mentally ill. That's how they do it. And they're doing it at every level of government. The police are targeting, and the sheriff's department are not ignorant. They're targeting as well. Neither is the court ignorant. They're targeting as well. And my evidence also documents and shows that. The civil court, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department refusing to serve as a process, that's how basic and obvious the entity is engaging in targeting. That is a duty relevant to the office of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office. It is their duty by statute to serve as a process, to a fee waiver recipient at that. So you are precluding and interfering on my ability to access the courts, to seek redress of grievances. That's a First Amendment fundamental right that is speaking to what is no complex legal question with regard to a superior court who merely had to tell the Sheriff's Department to do its job. The statute itself is what is my authority and what is the court's mandate to force the County Sheriff's Department, the same gang stalking agency, by the way, the same kidnappers, the same demons, by the way, to do what they're mandated, obligated to do by statute. But Thomas Garza didn't do that. Thomas Garza is also gang stalking me at the San Bernardino County Courthouse, where the fake sun is over me at the Justice Center, and the entity is targeting me by helicopter. Thomas Garza is acting pursuant to a pattern of conduct where San Bernardino, the city of San Bernardino, is indeed gang stalking, knowing exactly who I am, and that specific environment is establishing that. And the stalking under the fake sun by the corrupt law enforcement agencies, the key aspect to targeting an American citizen, psychologically torturing them before kidnapping and murdering them. Surveillance, not law enforcement. The entities engaging in this, and Thomas Garza is acting in conformity to a pattern of conduct. It's criminal conduct, not merely a civil matter. It was a criminal evasion of service, a process by an entity that's conspired murder. And that's why you have something so basic and fundamental. Oh, you're not going to serve as a process for a fee. You're just going to not do it. That's what they did. They just did not do it. They just refused to provide service of process, precluding my case so that they can keep gang stalking me. And here we are in 2025. Okay, that's the civil courts. Clear and obvious deviation from the rules of the court. It's not mysterious, it's not vague and intricate. The entity has to, they are obviously deviating from the ways in which the court operates when you are recognizing targeting. In addition to they're doing it under the fake sun. They're doing it in engineer light. Okay, the entities engaging in this, and they're doing so pursuant to what is the people of the state that are bearing false witness in these courts. They're gang stalking in these courts. And guess what the judge is? The judge is just a demon that wears a robe. They're gang stalking as well. In a courtroom, in a courthouse. And Satan thinks that he has the best disguise because of that position. But I just want to make sure that that's clear. You hear the entity engaged in an ongoing course of stalking by helicopter, and it is the prosecution of the state of California. Everyone that has engaged in what is targeting me are surrounded. They're already surrounded with evidence. I don't have to be, well, I should have been in those court hearings, but I don't have to be. The entity that's engaging what is denying me, and engaging what is mail fraud, engaging what is identity fraud, engaging in what is theft of my identity, engaging in what is lying about my death, stating that I'm dead. If the entity's engaged in what is, which I surmise is lying to people and stating that I'm dead, this is an entity that's engaged in what is doing that for a very specific purpose as well. The entity's engaged in this conduct while I am being gang stalked under all circumstances, which is what my evidence shows, a consistent, ongoing body of evidence. The only pause was when the entity engaged in kidnapping me, the multiple times that I've captured, and the longest pause with regard to documentation was my kidnapping in July of 2022. And then I'm released from kidnapping by this same department that's still gang stalking me. That's not helping anybody. The entity does not have a strategy. You are going to be in court and it's clearly targeting. So what does that have to do with what is defamation? And no judge is going to entertain that in the first place. Why are you targeting? Because that's the question. You're clearly targeting. Why are you targeting? What does that have to do with your lying? There's no mental illness here. Why are you targeting? And it is mutually exclusive. The entity does not have a strategy. So they're engaging in more of the same, and it's not random, and it's not coincidental. It's pursuant to a pattern of conduct not only shown in the specific environment, but while I'm using my devices and I'm engaging in what is use of my devices that's relevant to the entity that's stalking me in helicopters as a corrupt agency in concert with the people. The question is, why are you targeting? That's what a federal court is going to say. Now, you're clearly lying about mental illness. You're targeting. You are clearly targeting. And they're also targeting why they defame my character. Those are the demons that are very fearful of the truth that I speak. And those are the demons that engage in harassment with the demons that defame me and are also targeting me. And the Ontario Police Department is targeting in effort to commit murder as an entity. That's why gang stalking police officers like that agency that are being disbanded, that's why they go to prison. Now, the entity is engaged in this, and the entity is doing so while clear evidence of targeting is the direct rebuttal to any sort of, they don't have, Eric Spencer and Tracy Banks and Tommy, they don't have anything, and they know it. They know they're going to prison as well. But I just want to go ahead and state under the facts and the law, they don't have a legitimate leg to stand on. And you literally have the entity, these are demons. These are demons. And Eric Spencer and Tracy Banks, etc., all the fake friends, they sat in court and they lied to. They're gang stalking in doing so, by the way. That's how the system operates. But I want to be clear, the entity's doing so out of ongoing desperation, but there is no iteration of targeting, which the federal court is going to state. Why are you targeting? Why? That's the question. Because this nonsense about mental illness is already written. It's not even, why are you targeting? Because that's what's going on here. And the entities engaging in that, there is no engagement in this targeting that is going to help Tracy or Eric or Tommy or Leroy Lomaxis claiming that you're my father and you've got paranoid schizophrenia, and so by imputation you're going to impute that mental illness to me. No, all that nonsense is out of the window. The entity's engaging in this pattern of conduct, and it's a fail with regard to criminal defamation. You're targeting. You are targeting. The entity does not have a strategy. They have not thought about that. And even if they did, they're not bright at all. So all they know how to do, I'm showing you what are absolute mentally ill psychopaths. All they know how to do is engage in what is brute force. But it's brute force that I laugh at. It's brute force that I capture on video to embarrass. Is that big and bad to use a whole police department? That's how important I am. That's how non-busy you are. That's how unimportant you are. And that's how much of a key to you I am. Because that's a lot. That's quite a large statement. All right, for you to be targeting me as a whole police department, and it's unfathomable. But this is the entity that's proven. Just because it's unfathomable doesn't mean that it's not the fact. And the fact is proven. As unfathomable as a fake son. I know exactly how that sounds. And I also know how psychotic it is. I'm the one that had to look at it, witness it, and then I documented it. How else so I had to understand what I went through. I have to tackle this. I have to show what they're doing. And I know that I know that these people are crazy. There's nothing else to do other than to document it, and I will explain it the best that I can. But these people are crazy. And it's an evil crazy. But it's not an intelligent evil. Okay? So the entities engaging in this, and like I stated before, the police that are stalking, the police stalking is key to everything. Everything. You're going to prison at the courts. You're going to prison with the sheriff's departments when you are kidnapping, when you are targeting with the police. And the criminal conduct of the Ontario Police Department is literally the study of how gang stalking operates. The malice. Study the documentation when I'm capturing them on video, and they are lying through their faces about what someone said. You're looking at demons. You're looking at psychopaths. And that's for you to study. They're engaged in surveillance. You're looking at, when you're investigating, and you see these demons driving around on Euclid Avenue and driving on the side street. They're driving on Lemon. They're driving on Laurel. They're driving on G Street. They're driving around the perimeter all night long. You see them on the corner at the parking garage of the Ontario Museum with their police lights on, engaging in a traffic stop on Hope Boulevard, surrounding the perimeter. You see what they're doing? They're monitoring. You see how the system they're monitoring me. You see what they're doing with regard to a perimeter around me. Where's the fake sun? It's over me. While they are maintaining a perimeter. And you see where's the fake moon? It's over me. While the entity also engages in what is doing routine laps regarding planes and helicopters. It's surveillance. And the personality of the psychopath is put on display when I document them stalking, like what the people of the state have demonstrated on video, which you saw earlier. And they're very much triggered because they are humiliated. Because they're embarrassed. And it's also an ego death because the entity prides itself in being able to bully people and silence them. And it's not happening with me. And not only is it not happening, I'm speaking to the absurdity that it happens to anyone. You're clearly targeting. And federal courts are going to understand and recognize this. And the question is, why are you targeting? Why are you targeting? Why are you targeting? Because they're going to prison in the United States. They're going to prison. This is throwing everything that Eric Spencer, everything that they said in court, they're all going to prison. They're all going to federal prison. The entity conspired my murder. Understand, they do not, I just want to be clear, these demons despise me. That's why they molest me and harass and terrorize with impossible light. Tracy Banks, Eric Spencer, all those demons, they despise me. They've been conspiring my murder while they're engaging what is delighting in me documenting what is being stalked and harassed by helicopter. But it's not affecting me spiritually. It's not weakening me. It's causing me to put them where they belong, which is in prison. So they can't harm other people. Because that's what they're out here doing. And these population of demons, they need to witness people getting locked up for gang stalking. They need to witness that. They need to witness the police department getting shut all the way down and going to prison. They need to witness that. The entities engaging in this, and like I stated, because it cannot be overstated. The entity is engaging in what is targeting at every level of government, the police to the sheriff to the court. The entity did not engage in what is stealing my property ignorantly, adjudicating over matters of criminal defamation ignorantly. They did it pursuant to a pattern of conduct, which Jason Isaac Fields is a part of. A major part of. He is not somebody that was just all of a sudden lied to, and then that's why which is not an excuse, by the way. It's not an excuse. But he is not that innocent person. He's been gang stalking me since the day I met him while he was a little peon at Valley College. He was gang stalking. The entity was keeping the fake sun over me. You know the pattern of conduct. The entity's been keeping the fake sun over me. I've been targeted by the state, by demons, my entire life. He's gang stalking at Valley. He was targeting at Valley College. He was engaged in monitoring. At what point he found himself between my mother's legs, that's between him. That should, and it is relevant because it needs to come out with regard to those demons targeting me together. Okay, but at what point he engaged in a sexual relationship? I would say probably rather immediately, because he is sitting in the classroom and he is speaking to me. He's a third party, and Tracy Banks has been engaged in what is sending people. They're like handlers, if you will, sending people in, people that she's had sex with, or people that she wants. She's very sick. It's this demon wants to control. It's Satan that's using this person that happens to be related to me, but that's what it is. It's a spirit, and so this is a psychopath that wants to control my every aspect of my life, including sending like handlers in that speak to me, and I'm thinking that they're annoying or whatever, but of their own volition speaking to me, but they're actually a handler. They're like a hitman. They're like coming in to feign being my friend, or coming in to feign being romantically interested in me, or coming in to feign liking me at all as a person. And they're demons that are gang stalking. But actually, while they're demons, they don't like me. They're obsessed with me. There's a difference. Because you're obsessed with someone, that doesn't mean you love them. Because you're obsessed with someone, that doesn't mean you like them. So that's not a contradiction. Just want to make sure that that's clear. So the entities engaged in this, and Jason Isaac Fields is in the court. He will be in the court. Jason Isaac Fields is in the classroom at Valley. He's gang stalking me by speaking to me and acting like he's interested or whatever. And he's probably already had sex with Tracy Banks, who likes him real young. She likes them young. Okay, she's a predator. She's engaged in this conduct, and she's doing so while she's focused on trying to control my life, even the males that I associate with. And that's what's so sickening upon realizing that I've been gang stalking. Every guy that I ever talked to was talking to this. She's an old... so you've been hanging out with... It's the weirdest, creepiest, most disgusting, demonic thing ever. It's nauseating. And for these weirdos to engage in it, no, there's not going to be a conversation. They all have mental issues. Okay? The entities engaged in this conduct, and Jason Isaac Fields is not an innocent victim. He was gang stalking me since day one at Valley College. Day one. And he's engaged in what is then abusing a position as a federal official. And he would like to paint the narrative differently. But I want to be clear, even as he fails at painting the narrative differently, and I'm here to make sure that it's clearly understood, he's not different. Everybody else has been gang stalked. Shanita Ramai McLean has been targeting me since we met each other in 3rd grade. She's a demon, and she's been on assignment, and he had sex with her too. The entity's engaged in what is this pattern of conduct and has been targeting me my entire life. That includes Jason Fields, at the point at which he is introducing himself to engage in what is targeting me. Demons that are keeping me under surveillance while I'm at Valley College. Okay? This is an entity that is, again, lying. All he's doing is abusing a federal position. And he wouldn't have even gotten that federal position if he weren't associating himself with me as a gang stalker. He wouldn't have even got that position. It's because he's targeting me. And then he abused it to engage in what is conspiring my murder, gang stalking with his love, his demon-possessed sex partner, the love of his life, this 60-plus-year-old woman, Tracy Banks, who is so delusional. She thinks that I want him. I do not want this HIV patient. I will never touch him. It's never going to happen. You do not have to worry about that. What you need to be worried about is federal prison. I'm prosecuting you. I could not care less about anybody whose genitalia you sat on. It's disgusting. You're psychotic. I don't care about the people you had sex with. That's you. This is an entity that's engaging in this conduct, and she needs to be concerned about federal prison, and she's still obsessed with what's never going to happen. In the same way that Jason Isaac Fields is obsessed and delusional. If you're living in my property, you're getting out. You're getting out. And you're going to get out, and I'm going to have it disinfected before I can occupy it. And you're getting out before before. You should be getting out, and the government handing over my property. I don't have to suffer Jason Isaac Fields at all. He's going to prison like his sex partner, Tracy Banks. He's been gang stalking me for years. He's been acting further into murder and doing so. He is incentivized with regard to stealing my money and property and defaming my character. He's not different from Eric Spencer at all. He's not different. He thinks because he's in a position of working with the feds that he has some position to finagle his way out of prison, and he doesn't. That's why I conducted my investigation. That's exactly why the Lord had me on the case before he was able to lie, realizing that he is caught and that he's going to have to back his way out of what he's already committed, which he never intended to back out of. He fully engaged in what is and planned on being at my funeral, if at all, because he's been targeting me in the background. Okay, while Tracy Banks is gang stalking, he's been in the background. Okay, that's his sex partner, and this demon's engaged in what is targeting me, and is doing so while planning to. I mean, maybe he would have been at my funeral with his sex partner then, but maybe not, because he's. But I don't know. I don't really care about that. But the point is that the entity is maliciously targeting and plan to be at my funeral and celebrate, have sex on my money. That's what these two demons do. They're perverts. They're sick. They're very, very sick. Okay? The entity's engaging in this conduct, and this is how they engage in what is psychologically torturing you, spiritually attacking you by having sex with each other and obsessing over me while they do it. They spiritually attack me. That's what's wrong with Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy Banks. They both need mental examinations. All right? Those are some of the secrets of the demons that are gang stalking me. They both are obsessed with me while they have sex with each other. That's a pedophile, and that's a sex offender, a psychopathic sex offender. Jason Fields. Severe mental illness. Severe. Very, very malicious. Jason Isaac Fields is somebody that thought that he was getting ahead of what he... Remember, not only is he a witch, so he's in the spirit, in tarot cards, looking in the future, but also he's a federal official, a corrupt one, who is anticipating what is evidence that he knows that I've been maintaining. So he is, before the fact, anticipating what is being caught up. Okay, so any evidence provided, it's not because he's a good guy. It's not because he had a change of heart. It's not because he's different now and repented. This is the demon who's still spiritually attacking me. Just so that you know. But relevant, he's engaged in criminal conduct. And with regard to this P.O.C, terrorism, you're not backing out of terror. You're not getting out of prison for terrorism. You're a part of the entity. The inside entity, meaning the entity who the target individual knows your name. You were targeting her for years. You were sleeping with her mom. You're going to prison, okay? You're going to federal prison. And justice requires that. The entity's engaging in this pattern of conduct, and Jason Isaac Fields thinks that he's clever, and he's not. He's not. He's not clever. This is a means of trying to protect himself and looking out for himself, which is what demons do. And it is, by the way, this is providence. The Lord is using the destruction of the demons that don't have a plan in order for me to get justice, okay? So this was always designed to fail at the outset. But this is the demon that's looking out for himself because he doesn't want to be locked up. But he's getting locked up. Okay, now the entity that's providing evidence, okay, you're talking about and you're not negotiating with me, but providing evidence to the federal government, perhaps less time than you would get in federal prison, but you're going to prison. You're not going to avoid federal prison for targeting as a corrupt government official. You are done with law enforcement. You are done with law enforcement. You're not going back to law enforcement. This is somebody that has proven that they cannot be trusted. The lives of American citizens, who knows, because you don't know how many people have already died behind the corruption of Jason Isaac Fields and his sex partner, Tracy Banks. You don't know how many people have died while he's targeting people before he decided to have a change of heart. This is not a change of heart. It's self-preservation. And that's fine. Whatever. I don't care. This is the entity that's engaging in this pattern of conduct regarding what is not going to be avoiding federal prison. And the entity that is gang stalking by the Ontario Police Department mandates it. He's going to prison. He's going to federal prison because you're not going to step outside of the pattern of, oh, I'm not gang stalking anymore because I gave a tip to the feds, or I gave information, or I'm going to testify in federal court while I'm still subject to the same exact full throttle threat to my life and safety, an ongoing attack that you solicited, that you are playing a key part in. No, you're going to prison still. You're still going to prison. You could try to make it as light as you want, but you're going to prison. And I also want to be clear, Jason Isaac Fields, he needs to be in federal prison because this is somebody that is delusional, who thinks he's going to hold on to property that belongs to me. He's not holding on to $1 that belongs to me. He's not holding on to any real property that belongs to me. He's not sharing in anything that belongs to me at all. All right, this is an entity that's engaged in what is severe delusion. And this is speaking to, again, the totality of that pattern of conduct, okay? So justice requires that those that are closest to that targeted individual with regard to familial social relationships, their being locked away is key to a targeted individual being delivered from this sort of criminal system where a population is terrorizing them. Okay, and that includes people like Eric Corey Spencer. These demons that are gang stalking, the Ontario police that are gang stalking, this is speaking to the threat that the entity poses. Meaning, no matter where I go, no matter where I move, they're going to stalk. They're going to follow. Okay, this is the ongoing obsession of Jason Isaac Fields. This is the ongoing obsession of Tracy Banks and Eric Corey Spencer. And every other third party. It's the entity that's engaged in what is showing their determination to continuously engage in stalking me. And so do the demon-possessed people of the state. They're showing you very clearly, federal government, that they fully intend to continue stalking me, tracking me down, following me wherever I go. And that's an entity that needs to be locked up. And it includes those that are on the top of the list: Tracy Banks, Eric Spencer, Jason Fields. Those that sat in court and defamed my character received money, payment for doing so. And doing so while they knew that they were working toward what is a murder. They wanted to destroy my character before I was murdered as a targeted individual. All of them subject to federal prison, including Fields, including him, especially him, because the entity is not going to force me to do anything that I'm not going to do. This is a psychopath that has no relation to me, no anything with me whatsoever. He's a stalker. That's it. He's a stalker. And he is an obsessed stalker, and the Ontario Police Department is the proof of that. And Jason Isaac Fields is going to federal prison, and it is a matter of justice, and it's also key to what is my protection. Okay, it is it's currently 1:13 a.m. and what I wanted to state is that the entity's pattern of conduct is speaking to what is key at every level of government. The entity's engaging in what is conduct regarding what is obsession with what is a delusion. You're clearly targeting, and the question is in federal court. There's not even any reasonable basis. There's not even a discussion. It's not even relevant. It's legally irrelevant regarding it's relevant with regard to the malice of the entity, but there's no mental illness when I've prosecuted and proven the entity's targeting. So the question becomes, why, Pertel, are you targeting? Are you prepared to go to prison for that? Because there's no question here. There's a whole body of evidence, and we've been watching you being investigated by the target individual, myself, regarding your clear stalking. All right. There's no damages that are getting out of that, and I'm not negotiating at all. I want Vivanco in prison. Okay. I want Jonathan Burnett. I want him in prison. I want Alex Escobar. I want him in prison. I want Jason Fields. I want him in prison. Okay. I want Ocean and Amelia and Patty. I want them in federal prison. I want Sean Thrasher, the ones engaged in kidnapping with Corey Watson. The ones engaged, Daisy, stating that I'm molesting children and then kidnapping me. I want all of them in federal prison. All of them. I want them in federal prison. They're the ones that engage in what is taking my liberty, putting handcuffs on me as a public. Remember, pay attention to what I documented. The entity engages in, they rejoice. It's a celebration when they're harassing. The psychopathic pace in a helicopter, the rise in traffic to the Wells Fargo ATM, the ongoing light activity. Those demons are celebrating. They are loving it while they're engaging in demonic activity, and it's celebratory while they're engaging in what is harassing me. It's the same thing when they engaged in kidnapping. They derive pleasure out of that, and it's a public event. The state commits kidnapping, and all the demons together are aware of the fact that I've been kidnapped. They celebrate it. They celebrated it. And the entity does so defaming my character, battering my person, all right, ongoing psychologically harming me, sexually violating me, okay, doing so falsely, falsely accusing me. I want you in prison. And since it's not the federal government that conducted this investigation, the federal government, as Jason Isaac Fields proves, is the criminal targeting me. He's the criminal that's targeting me and defaming me right along with Tracy Banks. He's sitting there holding her hand, kissing on her wrinkles on her neck. All right, targeting me and defaming my character with the Ontario Police Department. And preaching in a court about how psychopathic I am, about how sick I am, about how much of a pervert I am, how much of a drug addict I am, how unstable I am, and how he needs to hold on to my money and my property. This demon that's totally irrelevant. Vehicle 1140, the demons of the Ontario Police, listening to me, triggered by what it is that I'm stating. This is a demon that's going to prison. I want them in federal prison. This is the entity that's engaging in that, and this is the entity that is doing so with regard to an entire comprehensive system. And I want to be clear, numerosity is not a barrier to justice, and it is not a just barrier. You are not denying an American citizen justice because the government has hundreds of people targeting them. That's not justice. And that's also speaking to disparate treatment under the law. So they get away with it. They get less of a penalty because that's what it is. Less of a penalty because of numerosity, because there's so many of them. This is an entity that's engaging in that pattern of conduct in every gang stalking police officer, including every one that's sharing criminal defamation, and it includes Tracy Banks and Jason Fields at the top of the list in its federal prison. And there will be no negotiating out of that. And this is also making sure that they are removed from and separated from all of my property, making sure that there is a clear boundaries set by the government whose duty and responsibility it is to engage in making sure that they are not under any. You're talking about at the well, Eric Spencer gang stalking me and Tracy Banks gang stalking me. That's something that I'm documenting. But you're talking about at the point of when a prosecution is underway. The government should not be putting a terrorist, a psychopath, a stalker like Jason Fields in any position where I have to go through him to get anything. This is, again, facilitating that ongoing violence, that ongoing delusion of a psychopath. And it's not going to happen. And this is somebody that's engaging in what is very delusional behavior. This is a rapist, someone that's engaged in sex trafficking me, and is also under some delusion as though there is any sort of way whereby you're holding onto my property. He's going to be sleeping outside, if not in a federal cell. He's not staying in my property. Anything that belongs to me, it's going to me and me alone, because I remain single as a dollar bill. And I'm going to stay that way, and it will not be with any demon like Fields and any demon that had sex with the demons that I'm related to or the demons that I formerly associated with. You had sex with anybody whose name I already know, you're already disqualified. Okay, you have how many wives and baby mamas and boyfriends and girlfriends at the same time? And HIV? You're totally disqualified. And this is an entity that's going to make sure that psychopaths that are delusional, like Jason Fields and Tracy Banks, they're delusional. So is the Ontario Police Department. They're delusional. These are unstable psychopaths, and it is the government's responsibility to make sure that that is the protection of an American citizen that is secured. Because that's exactly what you're witnessing. I'm showing you how obsessive and how delusional and how maniacal with regard to the far-reaching limits that these demons will go to continuously stalk me. They've shown it to you. And as I've documented it, it's also relevant to prosecuting a comprehensive system. The Sheriff's Department and the courthouse and the people of the state. All right? But nonetheless, again, it is currently 1:20 a.m. This is P.O.C. regarding the entity. The entity is pacing up and down the street. License plate 7VPS897, gang stalker with the Ontario Police. The Ontario Police stalking, going up and down Euclid Avenue while they're listening to me speak this damning evidence. And this is what the entity does when they're engaging in what is gang stalking in a conspicuous manner. Triggered by whatever it is that I'm stating. When the entity is harassing, they're engaging in conspicuous stalking, using helicopter and using their vehicles, meaning they want to be seen, engaging in the elements of monitoring, especially the entity's doing so because I'm documenting it. And so they understand, that's the only thing that they understand, is that I know what they're doing. They don't understand how they're going to be treated in federal court, clearly. And that's literally speaking to a lack of intelligence and what is a threat regarding obsession and delusion. Okay, that's a threat, and that is shared by predators like Jason Fields. Okay, so I want to make sure that that is known. This entity that's engaged in he's very highly mentally unstable, and I don't have to be in his presence to expose this. He's been gang stalking me. He's admitted the ways in which he's targeting me, and he's targeting me in ways in which that he's not telling you about. But it's relevant, and I want to make sure that it's clear. It is sufficient that Jason Fields targeted me at all in order to bar him from ever coming into my presence and not having to get my property through him. I don't have to go through him or any gang stalker. Okay, I should be dealing with the government that should be maintaining and taking care of my property until I am receiving my property back after having been dispossessed of it. Okay, but moreover, the entities engaging in this pattern of conduct, and they're doing so with regard to what is delusional ideas. And the entities engaging in this while while seeking to engage in what is threatening behavior, as though the entity that's engaging in what is gang stalking me by helicopter, like you hear, while the entity is engaging in conduct as though the entity is in some position to force my hand in one way or another, or force a circumstance or a situation, and they're not, they don't, and neither does Fields. Fields is going to prison for the ongoing stalking by the Ontario Police Department. He conspired my murder. You're going to prison for conspiracy to murder, regardless of the fact or whatever time or date that you engaged in providing evidence to the government. You're going to prison for conspiring murder. You're going to prison for criminal defamation. You're going to prison for stealing my property, and I remain dispossessed outside a situation that is ripe for murder, okay, while the entity has been gang stalking me for years. And my documentation of the Ontario Police Department stalking me by helicopter starts in 2018, where Jason Isaac Fields was gang stalking. He's going to prison. Okay, this is an entity that's engaged in that, and I want to make sure that that is abundantly clear. And this is somebody that is, again, Tracy Banks is delusional. Not only do I not want her sex partner, that's what Jason Isaac Fields is, I don't want Jason Isaac Fields, who is also obsessed with me. These are both unstable psychopaths, and the federal government is what I am imploring to make sure that you please do your job and keep these terrorists from threatening me further, especially at the point of prosecution, when I don't have to go through them to get my property. You're talking about what is placement in federal prison, which is necessary as a matter of justice, but it's also necessary with regard to stopping stalkers who are obsessively consumed, as the entity has shown you. Very delusional, very obsessed, and very much extreme with regard to stalking under all circumstances, under any circumstances that they can. And so prison is basically necessary under all circumstances, okay? That is both Tracy Banks and Jason Isaac Fields. Both of them. They're both delusional psychopaths. Both of them. It is currently 1:24 a.m. The entity is engaged in ongoing stalking with the entity that's engaged in that pattern of conduct, doing so while the entity is flying over by helicopter over this corner, and the entity is stalking by all the roads and the highways. And the Ontario police are not, this is not traffic, it's surveillance. They're stalking. They're crossing paths while the fake moon's right over me. That's a police department that's at 1 o'clock in the morning stalking a woman. That's the one that's going to be disbanded. Okay, that's the one that's aiding and putting judges and sheriffs, or deputies, if you will, in federal prison for kidnapping and disbanding such kidnapping agencies. The criminal conduct of the Ontario Police Department is key to all of that. And what you see the Ontario Police, I've captured, this is how you know what the Ontario Police are and how they are key to understanding a comprehensive targeting system regarding kidnapping and targeting American citizens, because LAPD, Pasadena PD, Kern County Sheriff's Department, San Diego County, San Diego Police Department, the entity that's engaged in what is, in other words, stalking me by helicopter under a fake sun while I've gone to multiple counties and cities and shown the exact same P.O.C. Ontario police are being